Chapter 801. Shua. The flood dragon emerged from the water and soared 1,000 zhang into the air. A bitter baleful aura soared into the heavens, making one's heart palpitate. This was definitely a terrifying demonic beast. Who knew how many living beings it had slaughtered in order to form such a horrifying baleful aura? When Li Mengyao saw this, her expression couldn't help but change. She didn't think that there would be such a flood dragon hiding in the lake. This flood dragon had probably already matured and was about to transform into a dragon. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, the mountains shook, the lake water swept up high into the sky, and the entire lake surface raised a huge wave. The five-colored celestial lotus was already in the center of the lake, breathing in and out spiritual energy, unmoving like a mountain. Such a mystical celestial lotus made Li Mengyao's eyes light up. This kind of mystical celestial lotus, if refined into a godly pellet, it might be able to help her break through the shackles of her current training. Even the boy of bliss, who was invincible in the mortal realm, was sent soaring into the sky by the black flood dragon, dodging it. The black flood dragon that broke out of the lake was about 300 to 400 zhang long, and its body was covered in a layer of black light, exuding an intense baleful aura. Damn it! The boy of bliss roared in anger and attacked with the yin and yang copper rings once again. The yang rings emitted a brilliant white light and gathered the chi of heaven and earth, turning into a divine halo that spun and slashed at the black flood dragon. The yin bracelet was filled with yin power. It raised a monstrous black aura and smashed down on the black flood dragon. The boy of bliss was a 9th heavenly layer saint, a peerless expert in the mortal world. He was only a step away from transforming his mortal body and becoming a true immortal. His strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tenglong continent, ever since the forces of the remote antiquity returned and the immortals and gods returned to the mortal world, the cultivation world had gradually been divided into two different levels of cultivators. Below the immortal gods were the mortal realm cultivators, and above the immortal gods were the heaven realm immortals. This was the difference between mortals and immortals. Even if a mortal realm cultivator was invincible in the mortal realm, it would still be difficult for him to match a heaven realm immortal god. The blissful boy also wanted this five-colored celestial lotus. If he refined it into a divine pill, he might be able to become an immortal in one step. He was determined to obtain the five-colored celestial lotus. Boy Blissful attacked with all his might, the power of yin and yang shook the void. The yang ring split the heaven and earth like a supreme divine weapon, slashing the black dragon. The yin hoop, however, was as heavy as a mountain as it smashed down on the black flood dragon's head. The power of yin and yang was actually used by him in such a way, displaying a different kind of power. Who? Facing the blissful boy's attack, the black flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. Instantly, the cold wind howled and the blissful boy was frozen in an instant. The breath of cold air that the black flood dragon spat out caused the temperature of the world to plummet, and the surface of the lake instantly froze. Li Mengyao, who was standing on the big rock beside the lake, felt that the blood in her body was about to freeze. She couldn't help but be shocked. Without a second thought, she shot up into the sky and retreated into the distance. At that moment, the black flood dragon had already swung its tail and swept the yang ring away. The black flood dragon's scales were as hard as divine metal. This black flood dragon. Gu Fei was also surprised to see this scene. This black flood dragon seemed to have developed its spiritual intelligence, and was even more cunning and vicious than a human. In the battle with the blissful boy, this black flood dragon had actually hidden its strength. Now that it spat out a mouthful of cold air, it actually froze the heaven and earth. The cold air spread out in all directions, and with the lake as the center, the area within a radius of several li was instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. This black flood dragon definitely had the strength of a heaven rank or above. No wonder the blissful boy was instantly frozen into a block of ice by the black flood dragon's cold air. Human rank and heaven rank were two insurmountable levels of cultivation, and they could not be compared at all. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of a human rank cultivator being able to hunt down an immortal god in the sky. There were 5 realms in human rank and 5 realms in heaven rank. This black flood dragon should be a first or second heaven of immortal god realm demon. At the periphery of this ancient mountain range, they had already met a flood dragon of first or second heaven of immortal god realm. How many demons above the immortal god realm were there in this untainted primordial world? Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart as he thought about it. He felt uneasy. In this untainted primordial world, there might be some powerful demons of the demon clan. The black flood dragon that was leaping in the sky roared and swung its tail, smashing the blissful boy into pieces. The blissful boy who was trapped in the ice was instantly destroyed, his body and soul destroyed. Even the ring in the blissful boy's hand was shattered. An invincible mortal rank expert was killed in just 2 moves. This was the difference between a mortal and an immortal. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. The black flood dragon roared in a low voice. After killing the blissful boy, it fixed its eyes on Li Mengyao, who had retreated to the sky. It was about to chase after Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao saw how powerful the black flood dragon was. She felt a chill run down her spine and she was sweating profusely. If she had tried to pluck the 5-colored lotus, she would have ended up like the blissful boy. However, just as the black WRM was about to charge forward to kill Li Mengyao, a bright light shot out from the forest beside the lake. Swoosh! The divine light flashed and disappeared into the void. The black flood dragon's movement suddenly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell on it and fixed it in the sky. Then the black flood dragon's ferocious head fell to the ground. The flood dragon's blood spurted out and fell from the sky. The flood dragon's corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the frozen lake, cracking the surface of the lake. Li Mengyao was stunned by the scene in front of her. She was about to run away, but something unbelievable happened. That ferocious and terrifying flood dragon had actually been beheaded. Did a heaven rank cultivator make a move? There were 5 cultivation realms in the heaven rank, and the immortal god realm was the lowest among the 5 realms. To kill this flood dragon in a second, only an expert in the immortal god realm could do it. Li Mengyao was speechless for a long time. She stood in the sky blankly for a long time before she came back to her senses. She looked around, but there was no one, and she could not sense any human cultivator's aura. Who is the senior who saved me? I'm very grateful. Could you please come out and meet me? Li Mengyao said loudly. However, no one came out. There was only her own echo in the surroundings. Swoosh! She rode on the sword light and rushed back from the sky, landing on the lake. The 5-colored celestial lotus in the lake was still absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The lake around the celestial lotus was not frozen. Li Mengyao shouted a few times, but no one responded. Finally, she walked towards the 5-colored celestial lotus and carefully plucked it. Chapter 802. The ancient desolate world was vast and boundless. It was a scene of desolate antiquity. Rumble! A huge mountain suddenly collapsed, and as the earth cracked, a giant tortoise the size of a mountain crawled out of the collapsed mountain. Gu Fei hid on a small mountain far away. When he saw this shocking scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The ancient desolate beast in front of him was truly terrifying. That gigantic tortoise had been in slumber for who knew how long. Its body was covered in mud and rocks, and there were even towering ancient trees growing on it. Just at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of this region. The mountains trembled and an extremely terrifying baleful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain range. The tortoise suddenly sped up and charged into the depths of the mountain range. Following that, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The ancient desolate tortoise and the other ancient desolate beast began to fight. The terrifying aura of the ancient desolate beast caused all living beings to tremble. Even Gu Fei felt danger. The entire mountain range shook violently. In the depths of the mountain range, more and more mountains crumbled, causing dust to rise high into the sky. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even the celestial realm immortal Shen King would be affected by this ancient desolate beast. He retreated, not daring to go any deeper. If he went any deeper, even with the protection of the extreme Dao Saint tool, he would still be in danger. Only after retreating for 1,000 miles did Gu Fei no longer feel the terrifying aura of the 2 ancient desolate beasts. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Gu Fei stopped on a cliff. Only now did he realize that he had made a grave mistake. He didn't have a map of the ancient desolate world. The ancient desolate powers would open the ancient desolate world once every 10,000 years. They would enter this ancient world in search of fate, hoping to reach the heavens in a single step. Over the countless years, the ancient desolate world had opened no less than 10 times. The various ancient desolate powers definitely had a map of the ancient desolate world. After hundreds of thousands of years, even though the various ancient desolate clans had yet to fully understand the ancient desolate world, they had still explored many places. Although the various factions of the ancient desolate era had incomplete maps, it was still better than wandering blindly in this world. Damn Lu Yunhe, damn Zhou Haoyang. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. These 2 bastards definitely did it on purpose. Gu Fei recalled Lu Yunhe and Zhou Haoyang's sinister intentions. Right at that moment, An extremely faint smell of blood wafted into Gu Fei's nose. Gu Fei was already an immortal-level martial immortal. Thus, his senses were incredibly sensitive. On the path of martial arts, one's body was the foundation. Cultivating one's blood, qi and fate, unearthing the source of one's body. Every time one broke through a cultivation realm, Gu Fei's hearing, vision, smell, strength, all the abilities related to the martial body would improve. The smell of blood in the air was too faint. If it was an ordinary immortal, they probably wouldn't be able to smell it. However, Gu Fei could. The smell of blood came from the bottom of the cliff. Soon, Gu Fei identified the source of the smell of blood. Without hesitation, he directly jumped off the cliff. The cliff was thousands of feet high. Gu Fei was like a meteorite falling from the sky. The ground rapidly approached Gu Fei, and the sound of wind whistled in his ears. Bam! Dust flew everywhere. The ground within a radius of thousands of feet exploded. A huge pit appeared on the ground and the earth shook. Gu Fei directly withstood the powerful force of falling from thousands of feet high with his body. With his current martial body, it was enough to withstand a sacred weapon refined by an almighty. This degree of impact could no longer cause any impact to Gu Fei. He walked out of the pit and saw that the bottom of the cliff was filled with rocks and old vines. The smell of blood was even stronger. That is, at the bottom of the cliff, Gu Fei found a cave. The smell of blood came from the cave. The entrance of the cave was thousands of feet high and tens of feet wide. Countless vines were scattered around the cave entrance. Those vines seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. Each vine was less than 3 feet long and scattered on the ground. Clearly, the cave entrance was originally blocked by countless vines, but it was still discovered by someone. Furthermore, the vines at the cave entrance were cleared away, and they entered the cave. Gu Fei came to the cave entrance and looked inside. It was pitch black inside. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see the end. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He used his inner heavenly energy to isolate all the aura on his body. Then he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Only then did he enter the cave. The shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared around him. It could be said that this was already Gu Fei's strongest defense. Even if the celestial being realm immortal Shen King suddenly attacked him, he would be able to block the opponent's full strength. Walking in this ancient cave, although it was pitch black all around, Gu Fei's vision could see through the darkness. Everything around him was clear. As he walked deeper, Gu Fei gradually sensed an aura coming from the depths of the ancient cave. The smell of blood was so strong that it was pungent. The ancient cave was very dry. Apart from the outer several hundred feet, further in, there were traces of man-made excavation. Gu Fei discovered that the ancient cave extended underground. He estimated that he had already entered thousands of feet deep into the ground. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there was a figure lying on the ground in front of him. The pungent smell of blood came from that person's body. When Gu Fei came closer, he discovered that it was a broken corpse. The surroundings of the corpse were splattered with bright red blood. The surrounding blood seemed to have not completely solidified. This person had definitely died less than 24 hours ago. There was danger in the cave. Gu Fei immediately swept his gaze towards the depths of the dark ancient cave. Vaguely, he seemed to see something flash and disappear. There really is something in the cave. Gu Fei sensed a very heavy aura of death quickly disappearing. This caused his heart to shiver. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, Gu Fei carefully looked at the broken corpse on the ground. He saw that the corpse's face was already covered in blood, and it was impossible to distinguish its appearance. Moreover, the top of the corpse's skull was split open. It seemed that something had forcibly lifted the top of the skull and sucked out the cultivator's brain. The corpse's clothes were tattered, but one could still vaguely see that it was a Taoist robe. This was because the clothes were soaked in blood, and there was a broken Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. In this cultivator's hand, there was still a broken sword. The sword light flickered and the sword chi was sharp. There was no trace of blood on the sword. It was a divine weapon that killed without spilling blood. Chapter 803. Swoosh. 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 3 divine rainbows flew over from the horizon, streaked across the void, and directly landed at the bottom of a cliff in the middle of the mountain. The vast sword chi was boundless between heaven and earth. 3 figures in Taoist robes descended from the sky and landed in front of a pitch-black cave under the cliff. The dazzling sword light quickly faded away. The leader was a white-haired old Taoist with fluttering sleeves. Behind him was a middle-aged Taoist with a black beard and a young Taoist with delicate features. Is this the place? The old man's eyes flashed and his body was surrounded by a faint divine light. He looked at the cave entrance and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Grandmaster." The middle-aged Taoist answered respectfully, "This is the place where junior brother Yuqing sent the distress signal." The young Taoist said, "Let's go in and take a look." The old man said and walked into the cave ahead. The middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist followed closely behind. Mysterious Transformation Realm Immortal King? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was in the cave, sensed 3 powerful auras appearing outside the cave. One of the auras even made him feel a great pressure. Only the auras of immortal kings and deity kings could make Gu Fei feel pressured. If the celestial realm Immortal Shin King came, Gu Fei would have no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei could fight against Mysterious Transformation Realm Immortal Kings and Deity Kings, but if the celestial realm Immortal Shin King came, then there was no need for him to do anything. A celestial realm immortal could attract the power of heaven and earth and was like the embodiment of heaven and earth. Facing a celestial realm immortal was like facing the heaven and earth. Against such an existence, Gu Fei had no chance of winning. Even if he used the extreme path sacred weapon, it could be forcibly taken away by the other party's supreme power. At this time, the people outside the cave had already entered and were quickly moving towards the depths of the cave. Gu Fei decisively rushed into the depths of the cave. He did not want to face the 2 immortal gods and the immortal king outside, so he had to find a place to hide. Gu Fei had the power of the inner world to seal his body. It was as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. It was as if he was no longer a person of this world. No one could sense his existence. Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the depths of Dong Shui, a bright light shone from behind. A cold sword chi appeared in the middle of the cave, and a powerful aura surged in from the outside. 3 figures with dazzling sword lights all over their bodies quickly walked in from outside. This is the old man, the middle-aged Taoist priest, and the young Taoist priest noticed the broken corpse on the ground and listened beside the corpse. "It's junior apprentice brother Yuqing, his sword?" The young Taoist priest said in shock. He recognized the corpse on the ground. "Preposterous. You actually dared to kill the people of my archaic Tao sect. You deserve to die," the old man said in a low voice. Archaic Tao sect? In the depths of the cave, Gu Fei was hidden in the darkness. When he heard the old Taoist priest's words, he could not help but be shocked. The people who had come were from the archaic Tao sect. The archaic Tao sect was like the Zhou clan of the ancients. They were both primordial powers that had existed for countless years. Moreover, the archaic Tao sect's history was even longer than the 4 great clans of the ancients. The archaic Tao sect was said to be the orthodoxy passed down by the invincible supreme Taoist ancestor of the primordial era. It was the most orthodox sect in the world. The old Taoist priest and the 2 immortal gods from the archaic Tao sect did not stay for long. The old man waved his sleeve and a gentle breeze blew past. The broken corpse on the ground turned to dust and disappeared into the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old man and the 2 immortal gods released sword lights to cover their bodies and flew into the depths of Dong Shui without any concealment. The horrifying sword chi surged in the middle of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a ghost-like shadow that flashed and disappeared, as if it had been scared away. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king naturally had the arrogance of an immortal king. He had no scruples. The deeper Dong Shui went, the more spacious it became. After 3 sword lights flew past, he walked out of a dark corner and followed behind the people from the archaic Tao sect. He would not take the lead for those guys. It was better to let the immortal king and his 2 subordinates take the lead. Along the way, Gu Fei found no less than a dozen corpses that had died miserably. Some of the corpses were only left with a pool of blood. Some people seemed to have been dead for several days and their corpses were smelly. Some people seemed to have been killed recently, and the blood on their corpses had yet to coagulate. Gu Fei realized that the people from the archaic Tao sect were not the only ones who had found this place. It seemed that there were others who had found this place as well. However, all of them had died without exception. They had been killed by some unknown ferocious creature. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little uneasy when he saw this scene. Then white bones began to appear in the Dong Shui. At first there were only a few, but later on the ground was covered with white bones. Could it be that this Dong Shui leads to the core of the Great Desolation ancient world? Gu Fei was very shocked. The tragic aura coming from the front was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that countless creatures had entered this place before, but they had all died, and their bodies had all turned into white bones. Boom. He did not know how far underground he had gone. Suddenly a loud sound came from the front. Then an extremely tragic and murderous aura came from the front. It was as if a terrifying demon had been startled. Rumble, the entire underground world shook. Resplendent sword lights exploded from the front. An angry roar could be heard. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with something. The Dong Shui that was deep underground was extremely vast. It was a huge space. Moreover, the ground of this space was covered with white bones. Countless creatures had fallen here. There was definitely something extremely ferocious here. Otherwise, all the creatures that had intruded into this place wouldn't have been reduced to a ghastly pile of white bones. Gu Fei moved forward stealthily. Soon he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with a monster that was more than 3 feet tall and covered with green skin. Not far away there were 2 bloody corpses on the ground. Among the 3 of them only the old Taoist was fighting with the monster. The young Taoist retreated to the side and watched the battle nervously. The middle-aged Taoist had disappeared. Needless to say, the 2 corpses on the ground were the middle-aged Taoist. The celestial king of the primordial Tao sect spat out a celestial king sword and slashed at the green monster. Sword chi soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sword light cut through the void as if it was indestructible. Swoosh! One of the green monster's arms was swept by the sword light of the celestial king sword and immediately fell off. It had been cut off by the celestial king sword. A dark green liquid gushed out from the monster's severed arm. The dark green liquid dripped on the ground, causing sizzling sounds. Black smoke rose up, and the ground was corroded by the black liquid. Although the green monster's murderous aura was strong and its strength was comparable to that of an immortal king, it was still a ferocious creature. How could it be a match for the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect? There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Chapter 804. Shua. Wherever the sword light passed, the green monster's head fell off. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. The profound transformation realm immortal king from the primeval Tao sect killed the ferocious creature that was comparable to an immortal king with ease. The sword light returned to the old Taoist's body, and the old Taoist's body also emitted a dazzling sword light. He and the sword became one, and the old Taoist seemed to have turned into a human-shaped sword. The sword light on the old Taoist's body illuminated the entire cave. It was unknown how long this ancient cave had existed. The inside of the cave was pure white, and it was unknown how many creatures had died here. The evil monster, which was comparable to an immortal king, should not have been able to kill all the creatures that entered the cave. There were other terrifying existences in the cave. Gu Fei carefully hid behind a pile of white bones that was several feet high. He used the power of the inner world to seal his body. Even an immortal king of the profound transformation realm would not be able to detect his presence. It's a heavenly gate. How is this possible? On the ancient stone door on the wall ahead, there were 2 ancient words. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect exclaimed. Even though he had lived for countless years, he could not help but be excited and could not calm down. All the powers of the ancient desolate era were desperately trying to enter the ancient desolate world. What? Wasn't it to find a way to enter the heavenly realm? Grandmaster, is this true? Did we encounter fate? The young cultivator was also shocked. He could not believe what he had just heard. I don't know. The old Taoist quickly calmed down. As an existence of his level, what had he not seen? Even though there was an ancient heavenly gate in front of him, the old Taoist quickly regained his composure. After the old Taoist killed the evil green monster, a trace of black gas appeared in the huge cave. The temperature in the cave gradually dropped. What's going on? Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. The surrounding dark gray fog was seeping out from the ground. Strand by strand, like silk threads, it unexpectedly condensed in the void and did not dissipate. The inner world energy kept the black silk-like mist away from Gu Fei's body, not allowing the evil silks to get close to him. Those evil threads quietly wrapped around the young Taoist priest's right arm. The young Taoist priest, who was still in a daze, was completely unaware of it. Those evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they silently entangled the old Taoist and the young Taoist who were standing in front of the stone gate. Be careful. As expected of an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, the old Taoist instantly sensed the abnormality in his surroundings. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and destroyed all the black threads that were entangling him. However, it was already too late. The young Taoist priest's cultivation couldn't be compared to the old Taoist priest's. Those evil threads directly penetrated the young Taoist priest's protective sword light and wrapped around his arm. Ah! A mournful scream resounded in the air. The young Taoist priest's right arm that was entangled by the black threads fell to the ground. The black threads instantly severed his arm from the shoulder. No blood splashed out from the wound. Instead, it seemed to be scorched and emitted black smoke. The black smoke directly drilled into the young Taoist priest's body. "Master Ancestor, save me." The young Taoist priest was scared out of his wits. He endured the pain of losing his arm and staggered towards the old Taoist priest. In the blink of an eye, the young Taoist priest's face was shrouded by a layer of black qi. Those black threads seemed to have the evil power to devour the blood of cultivators. Even though he was far away, Gu Fei could already sense that the young Taoist priest's aura was rapidly weakening. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be aghast. Moreover, he also discovered that the young Taoist priest's severed arm that fell to the ground was shrinking and shriveling. In the end, even the skin on the arm had melted away. The severed arm had turned into a skeleton. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. This was simply an ominous place. The evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they entangled the young Taoist priest. Buzz. The Immortal King's sword vibrated and a resplendent sword light flashed. The old Taoist priest made his move. He separated a sword light and wrapped it around the young Taoist priest. He couldn't just watch the young Taoist priest die like this. The attack of an Immortal King was extraordinary. Countless evil threads shattered. The evil threads within 100 zhang radius were all blocked by the sword light and couldn't get close to the young Taoist priest. "Master Ancestor." The young Taoist priest fell to the ground and uttered only 2 words. Then, the skin on his body dissipated in the void like ice and snow, and turned into white bones in an instant. Roar! The old Taoist priest roared towards the sky. The entire cave shook. He had underestimated the evil threads in the cave. These evil threads could even kill an immortal god in an instant. Gu Fei hid in the distance and couldn't help but be frightened when he saw this scene. He used the power of the inner world to seal the void around him, not daring to let a single evil thread approach him. The unlucky young Taoist priest only had one arm cut off by the evil threads. However, the evil power of the evil threads had turned him into a skeleton. At this time, Gu Fei finally understood why there were so many white bones in the cave, but not a single bloody body could be preserved. The evil power here could actually corrode the blood of living beings. Even the blood of an immortal god could be corroded in an instant. Those who could find this place were definitely not ordinary people. The white bones on the ground were mostly sparkling like divine jade. They were not ordinary bones but the bones of gods. One could imagine that all the immortals who entered here had fallen. Gu Fei realized that the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave seemed to be able to sense the aura of cultivators. They only gathered towards the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect and didn't fly towards him. Perhaps it was because the power of the inner world had isolated his aura, so the evil threads couldn't sense his existence. Gu Fei's thoughts raced. When he thought of this, he didn't dare to act rashly. There was definitely a vicious creature hiding in the cave. He didn't dare to be careless. The vicious creature hiding in the cave seemed to be able to control the black evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect seemed to have noticed this as well. He immediately made his move and slashed the ground with his celestial king sword. Shwa! The countless white bones on the ground instantly turned to dust under the sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, a crack that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the ground. The entire cave was shaken by the mighty sword chi of the celestial king's sword. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars sounded from the ground. Then, a grayish-black evil aura surged out from the ground and 3 terrifying figures appeared in the cave. This is... Gu Fei looked at this scene in shock. He was shocked to find that the 3 terrifying figures didn't have any aura of life, nor did they have any physical bodies. They were faint and illusory shadows. There were also no soul fluctuations. They weren't even spirits or malicious ghosts. What are these things? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This was an unknown type of terrifying evil creature. A bitter killing intent emanated from the illusory figures, causing one's heart to palpitate. Countless black evil threads rushed out from the 3 illusory figures and entangled the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect. The 3 evil creatures didn't seem to sense Gu Fei's existence and didn't attack Gu Fei. Demons? When the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect saw the 3 figures, he couldn't help but be shocked. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was afraid of these 3 evil creatures. What kind of existences were they? Swoosh! The old Taoist priest directly attacked. The celestial king's sword swept out hundreds of feet, breaking through the layers of evil threads and slashing towards the three terrifying figures shrouded in black mist. The three figures floated forward silently, ignoring the old Taoist priest's celestial king's sword and surrounding him. Swoosh! The sword light cut through the void and directly slashed the three illusory figures, splitting them into 6 pieces in an instant. However, the old Taoist priest wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became even more serious. The celestial king's sword danced and the old Taoist priest smashed the three figures coming towards him into pieces. Then he spat out a mouthful of divine fire of the immortal path, burning the black threads into green smoke that dissipated into the void. Did you destroy those things? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was some powerful evil creatures, but it seemed like they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was extremely powerful. He was definitely an expert among the Taoist priests. When he made a move, he unexpectedly dispersed the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The old Taoist priest seemed a little nervous. After refining countless black threads with a mouthful of immortal flame, he immediately walked to the stone door in front of the stone wall. Bang! He directly pushed his palm forward, and an endless amount of magic power surged forward, colliding with the ancient stone door on the stone wall. A shocking scene appeared. When the vast Dharma power hit the ancient stone door on the stone wall, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was continuously swallowed by the stone door. The palm of the Taoist priest was enough to turn a mountain into ashes, but now it couldn't even shake the stone door. It was really shocking. Was this really a heavenly door that couldn't be opened? The old Taoist priest repeatedly urged his Dharma power and pressed it against the stone door. He wanted to open the stone door on the stone wall and enter the legendary heaven realm. Of course, no one knew whether the heaven realm was behind the stone door. At this time, traces of gray and black evil chi silently floated out of the cracks on the ground. 3 illusory and terrifying figures that emitted soaring evil chi appeared in the evil fog again and silently floated towards the old Taoist priest in front of the stone wall. Chapter 805. Inside the cave, the 3 illusory figures that had been killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect reappeared and silently floated towards the old immortal king. There were no soul fluctuations, not even energy fluctuations. There was only a towering killing intent. These 3 terrifying figures seemed to be condensed from endless killing intent. The 3 demons were only in human form, but they were blurry. It was impossible to distinguish their facial features. It was as if they could be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. Damn it! The old immortal king's hand was about to press on the ancient stone door on the stone wall, but he had no choice but to pull it back. These 3 so-called demons caused the old immortal king to be a little afraid. Swoosh! A sword light broke through the air. The immortal king's sword rushed out of the old immortal king's body like a golden dragon. It soared forward and killed the 3 floating figures. The entire cave was illuminated by the sword light, and the sword chi was vast. The cave shook and dust fell down. However, this time the old immortal king's unparalleled sword light could not destroy the 3 figures. Even if the 3 figures were cut in half, they would instantly recover. These 3 evil beings were like demons. They had no consciousness, but they were extremely terrifying. They could instinctively float towards cultivators. As long as they were possessed by the demons, even an immortal god would be instantly devoured and turned into a skeleton. The demons could instinctively devour and absorb energy. Swoosh! The sword light was like a dragon. It circled and danced, destroying the 3 demons. However, the next moment, the black fog surged and the evil aura surged. 3 terrifying figures once again appeared from the black fog. The 3 demons silently pounced towards the old immortal king. Above their illusory figures, there were evil threads that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They entangled the old immortal king. This was an instinctive attack. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect couldn't help but frown. These things were too difficult to deal with, but he didn't want to retreat. After all, this place might be a place that leads to the heavens. All the ancient desolate forces entered this primordial world for the sake of finding the path to the heavens. Gu Fei hid behind a mountain of bones in the distance, watching the scene quietly. He couldn't calm down. Even an immortal king couldn't kill those 3 devils. If he had to face them, he would definitely be in danger. He sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth, not daring to let even a hint of his aura leak out. The 3 demons were like demonic mist. It was unknown how many times they had been slashed apart by the old celestial king's divine sword. However, they would condense again every time. It would be destroyed as soon as it was cut, but it would be reborn as soon as it was destroyed. The three Yin demons had already forced the old Immortal King to retreat from the stone wall. The old Immortal King's divine sword shook the void and split the heaven and earth. The three Yin demons could not get close. However, the three Yin demons didn't know what fear was. Without any scruples, they continued to float towards the old Immortal King. As long as they pounced on him, even the old Immortal King would not be able to escape. His entire body's essence, qi and soul would be devoured. These Yin demons formed from endless demonic qi, although they had no consciousness and only moved by instinct, seemed to be able to devour all energy. The old Immortal King's sword light gradually dimmed. The power of the sword energy was being sucked away and then integrated into the black mist. The power of the Yin demons was increasing, but the power of the old Immortal King was gradually declining. Even the old Immortal King felt that it was gradually difficult to resist. The sword energy of his true body was constantly being sucked out and dissipated in the void. An hour passed. The old Immortal King of the archaic Tao sect used all kinds of methods. He even wanted to use his own pure Yang sword energy to refine the three Yin demons. However, no matter what method the old Immortal King used, even if he didn't hesitate to release the pure Yang true fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea, the result was the same. The three Yin demons were indestructible and could not be refined. Good. I'll go borrow a pure Yang treasure and then refine these things that simply cannot exist in this world. In the end, the old Immortal King of the archaic Tao sect wanted to leave. He used the sword light to protect his body and turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. He shot up into the sky and flew back the way he came. The three experts of the archaic Tao sect, the middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist, had all fallen in the cave and turned into white bones. Only the old Immortal King could contend against the Yin demons. However, at this time even the old Immortal King had no choice but to retreat. However, just as the old Immortal King rode the sword light to destroy the endless evil threads and wanted to rush out, a black gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the cave. The black wind swept up countless skeletons and swept towards the old Immortal King. It was as if there were tens of thousands of black dragons flying, shaking the entire cave. Without thinking, Gu Fei directly rushed out from the darkness because he couldn't stay any longer. The ancient black wind had filled the entire cave, and within it, there was an unfathomable evil power. He felt that the power of heaven and earth that enveloped his body had been affected. The evil power contained in the black wind seemed to be able to disturb the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He felt great danger and all the pores on his body were about to explode. If he didn't leave now, his life might be in danger. Swoosh. He used the 8 desolate steps and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. His current position was not far from the entrance of the cave. It was a black storm that could even make a celestial realm peerless immortal emperor turn pale. The old Immortal King of the archaic Tao sect had never thought that there would be someone hiding nearby. Seeing Gu Fei rush out, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the next moment, the black wind swallowed the old Immortal King. Roar! The old Immortal King roared again and again, and the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse. Even the ancient stone door on the stone wall trembled slightly, and there was a Tao rhyme lingering on the stone door. The black storm seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Gu Fei escaped from the cave, and he was shocked to feel that terrifying destructive aura. If not for the power of heaven and earth isolating everything and blocking the black wind outside, even his immortal god martial body would have been torn apart. The wind howled angrily, and the 3 Yin devils were swallowed by the storm. Gu Fei didn't go far because the storm didn't blow out of the cave, it was only wreaking havoc inside the cave. He looked inside from the entrance of the cave and saw a terrifying scene. Inside the black wind, there seemed to be countless figures faintly discernible, and there were also countless divine weapons and magic treasures attacking. Anything that stood in the way of the storm was destroyed. Inside the black storm, the old Immortal King screamed in fear. He seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and he was desperately trying to break out of the black storm. However, very quickly the old Immortal King's voice weakened, and in the end, the golden sword light collapsed in the black storm. An immortal king had fallen. That's Chapter 806. This ancient cave is definitely an extremely dangerous place. It can even give birth to Yin demons that can kill immortals and gods, as well as terrifying existences that can kill mysterious transformation realm immortal kings. The cave that went deep into the ground was very large, with a radius of several miles. White bones covered the ground and Yin Qi filled the air. It was an ominous place. On the opposite stone wall, there was an ancient stone door. The stone door was not big, only about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Even if the stone door was wide open, it could barely allow 2 people to walk in side by side. The stone door was very ordinary, but it was very old. The patterns on it were something that Gu Fei had never seen before. There were 2 ancient divine characters on the stone door. Gu Fei had never seen these divine characters before. Even the oldest books on the Tenglong continent did not have these divine characters. This was a language used by the people of the Antiquity Age, and it had long disappeared in the ruthless passage of time. However, the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect recognized the 2 ancient divine characters on the door. Perhaps only the super antiques of the Antiquity Age could recognize these incomparably ancient divine characters. Heavenly Gate, these were 2 words that could make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. And in such an ancient cave, there was actually a heavenly gate. The heavenly gate was the path to heaven. There was an ancient legend among the Antiquity Age that by opening the heavenly gate, one could ascend to heaven in 1 step. It was a supreme treasure that was refined by the extreme experts of the Antiquity Age in order to connect the 2 realms of heaven and man. Now that immortals and mortals were separated forever, the only way to enter the heavenly realm was to find the legendary heavenly gate, open it, and ascend to heaven in 1 step. Heavenly gate, heavenly realm. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of the cave quietly looking at the stone door on the stone wall several miles away. He also had an incomparable yearning for the world of the strong. The black storm that was raging in the cave calmed down. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect had fallen. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. That was an immortal king, yet he actually died here. Gu Fei truly didn't dare to believe it. Gu Fei sensed the presence of an evil energy in the cave. The broken ground was repairing itself. Everything in the cave that had been destroyed was quickly restored to its original state. The only difference was that there were now 3 sets of bones on the ground. An unfathomable power had sealed this cave, and even an immortal king would find it hard to cause any damage to it. All of this was too strange, and it caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. An immortal king perished, his soul scattered, all of his blood and flesh devoured. Even his soul was treated as a snack by that terrifying unknown existence. The evil creatures in the cave could devour all kinds of energy. If it wasn't for the heaven and earth energy in Gu Fei's body isolating his aura, he would have no choice but to hide in the hell realm. In the end, Gu Fei felt that he couldn't take the risk. He thought of a way. He wanted to reveal the existence of the ancient cave to the world. Isn't the Zhou clan, the Guangqing immortal sect, and even all the ancient desolation factions looking for the destiny of heaven? As Gu Fei thought of this, he directly retreated the way he came. He wanted to borrow the hands of others to open the heaven gate. He finally knew why the corpse in the cave was so broken. The green monster that was killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect was not to be trifled with. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the ancient cave at the bottom of the cliff. A few days later, a piece of news that caused countless people to go crazy quietly spread in the ancient desolation world. Whoosh! A white-haired old man directly broke through the void and appeared above the cliff where the ancient cave was located. Then with a flash, he rushed down and disappeared at the entrance of the ancient cave. Roar! Very soon, a muffled roar came from the ground. Not long after, the old man who had rushed into the ancient cave rushed out in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! The old man rushed up into the sky. Half of his white hair seemed to have been burned off. His clothes were in tatters and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a shocking sight to see. Rumble! A huge, pitch-black hand reached out from the ancient cave and shrouded the old man high in the sky, trying to grab the old man. The big hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful killing intent. The cliff above the ancient cave was instantly shaken by the vast power of the big hand, and the dust floated in the void. The entrance of the ancient cave was completely exposed. It was a pitch-black cave diagonally downward. The old man sneered. He was extremely powerful, and the magic power in his hands was vast. He directly tore through the void and entered the void. Bang! The pitch-black hand smashed into the void, shattering the space. However, the old man had already disappeared. A figure stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He had seen everything that had happened. Even a celestial was defeated? Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak, extremely shocked. He knew that the old man who just entered the ancient cave was a super expert. In the past few days, Gu Fei had revealed the matter of the ancient cave and the heavenly sect. As expected, all the major ancient powers went crazy. These powers kept sending experts to investigate the ancient cave. Before the old man, 3 groups of people had entered the ancient cave. However, there was no news of those who entered the ancient cave, and they never came out again. It was obvious that those who entered the ancient cave had become one of the countless skeletons in the underground cave. That old man was the only one who managed to escape in the past 2 days. He was a celestial and he had supreme magic power and magic power. Even an existence like the celestial being was forced into such a sorry state that he had no choice but to retreat. One could only imagine how terrifying the ferocious creature in the underground cave was. In the next few days, Gu Fei appeared around the ancient cave. Gradually, other figures appeared in the area around the ancient cave. Rumble. One evening, a golden chariot appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient mountain crushing down from the void. Its powerful aura was not concealed at all. Terrifying waves spread out from the golden chariot. It arrived above the mountains, and the powerful pressure caused everything within a few hundred miles to quieten down. It was like a peerless Shin King patrolling the sky. Countless birds and beasts were shocked. On top of the golden chariot, one could vaguely see a terrifying figure. A real expert had appeared. All the cultivators in the mountains were indescribably shocked. On top of the chariot was a huge flag with a jiang embroidered on it, fluttering in the wind. It's an expert from the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. The golden chariot emitted a golden light. The person on top of the chariot was definitely a terrifying celestial. Chapter 807. The area where the Heavenly Gates underground cave was located was just a corner of the land. In this part of the untainted antiquity world, it was just a drop in the ocean. After the news spread, all the forces that entered the untainted antiquity world were alarmed. No one could remain calm when the legendary Heavenly Gate had appeared. All the cultivators who heard the news rushed to the area where the underground cave was located. At this moment, the one who was most displeased was Jiang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan of the ancients. Both the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients had appeared. He knew that it would be difficult for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. The golden chariot of the Jiang clan rolled through the sky like a huge mountain. Its powerful aura was like that of a peerless Shin King inspecting his territory, causing the sky to tremble. Of course, the news of the Heavenly Gate had been deliberately leaked by Gu Fei. This area was actually the territory of the Jiang clan in the untainted antiquity world. He found someone from the Jiang clan and sold the news to them at the price of a 10,000-year-old divine tree. As a result, there was no need for Gu Fei to worry about what would happen next. Moreover, it was not something he could control. The old man who had rushed into the cave and survived was none other than one of the devas of the Jiang clan. After receiving confirmation, the Jiang clan began to gather people and rushed to the cave. The golden chariot stopped in the sky, suppressing all directions. However, in another direction, a middle-aged man who looked like a wild beast was madly rushing through the void. Guangzhou, what is the meaning of this? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Jiang clan? Are you trying to start a war between the Jiang clan and the Zhou clan? A loud shout came from the golden chariot. The entire world trembled along with this shout. This was the might of a celestial. With a wave of his hand he could summon the power of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man approached and sneered. He stopped in the sky and confronted the person in the golden chariot. Jiang Fan, others might be afraid of you but I Guangzhou am not. The news of the Heavenly Gate's appearance cannot be concealed. Your Jiang clan wants to monopolize it? That won't do. The middle-aged man's voice was like a great bell shaking the mountains. Swoosh. At this moment the void above suddenly shattered, and a door appeared high up in the sky. Then a dozen figures walked out from the door. Domain door. Jiang Fan, who was on the golden chariot, and Zhou Kuang, who was standing in the air, frowned. Someone from the ancient desolate had arrived. More than a dozen people walked out of the domain door. They were all wearing Taoist robes. Their clothes were very old and each of them was surrounded by immortal qi. They were standing on auspicious clouds, as if they were true immortals who had descended from the 9 heavens. Someone from the archaic Tao sect? Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang couldn't help but be moved. Now that the people from the archaic Tao sect had arrived, it would be impossible for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. Rumble. At that instant, more than 10 bronze chariots appeared from behind Jiang Fan. Each chariot had a powerful figure standing on it. Let's join forces and quickly break open the Heavenly Gate and open the path to immortality. What do you think? A middle-aged Taoist from the archaic Tao sect came to Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang and said calmly. The archaic Tao sect had directly opened the domain door to come here. The disappearance of the Heavenly Gate had quickly reached the ears of the ancient desolate powers, but no one had expected it. Bang! At this time, the blue dome of heaven shook and the void suddenly collapsed. A dozen ethereal and elegant women walked out from the collapsed void. Each one of them was beautiful and out of this world, simply like fairies descending to the mortal world. The fairies from the Yaotai ancient sacred ground have also arrived. How troublesome. The experts in the sky couldn't help but frown. Now that the three clans had become four, none of the ancient desolate powers could monopolize the heavenly gate. Soon, the people of the four ancient desolate clans came to an agreement and set up a sky-ceiling formation within 100 miles of the cave. Rumble. 9 stone pillars shot out from the ground in all directions. The stone pillars were engraved with ancient runes, and at the center of the 9 stone pillars was where the cave was located. The sky-ceiling formation began to operate. The 9 stone pillars drew upon the power of heaven and earth, moving mountains and draining seas and isolating the void. The area within a 100-mile radius was practically locked out of the ancient desolate world. All other cultivators within a 100-mile radius were expelled. Only those from the archaic Dao sect, the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground could enter. The Jiang clan, the archaic Dao sect, the Zhou clan, and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground were the first to receive the news. The other powers received the news later. By the time they arrived, they were blocked outside by the sky-ceiling formation, unable to enter. Soon, the Zhao clan and the Li clan arrived as well. The Zhao clan and the Li clan were both ancient desolate clans. A celestial from the Zhao clan directly moved to break the sky-ceiling formation. However, the sky-ceiling formation was a peerless formation jointly set up by 4 celestials from the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground. Once it was activated, it could connect with heaven and earth, drawing in endless power. Perhaps only an almighty expert could break it. Damn it. This is too much. How can this be? The various ancient desolate powers arrived one after another. Seeing the scene unfolding before them, they couldn't help but feel shocked and angry. Some of them couldn't help but roar. Go ask an almighty expert to come and uphold justice. Someone shouted. Others immediately turned and left to invite experts. To be able to pass down their legacies for so many years, each ancient desolate power had endless resources. Some ancient desolate powers were said to be guarded by almighty experts. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. Soon he noticed He Tian, Little Qing and Balon. Gu Fei transmitted a message to Little Qing and the others, who immediately rushed over to meet up with Gu Fei. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from within the sky-ceiling formation, shaking the earth. At that moment, the ground caved in, indicating that a celestial was making a move. A divine pagoda made of 5-colored divine essence descended from the sky, releasing dazzling rays of light. The boundless divine light directly broke through the earth, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Something's wrong? Outside the sky-ceiling formation, a dozen disciples from the Zhao clan of the ancients had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that the people inside have started? How despicable. They actually want to monopolize the sky-ceiling formation? At that moment, within the sky-ceiling formation, 4 almighty experts from the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground stood high up in the sky. Jiang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan, activated the 5-colored divine pagoda and broke through the earth. Soon, a huge cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was about 10,000 feet deep into the ground, and there was an endless amount of evil energy lingering around it. Brr. A roar echoed out without any warning. The cave had been opened, and the evil existence lurking in the cave was alerted. The mountains shook, and the entire heaven-sealing grand spell formation trembled. Everyone's expressions changed. The grayish-black evil fog rose up from the ground, enveloping the entire cave. Within the fog, there were some invisible evil silks following the evil beasts in all directions. Chapter 808. Rumble. The 5-colored divine pagoda above the cave emitted a heaven-devouring power. It wanted to suck the evil mist into the divine pagoda and refine it with the 5-elemental divine fire. This divine pagoda was refined by Jiang Fan using the 5-colored divine jade. It was his celestial weapon and could collapse mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It was extremely powerful. The evil mist that was constantly leaking out of the cave was attracted by the divine pagoda's heaven-devouring power. Then it converged on the divine pagoda in the sky and entered it. Jiang Fan descended from the sky and landed on the top of the divine pagoda. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his divine power to refine the dark gray evil mist that had entered the divine pagoda. The celestials of the other 3 factions watched this scene nervously. No one made a move. It really is the heavenly door. The legendary heavenly door has appeared. Heavenly realm. Our roots are there. The primordial Tao sect, Yaotai ancient sacred land, and Zhou clan's Zhou Kuang looked through the void and the evil mist. Soon they found the ancient stone door on the cave's wall. The stone door was simple and unadorned. It was engraved with ancient patterns. It was impossible to tell how long it had existed. Some people couldn't help but want to rush forward, but they were stopped by the celestial realm immortal Shin King. Even a celestial realm immortal emperor felt danger, let alone the other cultivators. A mysterious aura emanated from the cave, and a powerful evil energy was slowly condensing. A grayish-black fog rushed up to the sky, and spread out in all directions. Not good, there's something strange under the ground. Those from the primordial Tao sect, the Yaotai ancient holy land, the desolate Jiang family, and the desolate Zhou family all had shocked expressions on their faces. All of them could feel that the evil energy was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually it surged like an ocean. At this time, the people guarding outside the sky ceiling grand formation also felt the change. Their faces changed and they shouted, "You bastards, open the formation and let us in." The people inside the heaven ceiling grand formation already knew that the situation was bad. A few people who were infected by the evil mist suddenly shrank and turned into white bones in an instant, falling from the sky. Those people's energy, spirit, and even their blood were instantly devoured. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even understand what was going on. Swish. 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 Everyone quickly retreated. Their bodies turned into divine rainbows as they retreated into the distance. Without a sound, 3 blurry figures floated out of the black mist and flew toward the 3 celestial beings in the sky. There was no fluctuation of energy, no trace of soul aura, only a sky-piercing murderous aura. Those 3 figures were very strange but also incomparably terrifying. "Een demon, it's a Een demon!" cried the diviner from the primeval Tao sect. Legend had it that these things were evil objects formed from the evil thoughts of countless living beings that had fallen. They weren't demons, but they were even more terrifying. Een demons could devour the energy of living beings to strengthen themselves, and they had unlimited space to grow. It could be said that if the Een demon devoured enough energy and fully matured, even an extreme expert would have to retreat. "Let's go." The 3 devas rushed out of the evil mist, and even Jiang Fan used the 5-colored divine pagoda to fly up into the sky and back away. However, at this time, Jiang Fan was shocked to find that the evil mist that had been devoured by the 5-colored divine pagoda was difficult to refine. Within the evil mist were countless threads that were corroding the 5-colored divine pagoda. The divine light of the pagoda began to dim. Black fiend threads. Jiang Fan was shocked. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. There were black fiend threads hidden within the evil mist. These black fiend threads came from the Een demon, and were condensed from the evil power of the Een demon. They didn't have a physical body, and anyone who was entangled by these black fiend threads would be instantly devoured by the evil power of the black fiend threads. Even their blood would be sucked dry. These black fiend threads could corrode anything in the world. Only a few pure yang treasures in the world could dispel these black fiend threads. Divine weapons refined by diviners would find it difficult to erase these black fiend threads. After the appearance of the Een demon, the evil mist quickly spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. A few cultivators who hadn't been able to escape in time immediately disappeared into the evil mist. Boom! At this moment there was a huge tremor that shook heaven and earth. Terrifying waves of magic power erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time. The sky and earth were on the verge of collapsing. High up in the sky, 6 balls of fiery divine light appeared, as if 6 suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the purest yang was vast, and the evil mist that had been rising from the ground immediately dissipated like snow under the illumination of the 6 balls of divine light. A pure yang treasure, the divine fire mirror of 6 yang? Jiang Fan almost exclaimed when he saw this. The 6 balls of pure yang flames were fixed in the sky, and endless heat poured down, melting the rocks on the ground. Even though they had retreated far away, everyone still felt like their bodies were enveloped in flames, as if they were about to burn. Zhou Kuang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity stared at the 6 balls of divine fire in the sky and murmured, "A pure yang treasure refined by a supreme being?" The leader of the Yaotai ancient sacred land's divine maiden exclaimed, "The heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect actually brought this treasure here." A supreme treasure refined by a supreme being was known as a half-saint artifact. It was the most powerful magic treasure below the extreme saint artifact, and possessed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. High up in the sky, a middle-aged Taoist held an ancient bronze mirror in his hand and shone it down at the cave below. 6 balls of divine fire rushed out of the mirror and fixed themselves in the sky. The endless evil mist dissipated one after another. Even the Yin demons within the evil mist seemed to be afraid of the pure yang aura descending from the sky, and actually retreated back into the cave. How could there be such an impossible thing here? Everyone's faces were ashen and extremely unsightly. It was hard to believe that there was such a terrifying evil being near the heavenly gate. They hadn't even gotten close to the heavenly gate, but they had already lost a few cultivators. This was not a good sign. Rumble. The heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect circulated his magic power and activated the divine fire mirror of 6 yang in his hand. 6 balls of divine light that were as dazzling as the sun emitted endless pure yang energy, pressing down from the sky. Finally, the 6 balls of pure yang energy condensed into a divine light above the cave, suppressing the evil aura within. After that, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity, the Jiang clan of the Zhou clan, the archaic Tao sect, the Yaotai ancient sacred land, and the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity discussed for a while and decided to join forces to open the heavenly gate first. The sky ceiling formation could stop celestials, but it couldn't stop supreme beings. If they were too late and supreme beings arrived, then they wouldn't be able to enter the heaven realm before the other ancient powers. We must open the heavenly gate first. Chapter 809. The power of the ancient barons was so deep that no one could imagine it. A power that could survive in the far ancient era was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that some of the ancient sacred lands and clan of the ancient barons were overseeing things. The sky ceiling formation set up by the 4 celestials of the 4 ancient desolate factions could only block celestial beings Celestial Emperor and Celestial Emperor, but it couldn't block almighty beings stronger than Celestial Emperors and Celestial Emperors. Tianji of the far ancient Taoist sect used the divine fire mirror of 6 yang to suppress the Yin energy in the cave. Then, the people of the ancient barons made their move. Whoosh! 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 All kinds of magical treasures and divine weapons radiated brilliance, bombarding the heaven gate on the stone wall below, causing violent energy waves to erupt. However, to everyone's surprise, the stone door on the wall did not budge at all. Furthermore, the ancient patterns on the stone door gradually became brighter. The patterns are wriggling. Jiang Fan, who was in the celestial realm, noticed the subtle changes on the stone door. At that moment, all the cultivators were shocked. The stone door that was under attack started to change. The ancient patterns on the stone door started to move, and new patterns started to appear on the closed stone door. Bang! A huge golden hand reached down from the sky, and directly pushed towards the stone door on the cave wall. Boundless magic power dispelled the evil qi, and the vast energy rippled out, causing the entire cave to shake. Jiang Fan made his move. He was at the peak of the Deva realm, and yet the stone door didn't budge at all. Jiang Fan was at the peak of the Deva being realm, and yet the stone door didn't budge. The ancient patterns on the stone door began to flow with the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were densely packed and covered the entire stone door, as if they were engraved with unknown runes. It seemed mysterious. Its absorbing power. Jiang Fan watched as the golden hand he had conjured with his supreme dermic powers dimmed rapidly. Jiang Fan was incomparably shocked, and the other Devas were dumbfounded. Even Devas couldn't open the stone door. Did they really have to ask for help from almighty experts? The people of the archaic Tao sect, the Zhou clan of the primordial era, and the goddess of the Yaotai ancient sacred land tried to break the stone door several times, but they all failed. Moreover, the stone gate was devouring everyone's magic power. The ancient patterns on the stone gate began to shoot out rays of divine light from time to time, piercing through the void. The unlucky ones couldn't dodge in time and were pierced by the divine light that shot out from the stone gate. The Jiang family of the Desolate Antiquity lost 2 of their ancient bronze chariots. A few disciples of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity had fallen. The fairies of the Jadestige ancient Holy Land also lost their colors at this time. Although the people from the archaic Tao sect were in a sorry state, none of them had died. The ancient patterns on the stone door possessed a strange and unfathomable power. After absorbing everyone's magic power, they became even more extraordinary. Ancient patterns appeared on the stone door. There were birds and beasts in the pictures, and there were even scenes of humans from the primordial era fighting against powerful creatures. Scenes of the Desolate Antiquity world appeared on the stone door. Divine phoenixes soared in the 9 heavens, and true dragons soared between the heaven and earth. It was like a primordial painting was being presented. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial era spread out from the stone door. We have to ask for almighty experts. We can't open the heavenly door on our own. We can only wait for the almighty experts to come. But we don't know how many almighty experts will come when the time comes. The divine fire mirror of 6 yang was still fixed in the sky, suppressing the surging yin energy in the cave. The 4 devas were talking in low voices. In the middle of the yin energy in the cave, 3 blurry figures could be seen. 3 yin demons were pacing back and forth in the cave, as if they could rush out at any time. The experts of the 4 desolate factions stood high up in the sky, their expressions ugly. The heaven gate was actually so evil they could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. Tianji of the archaic Dao sect, Jiang Fan of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, Zhou Kuang of the Zhou family, and Li Shuiyu of the Yaotai ancient holy land all used secret techniques to send the news back. Everyone was moved by the appearance of the heavenly door. Even the almighty experts would go crazy. It was easy to imagine that after receiving the news, the experts of the 4 ancient powers would definitely come out. Swish, 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 swish. Outside the heavenly ceiling formation, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Divine rainbows kept appearing in the sky. After the news was leaked, more cultivators arrived one after another. However, when these people saw the heavenly ceiling formation in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Someone had actually set up a heavenly ceiling formation to block countless cultivators outside. Some people couldn't help but curse. The people of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, the Zhou family, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaotai ancient holy land were too much. They actually wanted to monopolize the heavenly door. Some of the people of the Jiang family arrived, but they were immediately chased away by people who recognized them. The people of the 4 ancient powers inside the heavenly ceiling formation had become the target of public criticism. It should be known that the people who were blocked outside the heavenly ceiling formation included the experts of the various ancient powers. Even the celestials were blocked outside. The people of the archaic Dao sect, the Yaotai ancient holy land, the Zhou family, and the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity were all chased away. The people of the other ancient powers vented their anger on the people of the 4 ancient powers. It could be said that these people were unlucky. Gu Fei had been watching the scene from the top of the mountain in the distance. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the mountains in the distance. The mountains were collapsing and the void was trembling. Someone was fighting. Boss, is the heavenly door inside the formation really a heavenly door? He Tian asked. There was no cultivator on the heavenly path who wouldn't be nervous, and He Tian was no exception. There is indeed a stone door inside, but who knows where it leads to? Gu Fei said. Perhaps it was a stone door that couldn't be opened. The heavenly path? Is there really a heavenly path in this world? The heavenly realm was only a legend. For millions of years, no one had been able to break through the void and enter the heavenly realm. Whether it's true or not, we can only wait and see for now, Gu Fei said. He could sense that there were already no less than 3 celestials gathered outside the heavenly ceiling formation. This was a battle between powerful people, and it wasn't something they could interfere with. Just at this time, the clouds in the sky rumbled, and a figure stepped on a 5-colored light, walking over step by step. This person's every movement was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. He didn't have a powerful aura, nor did he have a terrifying pressure. He was just like an ordinary person. However, ordinary people couldn't fly, and they didn't have the 5-colored light to cover their bodies. Chapter 8:10. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned around and left. The arrival of an almighty was not just an ordinary almighty. Gu Fei decisively retreated. The figure did not emit monstrous dermic power fluctuations, nor did he release a powerful aura. However, he stepped on a 5-colored radiance as he approached from afar. Everyone outside the heaven-sealing grand spell formation was awed. Even the high and mighty celestials had to lower their proud heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people quietly retreated like Gu Fei. However, the majority of the people stayed. Every time the figure took a step, a 5-colored radiance appeared under his feet. However, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing dazzling about him. Soon, the figure arrived outside the heavenly seal formation. When he saw that someone had set up an ancient heavenly seal formation to block everyone outside, he could not help but frown. The person who came was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore clothes that had been washed so many times that they had turned white. His hair was simply tied up with a rag and he wore a pair of gray cloth shoes. Even if he walked on the street, no one would give him a second glance. But now, this ordinary person had become the only one in the world. He stood high in the sky and casually waved his sleeves. A stone pillar in front of him that exuded the aura of the great Tao and had countless ancient runes on it silently turned into dust. Instantly, an opening appeared in the ancient heaven ceiling array. In the void, countless runic inscriptions collapsed and disappeared. The entire ancient heaven ceiling array was almost destroyed just like that. Swoosh. The middle-aged man strode through the air and entered the sky ceiling grate formation. Then, the entire sky ceiling grate formation collapsed. The remaining 8 stone pillars on the ground turned into dust and drifted away. The heavenly seal formation had been broken. The ancient heavenly seal formation could stop celestial beings like the celestial emperor and Shin King. However, in front of an almighty, it could not withstand a single blow. Under an almighty, everyone was an ant. After the heavenly seal formation was broken by the middle-aged man, an evil aura immediately spread out from the heavenly seal formation. Rumble. In the distance there were 6 divine flames that looked like 6 suns. They were fixed high up in the sky, and the boundless pure yang energy was pouring down, causing the entire world to tremble. At this time, the people from the other ancient desolate forces that were blocked by the sky ceiling formation immediately rushed over. Under the 6 balls of divine light, endless black evil energy surged. One could see a pitch-black cave on the ground. A sky-piercing evil power burst out from the cave, within which 3 faint silhouettes emerged soundlessly. Gu Fei, Little Qing, and the others had already retreated 100 li away. They were just people invited by the Zhou clan's peripheral forces, so no one would put them in their eyes. Even if a powerhouse were to kill them, the Zhou clan of the ancients would never stand up for them. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Everything was illusory. Only power was the most real. Gu Fei and the others stopped in a valley. Powerful energy ripples came from the direction of the heaven gate. Heaven and earth energy was being drawn. The heaven and earth energy was extremely dense. Boss, why should we retreat? We can blend in with those people. Erebus said with a hint of regret in his voice. The Zhou clan of the ancients and the Guangqing Immortal sect have bad intentions. I don't want to be used by them. Gu Fei said. The Zhou clan and the Guangqing Immortal sect wanted them to fend for themselves in the ancient desolate world. Moreover, Gu Fei had many enemies. He had offended Zhao Wuji, the descendant of the Zhao clan of the ancients, outside the Dragon Valley. He didn't want to meet the people of the Zhao clan. Let's wait and see. This is no longer something we can interfere in. Little Qing said. He could also see the danger. They were not qualified to go near the cave where the heavenly gate was located. If the master was here, we might have a chance. Balan said in a deep voice. The master he mentioned was the old tortoise. The old tortoise was a super ruffian. Back in the western Buddhist lands, he wanted to take advantage of the battle between the great earth demonic lord Ying Tian and the unscrupulous monk to teach them a lesson. No one knew whether he succeeded or not. However, the old tortoise never returned and was separated from Gu Fei and the others. The old tortoise was an almighty demon that had lived for countless years. He wouldn't die so easily. He might be having fun somewhere. Swoosh. 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 At this time, a few divine rainbow-like lights flew over from afar. In an instant, they arrived above the valley where Gu Fei and the others were. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He saw through the lights and saw the cultivators flying in the sky. Gu Fei sneered and suddenly made a move. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the sky. A violent force shook the void and shattered the heaven and earth. Bang! The 3 streaks of light that flew above the valley began to tremble violently, and shouts of shock and anger rang out in the sky. The ancient martial path was based on strength. Gu Fei's palm pressed forward. There was no fluctuation of magic power, no phenomenon of supernatural power, only pure strength. He directly used the divine power of the martial path to shake the void. The 3 lights above the valley were scattered, forcing the people in the sky to descend from the sky. Gu Fei, it's you? A cry of surprise came from the sky. A beautiful woman descended from the sky and revealed a surprised expression. Then a cold murderous aura emitted from the woman's body. The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a divine light as bright as a star. It smashed towards Gu Fei. It was as if a huge star fell from the sky. The vast force directly shook the earth, causing it to crack. Where did this little girl come from? You're courting death. He Tian couldn't help but be furious. His soul power suddenly erupted. A faint and illusory figure rushed out from his head and faced the falling big star. Boom! The illusory figure punched out with a punch. Boundless soul energy burst forth from his fist as a resplendent soul god light lit up the entire world. Bang! The endless soul power collided with the big star, and issued a dull sound. The big star was blown away by the illusory figure that rushed out from Haitian's body. The illusory figure also disappeared into the void. Chapter 8:11. How dare you attack our Zhao clan's honored guest? Don't tell me that you want to become enemies with my Zhao clan? Two young men with extraordinary bearing came together with Beitangyu. Bubble and one of the young men shouted. Zhao clan? Primordial Zhao clan? Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect to run into people from the Zhao clan again. You dare to look at my Zhao clan? The other young man saw Gu Fei's disdainful expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows while his eyes flickered. At this time He Tian and Beitangyu collided head-on. The big star that Beitangyu spat out was sent flying high into the sky by He Tian. The power of the stars surged violently. That big star seemed to be a real star of the ninth heaven, giving people an incomparably strong sense of oppression. So what if I want to see you? Even Zhao Wuji was defeated by my big brother. What do you think you are? Yes, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, leave your life behind. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are a bit itchy. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, He Tian, Little Qing and Balan came forward. Their powerful auras spread throughout the valley, causing the nearby wild beasts to retreat. What? This? How is this possible? The two young men were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't believe that Zhao Wuji was able to defeat Zhao Wuji. One must know that Zhao Wuji was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao clan. The elders of the Zhao clan had already regarded him as the best candidate to become the next Zhao clan patriarch. Gu Fei, I didn't expect to meet you here. I don't know if you're unlucky or if I'm lucky. The big star above Beitangyu's head descended from the sky. Boundless stellar energy, vast and mighty, it was as though a real star had descended from the nine heavens, suppressing the world in all directions. Rumble, the entire mountain valley shook. Beitangyu was in control of such a treasure, it really surprised Gu Fei. The big star, floating above Beitangyu's head, was unexpectedly able to release such an astonishing star power fluctuation. Perhaps it really was a secret treasure refined from a star. Catching the stars and grabbing the moon, this was the means of a supreme expert. Perhaps the supreme celestial being realm immortal emperor or Shin King could also do it, but without a doubt, Beitangyu had a supreme treasure. I should be the one saying this. Gu Fei sneered. 300 years had passed, but this Beitangyu was still the same. She had not changed at all. However, this Beitangyu had also cultivated to the immortal god realm. Furthermore, she was in control of a treasure. Thus, she was truly qualified to be arrogant. Unfortunately, she met me. Gu Fei thought. The grudge between him and the Beitang family had reached a point where only one side was annihilated could it be resolved. It would be best if Beitang Ao was still alive. Dongfang Chen was dead, and the Dongfang family would absolutely not let this matter rest. However, the Eastern Region Devil Cave's unusual movements had temporarily prevented the Dongfang family from dealing with Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not mind becoming enemies with two great cultivation families at the same time. Courting death. Beitangyu let out a loud shout and directly urged the big star above her head. A sonorous sound suddenly resounded and a terrifying power of the stars burst out from the big star, with a loud bang. The big star shook again and again, drawing the power of the world in all directions. Above the sky, countless stars appeared. In the depths of the endless sky, a starry sky emerged. This was the starry sky of the untainted world. The big star above Beitangyu's head not only drew the power of the world, but it also seemed to communicate with the starry sky of this untainted world, wanting to borrow the power of the stars of this world. Swish! 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 Rays of starlight condensed into swords of stars, and with sonorous sounds, they pierced through the void, splitting the world and slashed towards Gu Fei, Little Qing, He Tian and Balan below. The endless star power condensed into swords of stars, incomparably resplendent. Each sword light was thousands of zhang long, and the vast amount of starlight that could destroy everything, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked Gu Fei and the others. The void was pierced by the unparalleled sword light, and the void was riddled with holes. The two young men of the Zhao family had already retreated far away. These two fellows seemed to be Beitangyu's pursuers. They did not leave but stood in the distant sky, watching this scene nervously. Playing with swords with me? A disdainful look appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then a powerful force erupted from his body. At the same time, little Qing He Tian and Balan soared into the sky, rushing towards the two young men of the Zhao family. Reverse refining yin-yang into the 5 element swords appear. Gu Fei shouted and a 5-colored divine light rushed out of his body. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly, as if countless divine weapons were vibrating inside his body. Swish, 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 swish. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was mobilized, turning into a 5-colored divine sword that soared into the sky to meet the countless swords of stars descending from the sky. The 5 elements' divine swords and the swords of stars formed a sea of swords that instantly collided with each other. Countless sword lights shattered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The entire valley was turned into ruins, trees were crushed, rocks were cut, and even cliffs were cut into countless pieces. Little Qing and the others had no choice but to retreat to the distance. Beitangyu, give me your life. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, charging towards Beitangyu. Boundless blood and qi gushed out from his body, and boundless divine power surged within his body. The formidable immortal divine martial body contained a vast amount of blood and qi, and his divine power was inexhaustible. The current Gu Fei was simply like the reincarnation of the sacred battle emperor. The vast power emanating from his body directly shook the world. Wherever he passed, countless starlight swords crumbled. Countless 5 elements divine swords danced around him, cutting everything in their path as they rushed towards Beitangyu. Beitangyu's expression changed when she saw this. She realized that she had made a grave mistake. Her opponent was a martial immortal that had not appeared in millions of years. His battle prowess could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Thinking of this, Beitangyu had the intention to retreat. Even if she had a supreme treasure, she was not sure that she could defeat Gu Fei. Beitangyu still did not know that Dongfang Chen had been killed by Gu Fei. If she knew, she would have turned around and fled as soon as she saw Gu Fei. Rumble, the big star above Beitangyu's head descended and directly suppressed Gu Fei. The power of the stars surged violently, and the starlight shone brightly. Chapter 8:12. Rumble, the star descended, suppressing heaven and earth. The entire void trembled as if it was about to collapse. The resplendent big star became the only thing between heaven and earth. Swish, 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 swish. The 5 elements' magical sword soared into the sky, piercing through the big star that was descending from the sky. The power of the 5 elements was overwhelming, and the divine sword pierced through the air with extreme sharpness. The clanging sound resounded throughout heaven and earth, like the sound of thousands of divine weapons, causing people's hearts to palpitate. This was the power of martial arts, and even heaven and earth seemed to lose their brilliance. Gu Fei raised the power of the divine sword condensed from the power of the 5 elements to the limit. Thousands of 5-colored sword lights slashed through the void, destroying everything. However, the big star that descended from the sky was worthy of being called a supreme treasure. It possessed great power as if it could crush heaven and earth. Moreover, under Beitangyu's full power, the big star actually triggered the ancient starry sky above the sky. Specks of starlight sprinkled down from the ancient starry sky above the sky, then merged with the big star in the sky, causing it to shine with boundless radiance. The bright starlight made everyone unable to open their eyes, and the power of the stars fluctuated with unprecedented intensity. The 5-colored sword lights collapsed under the starlight of the big star, and the power of the 5 elements was suppressed by the power of the stars. This. Little Qing and the others originally wanted to teach the 2 fellows of the Zhao family a lesson, but when they saw this scene they couldn't help but stop. The vast star power radiating from the great star caused their hearts to palpitate. Big brother. Little Qing couldn't help but feel nervous. The big star that descended from the sky was very frightening, and it attracted the power of the ancient starry sky, which could obliterate everything. Under the starlight, Gu Fei was like a sacred battle emperor, walking in the void, and with each step the whole world shook. Endless pressure came down from the sky, and the power of the stars suppressed the world, but it couldn't stop Gu Fei's pace. He was still walking towards Beitangyu. Bang! Gu Fei waved his fist and punched at the huge star that was descending from the sky. There was no ripple of magic power, no strange phenomenon of supernatural powers, only the purest power between heaven and earth. He struck out with the power of the origin of martial arts. This kind of power directly shattered a part of the void, shaking the great star that was suppressing down. The blood energy in Gu Fei's body surged to the skies, as though there were blood dragons circling the skies. His godly strength was boundless as he punched out again and again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the void to shatter. As long as the source energy of martial Tao was strong enough, it could break through all kinds of magical powers and spells. Although Gu Fei had not reached this level, he could still shake a supreme treasure refined by a supreme being. One could imagine how tough his body was. How is this possible? He's a monster. Bei Tangyu was incomparably shocked. The great star was actually shaken by Gu Fei. One had to know that this great star was a semi-sage tool refined by an ancestor of the Beitang clan, and it possessed great power. With this semi-sage tool in hand, Bei Tangyu thought that no one in the same realm could be his opponent. Once the great star came out, any immortal god would have to retreat. Even immortal kings and god kings of the mysterious transformation realm would have a headache after Bei Tangyu used this semi-sage tool. It could be said that ever since Bei Tangyu obtained this semi-sage tool, he had never tasted defeat. Bang! 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 Gu Fei's godly strength was inexhaustible, as if it could not be used up. Each punch was heavier than the last, causing the great star in the sky to shake again and again, even showing signs of falling. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's actions. No one thought that Gu Fei would use his own flesh and blood to contend against the semi-sage tool. Moreover, not only could he contend against the semi-sage tool, but he could also shake it. Roar! I will obliterate you. Bei Tangyu roared, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She directly sat cross-legged on the great star, and operated her mysterious technique, using all her strength to drive the great star. Ancient divine runes began to appear on the great star. Then the ancient starry sky above the blue dome of heaven shone with an endless amount of starlight. Bang! The great star shook violently, releasing an even more powerful force of stars. The void shattered, the heaven and earth collapsed, the earth crumbled, and the entire valley was completely destroyed. The mighty force of the stars from the sky caused the ground to violently undulate like a boulder, turning a radius of a dozen li into a sandy land. Only this much? Then you can go die. Gu Fei shouted loudly, the endless power of the stars came crashing down, the destructive force almost caused his body to collapse. However, he became stronger the stronger he was. His godly strength was endless. A single punch destroyed the myriad of starlight, causing the great star in the sky to shake again and again. Want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. Bei Tangyu's body emitted a flame-like divine radiance. She didn't hesitate to burn her origin power to drive this semi-sage tool. Even so, it was difficult for her to release the full power of this semi-sage tool. However, although she couldn't suppress Gu Fei to death, Gu Fei wanting to kill her was like a dream. She was very confident in this semi-sage tool. Is that so? Gu Fei sneered. This level of power was indeed difficult to kill Bei Tangyu, but he still had a trump card. Ascend to the heavens. Gu Fei shouted. The godly power inside his body immediately followed a mysterious path, and then a powerful aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out from his body. Boss is ruthless. He Tian saw this and knew that Gu Fei was finally going to use that secret technique. That little girl is dead for sure. Little Qing said. The Ascension secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, could instantly increase Gu Fei's strength by 5 or even 6 times. Even a profound transformation realm immortal king would be affected by it. Ha! Gu Fei roared, his battle prowess increased 5-fold, and the endless godly power hidden in his body was activated by the Ascension secret technique. He still punched upward. The violent power directly pierced through the world, and his entire right fist bloomed with endless divine light, enough to compete with the great star in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 stars seemed to appear, and the 2 stars quickly collided together. At that moment, the world suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone could not hear any sound. The world was silent. Then a weak sound rang out, gradually becoming louder and louder. In the end, it became a world-shaking noise. The mountains really were collapsing. Rumble, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When the 2 stars collided, the sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the destructive power spread out in all directions. Mountains crumbled and dust rose high into the sky. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a desert. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan immediately rushed into the sky to avoid the terrible energy storm. As for the 2 fellows from the Zhao family, they were stunned and sent flying by the energy storm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the great star in the sky dimmed, and Gu Fei sent it flying. Beitang Yu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Killing you is actually that simple. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Beitang Yu, then stomped down. Bang! Beitang Yu's body was immediately torn apart, and she didn't even have time to scream before her body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 8:13. Using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei's battle prowess instantly increased by 5 times. His every move shook the entire world. Bubble. At this moment, even a mysterious transformation Immortal King would have a headache facing Gu Fei. Even if Beitang Yu had a supreme treasure left behind by an almighty, she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If Beitang Yu could fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure, she might be able to turn defeat into victory and reverse the situation. One had to know that treasures refined by an almighty were called quasi-sage treasures. If they were to unleash their full power, they could absolutely unleash a terrifying power equivalent to an all-out attack from an almighty. Unfortunately, Beitang Yu didn't have the ability to fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure. One had to admit that Beitang Yu was a peerless fairy, but Gu Fei didn't show any mercy and mercilessly killed her. The fairy fell and her body collapsed. Her immortal spirit's blood rained down from the sky. Each drop emitted a deep crimson light. This was no longer mortal blood. Only a mortal body could be reborn to become an immortal spirit. This was a pure body. Each drop of blood, each strand of hair contained immortal energy. An immortal spirit's hair could slay a peak man-rank powerhouse. The two weren't even on the same level. You guys, the 2 young cultivators of the Zhao clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei kill Beitang Yu in such a ruthless manner. That was a rarely seen fairy in the world, but she actually died. The 2 Heaven Realm cultivators of the Zhao family found it hard to accept what they saw. They were Beitang Yu's followers. Seeing the fairy fall in front of their eyes, they couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Swish. After killing Beitang Yu, Gu Fei walked towards the 2 Zhao clan cultivators step by step. He didn't want to let these 2 go, he wanted to kill them all. Boss, this treasure belongs to me now. Erebus soared into the sky and rushed towards the big star that was bobbing up and down in the sky, its light dimming. Bam! A huge yin-yang hand appeared high up in the sky. The yin-yang energy was vast, and it formed a yin-yang diagram at the center of the palm. It gave off the power of the heavens and earth, and it sucked in the great star, trying to take it away. After Beitang Yu fell, that great star was still floating high in the sky and did not fall. It was extremely miraculous. It was a spirit-connected ancient treasure. Just as He Tian was putting away the almighty treasure, the 2 members of the Zhao family finally recovered from the shock. What do you want? Seeing Gu Fei approach step by step, his killing intent surging like a god of slaughter from ancient times, the 2 people from the Zhao clan couldn't help trembling in fear. What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to send you to reunite with your sweethearts. Gu Fei's eyes flashed and he said expressionlessly. When the 2 people from the Zhao family saw that little Qing, Balan and Gu Fei had surrounded them, their faces paled. The aura exuded by Gu Fei was too powerful, and it caused the entire world to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. How dare you? We're from the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. One of the young men shouted. It should be known that the powers of the desolate antiquity were the true masters of the world. Whether it was in the past or now, the Zhao family, as one of the 4 great clans of the desolate antiquity, had the strength to rule over a region. No one dared to look down on the Zhao family, but Gu Fei was an exception. He had already formed enmity with the Dongfang family and the Beitang family, so he didn't care about the addition of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything, but the disdain on his face made it clear that he didn't care about the 2 people in front of him at all. He didn't even care about the Zhao family behind them. Don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. At this time, the 2 young men from the Zhao family panicked. The god of slaughter in front of them really dared to do anything. He even dared to kill a beautiful fairy like Beitang Yu. Thinking of this, the 2 young men from the Zhao family couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly pressed his palm forward. The powerful force immediately collapsed the void, and a pitch-black palm-shaped spatial crack appeared in the void. The pitch-black palm was completely formed from the collapsed void. It pressed forward, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed. The power of destruction was overwhelming. Brr! The 2 young men from the Zhao family roared. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a bronze bell. The sound of the bell resounded throughout the world, and the void really cracked. Visible ripples spread out in all directions with the bronze bell as the center, shattering everything. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. A dragon shadow rushed out of the other young man's body. It was a dragon saber and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It looked like an evil dragon as it slashed towards Gu Fei. Little Qing and Balan didn't make a move. They just wanted to prevent the two unlucky guys from the Zhao family from escaping. Clang. The pitch-black handprint landed on the bronze bell, and the bronze bell immediately caved in. Dense cracks spread from the handprint. The Zhao family's expert suffered a great impact, and he vomited blood as he retreated. Gu Fei took a step forward and punched again. Boom. The void suddenly trembled, emitting an extremely shocking sound like the beating of a heavenly drum. The fist directly blasted the dragon-shaped broadsword that was slashing down, causing the dragon-shaped broadsword to shatter in the void. Countless fragments flew back. Clang. The bell rang and a visible ripple spread out. All the fragments of the dragon-shaped saber that flew back fell from the sky. The bronze bell was already on the verge of collapsing, but it was still able to unleash such a powerful might, which surprised Gu Fei. However, the two young men from the Zhao family were even more shocked. That was a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. How could it be possible that Gu Fei could shatter it with one punch? How could his body be so strong? It was unheard of to see a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. The two young men from the Zhao family were shocked and could not calm down. Their opponent was too terrifying. You can go to hell. Gu Fei's cold voice sounded. He soared into the sky and directly used the 8 kill steps. The whole void trembled under his feet. When his foot fell, the world seemed to collapse and endless power surged under his feet. Clang. With a loud sound, the bronze bell was shattered by Gu Fei's foot. The endless power of destruction, wrapped in countless fragments of the bell, swept down from the sky and swallowed the two young men from the Zhao family. Bang! Bang! Chapter 8:14. Roar. Just as Gu Fei killed the two unlucky fellows of the Zhao family, a furious roar came from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura surged over in an earth-shattering manner. Let's go. Gu Fei's expression immediately changed. He tossed out a white formation platform and rushed up. There was a terrifying figure rushing over at high speed. The fight here had alarmed quite a number of people, but no one had stepped forward to intervene. It was all because the heavenly gate had appeared, and everyone had rushed to the heavenly gate. However, when Gu Fei killed the two guys from the Zhao family, it had alarmed a terrifying figure who had no choice but to come and check it out. At this time, He Tian had just collected the big star in the sky. No one competed with him, so the process was relatively smooth. Swish. 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 Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed up to the white formation platform. Then Gu Fei activated the formation platform, and countless formation patterns appeared on it, distorting the void. The next moment, Gu Fei and the others disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others crossed the void, a figure rushed over from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura spread between heaven and earth. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. This middle-aged man was furious. He stood high in the sky, glancing in all directions, and his powerful aura made heaven and earth tremble. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles had been destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and Beitangyu. It had turned into a desert and nothing was left. However, when the middle-aged man found the copper bell and the fragments of the dragon saber on the ground, the blue veins on his forehead throbbed. Brr. He roared again and again, and his terrible roar shook the whole world. Who dares to kill the children of the Zhao family? The middle-aged man's voice resounded through the sky and earth, and even the practitioners who passed by hundreds of miles away looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. However, no one dared to go over to see what was going on. The pressure emitted by the middle-aged man was too strong. This was a celestial being, and no one wanted to provoke an enraged celestial being. That was simply courting death, and no one wanted to court death. Swoosh. The middle-aged man didn't stay for long. He turned around and left. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the direction of heaven's gate. The great earth was shaking and the heavens were trembling. There was a powerful being taking action, trying to open up the heavenly gate. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven gate. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky from all directions, heading towards the heaven gate. At this moment, no one cared about anything else. Everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Opening the door to the heaven realm was the top priority for all the ancient desolate powers. Immortals and mortals were separated forever. The powers of the ancient desolate era had been trapped in this world for countless years. All these years, all the powers of the ancient desolate era had been searching for a path to the heavens. The ancient desolate world, which opened once every 10,000 years, was their hope. This was also the reason why the powers of the ancient desolate era would only return to the earth once every 10,000 years. Then they would gather all the cultivation forces on the earth and enter the ancient desolate world to search for the legendary destiny. No one knew if the ancient stone gate would really allow them to enter the heaven realm after opening it. However, it was still a hope after all. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire ancient desolate world shook. It was as if an ancient giant was shaking this part of the world. Everything in the world was trembling. This was the power of a powerful being. It could shake an ancient world and shatter a part of the world. It was the most powerful existence in the world besides the extreme experts. Swoosh! 1,000 miles away, the void suddenly distorted, and a white formation platform rushed out of the distorted void. There were 4 figures standing on the platform. What's going on? Gu Fei was very surprised. This white formation platform was personally refined by He Tian. It could cross the void for 10,000 miles. However, Gu Fei could still feel the aura of a powerful being. It was really surprising that it only crossed 1,000 miles. The primeval heaven and earth have primeval laws, Erebus said. Gu Fei also found that this ancient desolate world was very stable. It was even more stable than the Hell Tao that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Even a powerful being could only shake it, but it was difficult to destroy this ancient world. It was really hard to imagine how such a world had collapsed in the past. Could it be that the extreme experts were so powerful that they could destroy the ancient desolate world? Boss, what should we do next? He Tian asked. He found that after crossing the void, they had arrived in the sky above a wild ancient forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky and vines coiled around. There were also wild beasts walking in the forest. Everyone has been attracted by the heavenly gate, so we can go explore, Gu Fei said. He had obtained a map of the ancient desolate world from the 2 unlucky fellows of the Zhao family. Gu Fei killed the 2, but he did not forget to take what he needed from them. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan had also obtained maps of the ancient desolate world from other people. Of course, the places recorded on these maps were only a small part of the ancient desolate world. The ancient desolate world was too vast. For millions of years, all the powers of the ancient desolate world had explored less than 1/10 of the area. Moreover, in the ancient desolate world, some ancient ruins hid great dangers. Even if immortals entered, they would die. It was regarded as a dangerous place and people rarely went there. There were some places that even the powerful beings were unwilling to set foot in. Explore? I like it. Ah. He Tian said excitedly. In this ancient world there were many ancient ruins. Perhaps there might be some unimaginable gains. Therefore Gu Fei and the others began to move. It had to be said that He Tian was really amazing. In addition to his amazing attainments and formations, he actually knew how to find dragons, observe mountains, rivers and seas and search for dragon veins. Finally, they arrived at the place recorded on the map where the phoenix died and the dragon died. It's really the place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked and amazed. On the ground, there was a mountain range that stretched into the depths of this world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It was like a huge dragon lying on the ground, but there were several large valleys that cut the dragon into several pieces. Beside the mountain ridge, there was a scarlet valley, where there was an endless amount of heat emitting from the valley. Blood mist lingered around as though it was a blood mist that could not be dispelled. Looking down from the sky, the valley looked like a divine phoenix that had fallen to the ground. The phoenix fell to the ground, and the dragon's body was broken. This was indeed a place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. Such a terrain was definitely a dangerous place. Chapter 8:15. Even the entire Tinglong continent had never seen a place like this before. Due to the changes in the world, this kind of terrain had long disappeared. However, during the Great Desolation era, all kinds of terrains appeared. Countless divine beings were born, and those who could awaken their intelligence were called innate gods. Phoenixes and dragons died young. This kind of terrain was an extremely dangerous place. Even powerful beings would not be willing to set foot in it. This area was the territory of the Li family of the clan of the Ancients. When this Great Desolation era was first discovered, it was a world without a master. The various powers of the clan of the Ancients began to divide the territory and occupy its resources. The Li family of the clan of the Ancients was rumored to have a great background. The supreme Tao ancestor was surnamed Li, and the Li family and the Supreme Tao ancestor were inextricably linked. The territory of the Li family spanned thousands of miles. This was only the area that had been explored. The unknown area was still incomparably vast. Should we go in or not? Gu Fei pondered. Although this dangerous place could not compare to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, it was not insignificant either. Otherwise, the 2 things born from this place would have been taken by the Li family long ago. How could they get a chance? Ah! As long as I get those 2 things, I can be reborn. He Tian was very excited. He would never retreat. Big brother, what do you think? Little Qing asked. Although they were standing in the distance and did not approach the danger zone, the terrifying aura coming from the danger zone was enough to make them shudder with fear. Old He, are you confident? Gu Fei looked at He Tian and asked. If he was not confident, he would turn around and leave. He did not want to play around with his life. This kind of naturally formed dangerous place was not something that could be resisted by humans. Countless years ago, a dragon and a phoenix were born here. However, the dragon and the phoenix died prematurely before they were even born. Therefore, the evil aura here was overwhelming. The resentment of the death of the dragon and phoenix would give birth to something terrifying. Boss, this is neither difficult nor easy. However, with your help and my mastery in the art of formations, I have a 50% chance of obtaining the item inside, Erebus said. It was no coincidence that this fellow lured Gu Fei here. Do those 2 legendary things really exist here? Gu Fei was a little skeptical about whether those 2 things really existed. Definitely. He Tian patted his chest and guaranteed. Since that's the case, you should prepare what you need to do, Gu Fei said. He was not familiar with the way of formation, so he could not help in this aspect. Old Black, if you get those 2 things, you can regenerate your flesh and blood, but we don't seem to get any benefits. Xiaoqing was a little unwilling. Brother Qing, you can't say that. Don't you want to condense the body of a true dragon? I don't need to say more, He Tian said. Xiaoqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Alright, I don't want the things in the land of the fallen divine phoenix, but I want half of the things in the peerless dragon vein, Xiaoqing said. No problem. He Tian was very straightforward. The land of the fallen dragon vein was a peerless dragon vein. This dragon vein stretched across the land and extended into the depths of this ancient world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. This dragon vein was larger than any of the 9 dragon veins of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl in the purgatory path. It was a rare peerless dragon vein. Only such a dragon vein could give birth to a primordial celestial dragon that could contend against an innate deity. Dragon chi rose from where the dragon's severed body was. The dragon chi of the earth gushed out, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard in the void. In the next few days, He Tian carved formation patterns on the outside of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein. The formation patterns were densely packed, far more than he had ever carved before. Gradually, as the number of formation patterns increased, Gu Fei and the others realized that the power of heaven and earth had been triggered. He Tian was using the formation patterns to trigger the power of heaven and earth. He Tian had no intention of stopping. He was using the formation patterns to deduce the path of life and death in this peerless ominous land. In such a peerless ominous land, one could not afford to take a wrong step. If one were to take a wrong step, there would only be one outcome, death in body and soul. A peerless ominous land evolved from heaven and earth would be dangerous even for mighty figures. One needed to be extremely careful and prudent when entering such a place. He Tian continued to carve formation patterns on the outside of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein, deducing the power of heaven and earth. The power of the formation gradually changed, triggering the power of heaven and earth. It had to be said that He Tian's attainments in the art of formations were truly astonishing. It had reached a terrifying level that could change heaven and earth. He used formation patterns to trigger and even change the power of heaven and earth, weakening the power of the ominous land. This was definitely not an easy task. After more than 10 days, He Tian had triggered the power of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles. The power of heaven and earth was unfathomable. He Tian actually managed to deduce 3 paths of life in and out of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein. The rest were all dead ends. Let's go. Without hesitation, He Tian took the lead while Gu Fei and the others followed behind. They carefully walked towards the ominous land. The moment they stepped into the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein, everyone seemed to hear the mournful cries of despair of the dragon and phoenix. They died before they were even born. This made the dragon and phoenix very unwilling. In the ominous land, the baleful aura soared into the sky. The undying resentment of the dragon and phoenix made people's hearts palpitate. After walking into this exceptionally ominous land, they could not even sense the aura of the powerhouses outside. After more than 10 days, the ancient heaven gate still did not seem to be opened. The powerhouses seemed to have encountered difficulties. The aura of the powerhouses spread throughout the ancient world. Gu Fei sensed that at least 3 powerhouses had appeared in the ancient world of chaos. However, Gu Fei and the others did not go and join in the fun. The powerhouses had already made their move. If they went, they would definitely not be able to interfere. Moreover, if some people found them to be an eyesore and invited the celestial realm Shin King to deal with them, it would be a tragedy. Gu Fei and the others had offended quite a lot of people. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the Beidang clan. Just a celestial being realm deity emperor from these 2 forces would be enough to make them flee. While everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient heaven gate, they came to collect the 2 legendary items. These 2 items had been nurtured in the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein for countless years. They were supreme treasures born from the ancient world. If they could obtain them, they would receive great benefits. Even Gu Fei was tempted by these 2 items. Kacha. Chapter 8:16. Mahakala had used the formation runes to trigger the grand momentum of the world, using the changes in the grand momentum of the world to calculate 3 paths to enter and exit the land of the phoenix perishing and dragon perishing, but Gu Fei and the others had only taken one path. This path led straight to the center of the land. It didn't lead to the depths of the land, nor did it lead to the belly of the peerless dragon vein. Mahakala wanted to suppress this forbidden land and weaken the power of this forbidden land infinitely. The land of death of the phoenix and the dragon vein spanned 1,000 miles, and the dragon vein was so vast that one couldn't even see the end of it. These 2 places that could give birth to a dragon and a phoenix had definitely given birth to a peerless treasure. Gu Fei's group was heading for that peerless treasure. This was a primordial treasure born from the primordial world. Even in the primordial world, it was probably one of a kind. Careful, don't go the wrong way. Tian led the way. Each step was carefully chosen. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. One wrong step and the path of life would become a dead end. Along the way, more and more skeletons appeared on the ground. These were the people who had entered this land of death and fallen here, never to leave again. Gu Fei knew that countless cultivators had come to explore this land of death over the years. On the ground, one could occasionally see various rusted artifacts and swords. Time was merciless. As long as enough time passed, the power of time could erase everything. In the entire world, only an extreme path sacred weapon refined by an extreme path expert could exist eternally in the world and not be obliterated even after 10,000 years. After traveling for about 10 miles, Gu Fei's group realized that the skeletons on the ground were starting to change. Some of the skeletons were sparkling like divine jade. Although their clothes were still rotting and their weapons had lost their spirituality, the skeletons were still well preserved. Immortal god bones? Gu Fei's group couldn't help but be shocked. These were definitely the bones of peerless existences above the immortal king level. In this land of death, the bones of ordinary immortals would have already rotted away. Those who could find such a dangerous place were not simple. Those who dared to enter such a dangerous place definitely had great strength and confidence. Otherwise, no one would enter this place of danger because no one would enter this place of danger even if they knew they would die. After entering 50 kilometers, Gu Fei and the others discovered that their surroundings were already filled with baleful auras. There were many lifeless creatures moving about in the mountain mist. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there was a tall figure standing on a mountain peak in front of him. That figure's death chi soared into the sky, as if he was a devil that had crawled out of hell. That is, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This was an exceptional vicious land that could obliterate everything, yet that person was able to appear on the mountain peak. It was truly inconceivable. It was not a living person but an ancient corpse. In this dangerous land, there were no living creatures, only dead spirits that appeared from time to time. They were the incarnations of peerless characters that fell in this dangerous land. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Gu Fei's group was startled to see an ancient corpse shrouded in death chi. It was currently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The ancient corpse's clothes were very old, but they hadn't decayed. Instead, they were as white as new clothes with rays of light revolving around them. Divine silkworm treasure robe? Tian was very shocked. He recognized the ancient corpse's clothes that were untainted by even a speck of dust. It was a treasure robe woven from the silkworm's silk. This kind of robe was impervious to fire and water, and to a certain degree, it could even weaken the offensive power of magical arts and divine abilities. At this time, the ancient corpse on the mountain peak also discovered Gu Fei's group. The ancient corpse roared at the sky and jumped down from the mountain peak. Gu Fei's group hastily retreated. Boom. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The ancient corpse fell from the sky like a meteor, directly creating a large pit on the ground. That was an ancient corpse that wore a purple golden crown on its head, divine silkworm precious clothes on its body. Perhaps it was an ancient emperor from the archaic years that fell here. Its flesh didn't decay, but after endless years, it unexpectedly became a dead spirit. Bang. 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 The ancient corpse approached Gu Fei's group step by step. Each step caused the earth to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Gu Fei's group. Everyone was shocked. This ancient corpse was definitely a great ruler when it was alive. Even if it wasn't a great existence, it was at least a celestial being realm Shin King. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful ancient king. Swoosh. Balan turned his hand, and the endless power of the divine flame instantly condensed into a divine spear. Then Balan held the spear and pierced forward. Bang. The divine spear condensed from the divine flame collided with the ancient corpse's chest, creating a dull sound. The divine spear shattered, but the ancient corpse didn't stop and continued to press forward. No one would have thought that this ancient corpse's body would be so tough. An immortal-level great demon's attack couldn't even penetrate the ancient corpse's body. The divine silkworm treasure robe flickered and weakened the power of Baron's attack. Umph. Tian sneered. The power of yin and yang emerged from his body. Yin and yang intertwined, and the divine diagram appeared. He merged with the diagram and flew forward. Swoosh. Wherever the yin-yang diagram passed, a crack appeared in the void. There was a trace of Tao lingering on the yin-yang diagram, mysterious and unpredictable. However, a shocking scene appeared. The yin-yang diagram slashed the ancient corpse's body. A clanging sound was heard and the diagram was knocked away. No way. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were dumbfounded. At this time, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched forward. The powerful force caused the void in front of him to collapse. Bang! A fist mark appeared on the ancient corpse's chest. It was forced back a few steps by Gu Fei's punch, then it stood still. The divine silkworm robe couldn't absorb much of the force. This treasure robe is mine. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky. Then he stomped down on the ancient corpse's head with a mighty force. Boom! The ancient corpse raised its hand and attacked with a vast amount of death energy. However, its lower body was still sunk into the ground by Gu Fei's stomp. Although this ancient corpse's body was powerful, it seemed to be ignorant and didn't have much intelligence. It only attacked out of instinct. Perhaps Gu Fei's group had entered the ancient corpse's territory. Bang! Gu Fei stomped again. This time, the ancient corpse was directly stomped into the ground, leaving only its head above the ground. Clang! Chapter 8:17. Buzz. A purple light flickered and a divine sword surrounded by a purple mist floated in front of Gu Fei. It gently vibrated and emitted a joyful spiritual fluctuation. A chilling sword energy exuded from the ancient sword. It was not powerful, but it dispelled the murderous aura around it. This was a divine weapon with a soul. This type of divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the world, a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. This was a supreme sacred weapon created by a master of the extreme Tao. It was imbued with the power of the grand Tao. Even though the ancient corpse's body was powerful to an abnormal degree, it couldn't withstand the violet gold divine sword's attack. There weren't many things in this world that could withstand the slashes of this sacred sword. Gu Fei grabbed the hilt of the sword. The violet gold divine sword immediately calmed down and no longer vibrated. All of its aura converged and no longer leaked out. At this moment, no one knew that the violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was a sacred weapon that could drive all cultivators crazy. Gu Fei's sword didn't damage the ancient corpse's silkworm treasure robe. Instead, he peeled off the corpse's treasure robe. This ancient corpse was decapitated by Gu Fei's sword. Black blood gushed out from its chest. Even though it had been dead for countless years, the spirituality of this ancient corpse's blood still hadn't disappeared. However, when the blood splashed onto the silkworm treasure robe, it didn't stick to it. Instead, it rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The silkworm treasure robe was impervious to water and fire. It was forever new and couldn't be stained by any filthy thing. Even dust and blood couldn't touch it. It truly lived up to its reputation. Continue forward. Gu Fei put away the treasure robe and held the sacred sword in his hand. In this extremely dangerous place he didn't dare to be careless. With a violet gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei was fearless. Even if an almighty being was in front of him, he would still dare to slash them. The group continued forward with He Tian still leading the way. Although they had already deduced the 3 paths of survival countless times and knew every foothold like the back of their minds, they were still incomparably nervous. This was a place where dragons and phoenixes soared. However, the dragons and phoenixes that were nurtured by heaven and earth died prematurely before they could even be born, causing this divine land to become a dangerous place. The deeper he went, the heavier the killing aura became. However, with the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, the killing aura of heaven and earth could not get close to him. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out in front of them, causing the mountains to tremble. An intense baleful aura surged over from the front, and a terrifying aura of death caused people's hearts to palpitate. What is that? They immediately stopped. At this time, they had already traveled several hundred miles into this dangerous place. Along the way, everything they saw along the way was lifeless. There were a lot of bones scattered everywhere. Gu Fei noticed that not all of the skeletons belonged to humans. There were skeletons of beasts as well. When they passed by a ravine filled with flowing black water, they saw a golden yellow skeleton of a savage beast that was as large as a hill. In the primordial world there were incomparably powerful beasts. They were all primordial mutants that had long gone extinct in the outside world. Only in the primordial world could they be seen. Some people said that in the primordial world, there were the legendary true dragons and divine phoenixes. These were connate divine beasts that were born from heaven and earth. Even powerful existences would have to retreat and not dare to provoke them. Another earth-shattering roar rang out. An extremely powerful aura of death quickly surged over from the front. In front of them was a huge rift formed by the peerless dragon vein. Dragon chi rose from the rift, as if there was a true dragon entrenched there. However, it was also filled with killing aura and a vast aura of death. The roar came from the Great Rift Valley. This doesn't seem to be a dead dragon. Could it be that the true dragon born from the peerless dragon vein did not die? He Tian said in shock. It's more or less dead, Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. He could feel the restlessness of the true dragon chi in his body. His face turned ugly. If he could successfully obtain the origin energy of the peerless dragon vein, he might have a chance to grow into a celestial dragon. However, the dragon did not die, which added a lot of danger. Rumble! Suddenly the ground shook. Then, where the peerless dragon vein was severed, dragon chi soared into the sky. Huge dragon shadows rushed out from the ground and danced in the sky. It was a shocking scene. Tens of thousands of dragons roared and danced in the sky. It was extremely shocking. The wind and clouds changed color and the earth trembled. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled. The entire land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon was in chaos. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The sudden change had caused the geography of this place to change. Almost all of Erebus's calculations had been destroyed. The path of life turned into a dead end. The power of the ominous land began to destroy Gu Fei and the others from all directions. Even the void was collapsing. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The power of the ominous land was enough to destroy a powerful being, let alone an immortal-leveled heaven-ranked expert. Boom! An ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body and covered everyone inside. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron spread out. Rumble! The destructive power from the ominous land caused the mountain and river cauldron to shake. Everyone in the cauldron almost fell down. The powerful impact caused the blood in their bodies to rumble. Even Gu Fei's face turned pale. He was extremely shocked. A celestial artifact was indestructible. It could exist for a long time. Even the destructive power of the ominous land could not destroy it. The mountain and river cauldron had the power to suppress the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Under the stimulation of the ominous land, it automatically released a powerful force. Bang! The heaven and earth shook. The destructive power coming from all directions was immediately repelled by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The area within a few li gradually calmed down. An earth-shattering roar resounded again. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, they immediately became nervous again. A huge black figure rushed out from the Great Rift Valley in front of them. That black figure actually broke through the huge dragons and rushed towards Gu Fei and the others. Death Chi was vast and mighty. The terrifying energy ripples caused the area that had just calmed down to shake again. That is, when Gu Fei and the others saw that black figure the size of a small mountain, they were extremely shocked. It was actually a black barbaric dragon. More accurately speaking, it was a barbaric dragon that had died countless years ago and turned into a dead spirit. Its pitch-black scales were emitting a black deathly light. Its entire body was filled with death chi. No one knew what had happened in the Great Rift Valley. There was a terrifying bloody hole in the chest of this black barbaric dragon. Dragon blood was flowing out. Chapter 8:18. Boom. The prehistoric beast emperor flew above Gu Fei's group in an instant. Its huge claws came down from the sky, causing the sky to collapse. The terrifying power of death spread. The prehistoric beast emperor wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron away. Its huge claws shattered the void around the cauldron. Damn it. Although he was covered by the cauldron, Gu Fei still felt the impact. The cauldron shook violently. It was almost snatched away. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan were all pale. This prehistoric beast emperor was too powerful. It was definitely comparable to a celestial being. After being dead for so many years, it was still so powerful after turning into an evil spirit. When this prehistoric beast emperor was alive, even a great expert would be scared if they encountered it. This is an evil spirit that has developed intelligence. Gu Fei thought that this evil fiend was not comparable to the muddle-headed ancient corpse that had just awakened its intelligence. Gu Fei sat on the ground and activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook and let out a deafening sound. A visible ripple spread out from the cauldron. Bang! The huge claws on the mountain and river cauldron were immediately shaken off. The evil spirit that was the prehistoric beast emperor roared angrily. It seemed to be frightened and rushed up to the sky. The mountain and river cauldron had mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. There were countless prehistoric beast souls on the cauldron. Each of these prehistoric beast emperor was comparable to the dead prehistoric beast emperor. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The prehistoric beast souls appeared on the body of the cauldron. The evil spirit sensed danger from the huge beast's aura. With Gu Fei's current strength and cultivation, he could not fully utilize the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to enter this dangerous place. As long as the Saint artifact was activated, he would be able to break through this place of danger and obtain the two heaven-defying treasures that had been nurtured since the primordial world. Bam! A huge claw as large as a mountain grabbed down from the sky. The fiend could see that the mountain and river cauldron was extraordinary and wanted to snatch it away. Umph! Gu Fei sneered. The purple gold divine sword in his hand transformed into a beam of purple divine light. It rushed out and slashed at the giant claw that was coming down from the sky. Roar! The black dragon fiend roared, causing the mountains to tremble. Its giant claw retracted as fast as lightning, as if it was frightened. Swoosh! The purple sword light was like a dragon, but it still entangled the huge claw. The black dragon fiend's claw immediately fell off, and black dragon blood sprayed out like a fountain. This desolate ancient beast emperor was a terrifying existence comparable to Almighty when it was alive. Although it had fallen for countless years, the blood in its body still had spirituality and had not dried up. The black dragon evil spirit let out an earth-shattering roar and fled, disappearing into the depths of the forbidden land in an instant. The purple gold divine sword made a turn in the air and flew back. At this moment, the dragon aura was surging violently. In the sky above the land of the dragon graveyard, there seemed to be tens of thousands of giant dragons circling and dancing. A destructive force rose from the ground, destroying all life in the sky and on the ground. On the mountains, some ancient corpses that had awakened their spirituality walked out and breathed the dragon aura on the mountain peaks. The dragon aura of the peerless dragon vein nourished these ancient corpses, turning them into terrifying evil creatures. Only these evil creatures and fiends could exist in this forbidden land. Because these evil creatures and fiends had all awakened their spirituality by breathing the dragon aura in this forbidden land. To a certain extent, these evil creatures and fiends were already a part of this forbidden land. Therefore, these evil creatures and fiends were not affected by the power of this forbidden land. Ancient corpses that had awakened their spirituality were all peerless figures when they were alive. They were either lords or beast emperors. These ancient corpses were extremely terrifying. If ordinary immortals or gods entered this forbidden land, just these ancient corpses alone would be enough to kill them. On the surrounding mountains, more than a dozen lifeless figures appeared one after another. Some of these figures were even huge desolate beast emperors. It was hard to imagine that so many existences comparable to Almighty's had fallen here in the past millions of years. This place was simply a graveyard for experts. Rumble, the strange activity of the peerless dragon vein lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to make any moves. Gu Fei and the others weren't in any life-threatening danger under the cover of the mountain and river cauldron. However, ancient corpses would occasionally appear around the cauldron. The black dragon evil spirit that had one of its claws severed by Gu Fei's purple gold divine sword seemed to have learned its lesson, so it didn't appear again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land of the dragon damage gradually calmed down. The tens of thousands of dragon shadows in the sky had disappeared. After this huge change, the terrain of the land of the dragon damage had changed. Although it couldn't be said that it had completely changed, it was more than half of it. The path of survival that He Tian had calculated using the grand trend of the world had also changed. The path of survival had become a dead end, and they could no longer proceed according to their original plan. Therefore, after this forbidden land had completely calmed down, He Tian had no choice but to calculate the grand trend of the world again. How troublesome. Xiaoqing, Balan and the others frowned. Did they have to calculate for another dozen days? They were trapped in the land of the dragon damage. Even at this time, Gu Fei's expression was still calm. He had the realm gate and could use it to enter the Hell Dao at any time. Therefore, there was no place in this world that could trap him. Although he had refined the origin source of the Hell Dao, he still didn't have the cultivation and strength to refine the Hell Dao into his body. However, he could use the realm gate to enter the Hell Dao. However, Gu Fei didn't want to return to the western region. If he entered the Hell Dao, he could only leave through the only exit that led to the outside world. This was not something that Gu Fei wanted to see. This time, the calculation didn't take up too much time. He Tian spent a total of 7 days carving countless formation patterns in the area covered by the mountain and river cauldron. Only then did he calculate a path of survival that led to the place where the dragon and phoenix met. The dragon and phoenix were like yin and yang. In the central area of the land of the dragon damage and phoenix damage, there was a treasured cave where the dragon and phoenix brought prosperity. Legend had it that as long as one died and was buried in that cave, they would be able to come back to life. As long as they could reach this place where the dragon and phoenix met, they would be able to isolate the power of the dragon and phoenix and break the structure of the world. Then, they would be able to reduce the power of this forbidden land to its lowest level and infinitely weaken the terrifying grand trend of the world formed in this area. Chapter 8:19. With the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the violet gold sword in his hand, Gu Fei was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. He led the way as the aura of the extreme Dao Saint artifact filled the air. The evil creatures and evil spirits that had fallen in this place didn't dare to approach and only lingered in the distance. Roar! A two-headed tiger king that seemed to be cast from gold roared as it charged out from the forest nearby, bringing with it a boundless baleful aura. Whoosh! A gale blew in the sky as a giant bird surging with a vast deathly aura flew over everyone's heads like a black cloud, blocking out the sky. These primordial mutants were incomparably powerful when they were alive, but they all fell in this dangerous place and turned into terrifying fiends. However, these fiends seemed to be afraid of the aura of the extreme Dao Saint artifact and didn't attack Gu Fei's group. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron lightly vibrated. Primordial chaos energy descended from above and enveloped everyone within, repelling the surrounding deathly aura. He Tian had calculated a path to the place where the dragon and phoenix met. However, it was still filled with danger. If they weren't careful, they would still be devoured by this place. Suddenly Gu Fei stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoqing and the others behind Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Their nerves were stretched taut. If there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately be like vicious beasts about to attack. There's someone over there. He Tian's voice trembled as he pointed ahead. They saw a figure standing on top of a mountain a few miles away. His blood-red eyes emitted a terrifying evil light as he swept his gaze over them. Everyone discovered that this person was standing on the path that they had to pass. That person was blocking their path forward. Is he coming for us? Xiaoqing's expression changed. Everything here was too evil and couldn't be imagined with common sense. Who cares? If gods block us, we'll kill gods. If Buddhas block us, we'll destroy Buddhas. No one can block our path forward. He Tian said heroically. "'Tis it. Then go and kill that guy." Xiaoqing said in disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei was here, the strange movement of the dragon vein would have taken everyone's lives. The land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon was simply too frightening. The terrain could actually be changed. Even a formation grandmaster who was proficient in formations would only end up dead if he stepped into this land of death. He Tian immediately fell silent. He did not have the ability to do so. The person on the mountain peak in front of him was not someone he could deal with. That guy disappeared. Suddenly Balan said aloud. Everyone looked over and sure enough, the terrifying figure on the mountain peak had disappeared. Everyone couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. Go, Gu Fei said and then continued forward. Above his head was the mountain and river cauldron, and in his hand was the purple-gold divine sword. At this time he could go anywhere in the world. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan carefully followed behind Gu Fei. Their nerves were tense and they were extremely nervous. In this place no one could calm down. A large star flashed in He Tian's skull. That was the holy weapon of Beitang Yu that he had collected. That half-holy weapon was really refined from a star. Only the Almighties of ancient times could have the supreme divine ability to pluck the stars and capture the moon. They actually refined a star into a supreme treasure. The divine weapon refined by the Almighties was not ordinary. In terms of power, it was only second to the holy weapon of extreme path. It could be said to be the most powerful divine weapon in the world. The holy weapons of extreme path had existed for tens of thousands of years, but their numbers were very few. On the other hand, there were many half-holy weapons refined by the Almighties. Even if the ancient desolate factions did not have holy weapons of extreme path, they definitely had half-holy weapons refined by the Almighties. This was already a consensus in the cultivation world. One must know that every ancient desolate faction that had existed until now had Almighties. It was said that many ancient desolate factions still had Almighties presiding over them. How could these ancient desolate factions not have half-holy weapons refined by Almighties? Very soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. This was already very close to the place where the dragon and phoenix intersected. The baleful aura here was so heavy that it made people's hearts palpitate. There were many bones scattered on the ground. Those who could make it here were definitely peerless characters with few opponents in the world. However, they all died here. This was a peerless place formed by heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the divine bones left behind by immortals would be destroyed. The terrifying existence they saw just now did not appear, but no one dared to be careless. That was definitely a terrifying existence. The Black Mountain was like an endless wall, blocking the way forward. Halfway up the mountain, there was an ancient cave, the inside of which was pitch black. There, a pair of golden eyes flashed, especially terrifying in the darkness. It was like a god from hell, filled with boundless killing intent. What is this? Gu Fei and the others were startled. They couldn't help but stop. They could feel danger. The killing intent surged like a tidal wave, drowning the group. In particular, the pair of eyes in the darkness was staring straight at Gu Fei. Boom! Boundless divine flames suddenly rushed out from the pitch-black cave, annihilating everything. Gu Fei and the others were instantly enveloped by the divine flames. A divine bird that looked like a fire phoenix walked out from the ancient cave. A divine phoenix? This time, everyone was stunned. It's not a divine phoenix. Gu Fei stared at the divine bird that walked out from the cave and said in a deep voice. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated vigorously. Primordial chaos chi poured down, blocking the divine flames from all directions. Crap, the demonic star is falling, destroying the heavens and earth. The martial progenitor remnant soul in Gu Fei's body turned pale. Not enough, I'm not strong enough. What should I do? The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram hovered above his head. Boundless Yin and Yang energy poured down from above and rapidly modified Gu Fei's flesh, refining it with a tremendous divine force. However, it was far from enough. Power, power, I need power. The martial progenitor remnant soul screamed. The boundless divine force pouring down from the Yin and Yang diagram was absorbed into his body. Gu Fei's flesh continued to transform. His entire body emitted a Yin and Yang divine light. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were cleansed of all impurities as if they were divinized. It was as if his entire body was forged with godly metal. He was only one step away from achieving the supreme martial physique. The demonic blood star descended from the sky, emitting a boundless demonic light that dyed the heavens and earth red. Under the illumination of the demonic light, the life force of everything in the heavens and earth was rapidly drained, devoured by the terrifying demonic force. The heavens and earth trembled as the demonic aura surged. Everyone felt fear from the depths of their souls shrouding their hearts. As the demonic star shone in the sky, the countless demonic soldiers seemed to have been injected with boundless power, becoming even more frenzied, vicious, and brutal. Chapter 820. The Five-Colored Feathers of the Three-Legged Divine Bird? Erebus stretched out his hand and grabbed all the five-colored feathers that were shrouded in fiery aura that were falling from the sky. This is also a rare treasure in this world. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This He Tian was really a reckless guy who wouldn't let go of any treasure. The 5 colored feathers here are enough to refine a 5 elements divine fire fan. He Tian was very happy. The 3-legged divine fire bird was born from the phoenix chi. Although it was worlds apart from the divine phoenix, it was still a creature born from heaven and earth. The 3-legged bird's feathers contain the essence of the 5 elements. The 5 elements divine flame fan refined from the 3-legged bird's feathers was shockingly powerful. With each fan, a part of the world would turn into a sea of fire. The 5 elements divine fire fan was the nemesis of all and evil things in the world. Could be said that it had endless uses. He Tian put away the 5 colored feathers of the 3-legged divine fire fan and stared at the black mountain where the 3-legged divine fire fan was. Old He, it's not good to be too greedy, Gu Fei said. This guy was eyeing the 9 heaven star iron again. This iron mountain was much more precious than the feathers of the 3-legged divine fire fan. Even in ancient times, it was difficult to find a second mountain that was formed by the 9 heaven star iron. The 9 heaven star iron was a rare divine iron used to refine supreme sacred weapons. It could exist eternally between heaven and earth and would never decay. Ordinary weapons only needed a little bit of the 9 heaven star iron to become peerless divine weapons. Buzz. The mountain river cauldron vibrated. The cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head emitted a powerful suction force that sucked the entire mountain into the cauldron. Even a fist-sized piece of the 9 heaven star iron was as heavy as a mountain. In front of Gu Fei's group was an entire mountain made from the 9 heaven star iron. No one could move a mountain like this, unless it was an almighty or an existence like an extreme-grade powerhouse who took action and used supreme divine powers to take it away. The mountain river cauldron could not only suppress the mountains, rivers, lakes and seas of the earth, but it could also absorb the power of heaven and earth. The inside of the mountain river cauldron was a real world that could contain anything. Seeing that Gu Fei had taken away the mountain, He Tian did not have any objections even though he was extremely jealous. If it was not for Gu Fei, how could he have been able to enter such a dangerous place? After keeping the mountain, Gu Fei continued forward. Even the terrifying creature born from the place where the dragon and phoenix met wasn't a match for Gu Fei, causing everyone's confidence to soar. However, that 3-legged bird wasn't killed by Gu Fei. Moreover, there was a terrifying existence spying on them from the shadows. This caused Gu Fei and the others to feel a trace of unease. The figure that disappeared on the mountain peak was probably even more powerful than the 3-legged bird. No one dared to lower their guard just because they had extreme saint weapons. The mountain river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head and vibrated lightly. On top of the ancient cauldron, there was primordial chaos chi that descended, repelling the surrounding evil chi. The fact that the 3-legged bird didn't die under his sword greatly exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. One should know that it was an extreme saint weapon. As long as it could display the power of the extreme grade in this world, unless it was an extreme grade powerhouse, no one would be able to contend against it. The group continued forward and the terrain in front of them gradually rose. When they reached the top of a mountain, suddenly, a gust of spiritual chi hit them in the face. At the top of the mountain there was actually a small lake. This is, He Tian observed the surrounding terrain and exclaimed repeatedly. They had finally reached their destination, but no one expected that the place where the dragon and phoenix's spiritual chi converged was actually a small lake. Spiritual chi lingered on the surface of the lake, and faint roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes could be heard. Spiritual mist floated in the air, sometimes in the shape of dragons and sometimes in the shape of phoenixes. It was as if a dragon and a phoenix were circling and dancing on the surface of the lake. The cries of dragons and phoenixes are too wonderful for words. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The dragon and phoenix's spiritual chi had converged here, causing the small lake to be filled with vitality and endless spiritual chi. The lakeside was verdant and lush with vegetation. There were a few stalks of godly medicine that had been growing by the lakeside for who knows how long. On top of each stalk of godly medicine hung over a dozen fruits. These fruits were very strange. Some of them were shaped like dragons as if they were Shaoqing dragons crawling on the small tree, while others were like 5-colored phoenixes soaring in the sky. The dragon phoenix fruit? He Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw the fruits on the small tree. The dragon's spiritual chi and the phoenix's spiritual chi have converged to give birth to this legendary godly medicine. Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. This was a legendary and peerless godly medicine. Regardless of whether it was in the chaos era or the current era, it was extremely rare to see one. Although the other stalks of godly medicine could not compare to the dragon phoenix fruit, they were still rare godly medicines. If any of them were to be brought to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion or even bloodshed. A small lake like this was likely even more precious than the divine spring of life. The small lake was like the origin of life, where the dragon's spiritual chi and the phoenix's spiritual chi converged and interwove to form the great Tao. It was indescribably wonderful. They had originally thought that it would be a treasure cave, but it turned out to be a small lake instead. However, according to He Tian's calculations, there should be a treasure cave overflowing with dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi at the center of the small lake. The treasure cave was connected to the place of death of the phoenix and the place of death of the dragon. As long as they could temporarily suppress the treasure cave, preventing the dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi from converging and interweaving to form the great Tao, the power of the entire place would be infinitely weakened. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry to pluck the dragon phoenix fruit. As long as they could suppress the treasure cave, not only would they be able to obtain the dragon phoenix fruit, but they would also be able to obtain the place of death of the phoenix and the place of death of the dragon. Let's begin. Gu Fei said in a low voice. At this moment he was also a little excited. He was about to obtain the legendary items. With those two items, not only would Erebus be able to regenerate his flesh and blood, but everyone present would also benefit greatly from it. The peerless dragon vein, where the dragon's spiritual chi converged, was a place of extreme yin. The place of death of the nine heavens divine phoenix was a place of extreme yang. The dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi interweaved with the great Tao of yin and yang. This was a perfect and flawless location between the heavens and earth. It could have nurtured the phoenix and the true dragon, but unfortunately something had happened in the end. The dragon and the phoenix could not be born and had died prematurely. Although the small lake in front of them was calm, things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. There must be a great danger, so Gu Fei and the others did not dare to enter the water recklessly. Wah! Suddenly the sound of water could be heard from the lake. A huge black figure appeared in the lake for a moment before disappearing. Gu Fei and the others were instantly shocked. Could it be that another living creature had been born from the place where the dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi interweaved? They felt a little uneasy. The thing in the lake did not rush out. Instead it disappeared. Let's do it. Gu Fei said in a low voice. So what if there was something in the lake? At this point they could no longer retreat. Chapter 8:21. The lake formed by the convergence of the dragon essence and phoenix chi had given birth to unknown creatures. Although it was a peerless treasure ground that evolved the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was also extremely dangerous. When things reached an extreme they would move in the opposite direction. This was also the truth of heaven and earth. A peerless treasure ground would definitely be accompanied by a peerless dangerous ground. The two would coexist. He Tian made his move. He began to carve array runes by the lakeside and activated the power of heaven and earth. However, it was impossible to rely on the power of the array to control this cave. He had to use the divine weapon of the Great Path. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron that floated above Gu Fei's head vibrated. Chaotic primordial chi descended and enveloped everyone. Even though they were at the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, they still did not dare to be careless. The powerful creatures hiding in the dark were all waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The three-legged bird, the unknown creature in the lake, and the terrifying figure they saw on the way here were all threats. If they were not careful they could die here. If that was really the case then they would be too unlucky. Rumble. As the array runes activated the power of heaven and earth, the entire lake gradually began to boil. The dragon essence and phoenix chi surged. The dragon chi of the earth and the power of the nine heavens phoenix intertwined. Gradually, the lake in front of them underwent a shocking change. Gu Fei looked at everything in front of him in shock. On the right side of the lake, the dragon chi shot into the sky. Beams of dragon chi rushed out of the lake like huge dragons and hovered in the sky. On the left side of the lake water seemed to be on fire. Pure yang chi surged and there seemed to be divine phoenixes appearing in the lake. It was extremely shocking. The dragon chi of the earth and the power of the nine heavens phoenix formed a yin-yang diagram in the lake. It seemed to be evolving a world and emitted the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the end, the entire lake was boiling. The earth was shaking and the sky was trembling. Beams of dragon chi rushed out of the ground, connecting the sky and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The divine phoenix flew in the lake as if it wanted to soar into the sky. However, it seemed to be bound by something and could not leave the lake and soar into the sky. Just then a huge figure rushed out of the lake. Only then did everyone see that it was a purple flood dragon. The flood dragon's body was only 300 meters long, but there were dragon horns on its head that only dragons had. The purple scales on its body flowed with purple divine light, and its killing intent soared into the sky. This was an evil flood dragon, not a benevolent one. Moreover, it was a purple flood dragon king that was about to transform into a dragon. It was incomparably powerful, comparable to a great figure. Boom. At the same time, the surface of the lake on the left suddenly exploded, and the cry of a bird resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine bird surrounded by 5-colored divine flames rushed out of the lake. That divine bird was the 3-legged fire bird that had been severely injured by Gu Fei earlier. However, at this moment, the fire bird seemed to have completely recovered as if it had never been injured. It was extremely ferocious. Everyone at the lakeside was shocked to the extreme. The 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king were creatures born from the dragon essence and phoenix chi. The dragons and phoenixes born from the heavens and earth had died prematurely. It was impossible to give birth to a connate divine beast that was comparable to a connate god. When the heavens and earth were born, yin and yang gave birth to all things, and the essence of the heavens and earth gathered in one place. After a long time, powerful connate beings could be born. However, there was only one such opportunity. In the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died, it was absolutely impossible for the dragon and phoenix to be born again after the dragon and phoenix that were nurtured by the world died prematurely. However, after countless years, the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi met gave birth to 2 connate beings. It was not a dragon or a phoenix, but a 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king. The purple flood dragon king was like a purple divine dragon. After it rushed out of the lake, it made a turn in the air and rushed towards Gu Fei's group with a terrifying killing intent. Croak. The 3-legged fire bird screeched to the sky and activated the endless power of the phoenix in the lake on the left. Divine flames rose to the sky as it flew towards Gu Fei. Hurry up, Xiaoqing urged. At this time, He Tian still had not finished carving the runes, but the 2 beasts were already charging towards them. Everyone's expression changed. These were connate beasts that were comparable to mighty figures. They were extremely powerful. Even if a mighty figure were to come, they would have a headache when facing these 2 beasts. Damn it! The cauldron of mountain and river descended from above. Gu Fei extended his right hand and held onto the cauldron of mountain and river. Then he activated his mysterious art and the divine energy in his body surged towards the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron of mountain and river let out a loud hum. The entire space suddenly twisted and a circle of transparent ripples spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! Bam! The purple flood dragon king and the 3-legged fire bird immediately felt a great impact. They were sent flying by the powerful force from the cauldron of mountain and river. Whoosh! Gu Fei waved his left hand and the purple gold divine sword immediately shot out a ray of light that was thousands of feet long. The domineering sword chi rippled in the air. The void was split by the sword. The ray of light shot towards the 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king. It broke through the layers of mystical fire and the dragon chi of the earth. The dragon-shaped essence chi that emerged from the earth was cut in half. The aura of the extreme Tao Saint artifact emanated from the lakeside, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the 2 connate beasts that were nurtured by the heavens and earth felt threatened. Roar! The purple flood dragon king roared. On the right side of the lake, a vast and mighty draconic energy rushed into the sky. It was drawn on by the purple flood dragon king. The draconic energy was like a huge dragon as it rushed out of the lake to meet the destructive sword light. Boom! At the same time, a towering mystical fire rushed out of the lake on the left. Within the mystical fire, there seemed to be countless phoenixes that rushed towards the brilliant ray of light from the purple gold divine sword. These 2 connate beasts were born from the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi intersected. It was not surprising that they could use the power of this peerless treasure land for their own use. The ray of light that struck the lake dimmed and finally disappeared. Gu Fei attacked with all his might. His divine power was almost drained by the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. He felt like he was about to collapse. All right. It's done. Just as Gu Fei forced back the 2 mighty connate beasts, He Tian suddenly yelled and jumped up from the ground. Whoosh! 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 Countless runes appeared on the ground around the small lake. Divine light flickered, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. Rays of divine light rushed out from the runes, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped the entire lake. Rumble! The dragon chi in the lake soared into the sky. The mystical fire surged and the entire array shook. The net formed by the divine light dimmed and showed signs of collapsing. The power of heaven and earth drawn by the array could not suppress the peerless treasure cave in the lake. Chapter 8:22. The cauldron of mountain and river resonated with the divine formation Tian had set up by the lake. Like an ancient mountain descending from the sky, it pressed down on the dragon and phoenix cave in the center of the lake. Rumble, the world shook. The cauldron of mountain and river activated the divine formation. Rays of divine light rushed out from the formation and connected with the cauldron of mountain and river. The power of the inescapable net instantly increased by many times. The purple flood dragon king was roaring. It was crashing into the inescapable net formed by the interweaving divine light. The entire divine formation was trembling, and the lake water rushed high into the sky. Dragon energy rushed out from the cave. On the right side of the lake, there seemed to be tens of thousands of dragons soaring, terrifying to the extreme. Crow. Bird cries pierced the sky. The three-legged fire bird summoned the power of the phoenix and soared into the sky, wanting to rush out. However, the cauldron of mountain and river descended and directly suppressed the bird. An extreme saint weapon could display a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Moreover, the cauldron of mountain and river contained primordial chaos energy. Just a sliver of it was as heavy as an ancient mountain. It could crush a mountain range and suppress the world. It didn't matter if it was a primordial beast born from the convergence of dragon essence and phoenix energy. Even if it was a true divine dragon or phoenix, it would still be suppressed. The cauldron of mountain and river descended. Endless divine light wove into an inescapable net that covered all four directions. It also fell from the sky, trapping the purple drake king and the three-legged fire bird in the lake. The place where dragon essence and phoenix energy converged was indescribably wondrous. It evolved into the great Tao and could give birth to peerless beasts. However, at this time this place was being suppressed. The cauldron of mountain and river suppressed the world, displaying its supreme power. It could actually suppress this cave where dragon essence and phoenix energy converged. This was truly shocking. Success? Xiaoqing saw this and murmured. So. Erebus was so excited that his voice began to tremble. As long as he could suppress this peerless cave, it would be difficult for the dragon essence and phoenix chi to gather together, and the power of the phoenix perishing and dragon dying lands would be greatly weakened. After all, the convergence of dragon essence and phoenix chi was capable of developing the truths of the Grand Tao, and it raised the might of the heavens and the earth in this peerlessly dangerous place to an unimaginable state. It was capable of obliterating all living beings that entered this place of danger. It could be said that even if an almighty walked into this place, he would be in danger of dying. Otherwise, the two things that were nurtured in this place would have been taken away by someone long ago. How could Gu Fei and the others even have a chance? In this world there were still almighty existences. The countless runes that Tian had set up by the lakeside attracted an endless amount of heaven and earth energy, which all gathered towards the mountain river cauldron in the center of the array. Buzz. The cauldron of mountain and river was vibrating. The aura and pressure emitted by the cauldron of mountain and river was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed to be endless, causing people's hearts to tremble. Roar. Gua. The purple flood dragon king and the three-legged flame bird were howling in grief. At this time, the water in the small lake began to gradually recede. The dragon essence and phoenix chi gushing out from the dragon and phoenix treasured acupoints were also gradually weakening. Roar. 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 Terrifying roars came from everywhere in the peerless danger ground. An endless amount of death chi was vast and mighty. It was as if there was a terrifying devil roaring, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The evil spirits of the peerless characters who had fallen in the land of the phoenix death and the dragon death became restless. Their roars and roars were enough to make one's hair stand on end. Terrifying figures that were filled with death chi began to appear in the peerless danger ground. They were like evil spirits that had crawled out from hell, wandering in the peerless danger ground. Rumble, the entire peerless danger ground started to shake. The peerless dragon vein seemed to be flipping. The place of death of the phoenix emitted a sky-high fiery light, as if a phoenix was being reborn from the fire. The wind and clouds changed color. The sun and moon dimmed. The heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei and the others could clearly feel that the terrifying aura of the peerless danger ground was weakening. As the power of the peerless danger ground weakened, the divine array that Tian had set up became more and more powerful. The power of heaven and earth in this part of the world was being activated. Rays of spiritual chi gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron that was descending. The mountain and river cauldron started to show its extreme power. This was the power of the divine array that gathered the endless power of heaven and earth, causing the mountain and river cauldron to display its extreme power. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. A terrifying power descended from the sky. Bang! Bang! The purple serpent king and the three-legged fire bird were suppressed into the lake, unable to rush out again. The lake water quickly receded, revealing the bottom of the lake. There was no silt at the bottom of the lake. Instead, there were pieces of dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades that contained dragon essence and phoenix chi. On the right side of the lake, dragon chi gathered. The bottom of the lake shone brightly, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. Those were pieces of dragon crystals. On the left side of the lake, fire chi was boiling. Pieces of scarlet fire phoenix divine jades were scattered at the bottom of the lake. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. This was a rare divine object formed by the condensation of dragon essence and phoenix chi over countless years. Dragon crystal and fire phoenix divine jade were divine objects that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. In the outside world, even a small piece of dragon crystal and fire phoenix divine jade was rare, let alone so many of them. If it wasn't for the divine array, Hei Tian would have already jumped into the lake to collect the dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades. Divine items. Hei Tian was extremely excited. Even if he couldn't get the two legendary items, it would be worth it to collect all the dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jades. Who is it? Suddenly Gu Fei shouted angrily. He raised his hand and slashed his sword to the side. A dazzling purple sword light soared thousands of feet and slashed at a figure in front of him. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know when someone had come nearby, but they didn't notice. If that person suddenly attacked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The figure silently retreated and dodged. He seemed to be very wary of the purple gold divine sword light. There was no aura of life on the person's body. It seemed to be a corpse. The sword light dispersed the mist by the lake, and a middle-aged man with blood-red pupils appeared. It's him. Hei Tian exclaimed. The middle-aged man was the terrifying figure that they had seen on the mountain peak formed by the 9 heaven star iron. At this moment, everyone saw the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man wearing black divine armor. The middle-aged man's divine armor was already showing signs of decay. He was an ancient person. Everyone was astonished. Even the divine armor had decayed, yet this person's physical body was still imperishable. This was definitely the corpse of an ancient divine being that had died countless years ago. It had gained sentience after death, and a new intelligence had been born. Chapter 823. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain and river cauldron was sinking. The water of the small lake was gradually suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, forcing it to flow back into the cauldron. As the lake water receded, the bottom of the lake gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the right side of the lake there were many large and small crystals. Each crystal was emitting a dazzling spiritual light, and the aura of a dragon was vast and mighty. Those were dragon crystals, rare divine items. They contained the essence of a dragon. Even in ancient times, a fist-sized dragon crystal could not be seen. And on the left side of the lake, there was a piece of divine jade that looked like scarlet blood. That was the fire phoenix divine jade. It contained the essence of a phoenix. A small piece was hard to find in this world. This was definitely a super divine treasure. Anyone who saw it would be envious. Dragon crystals and fire phoenix divine jade, just one of them was already a great fortune. Not to mention that both of them appeared at the same place at the same time. However, Gu Fei and the others could not be happy, because a great sense of danger had already enveloped them. An ancient corpse with intelligence was staring at them. This was an ancient corpse. The black iron armor on its body had already lost its luster. It seemed to have lost all of its spirituality. There were signs of decay. Time was merciless. Even divine items would decay. However, this ancient corpse had never decayed. Even time could not erase it. Moreover, it had already gained intelligence. A pair of blood-red eyes emitted a horrifying evil light. There was not a trace of emotion. It coldly stared at the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. What should we do? At this time, no one could remain calm. They nervously stared at the faintly discernible and terrifying figure in the fog. This ancient corpse did not have a monstrous aura of death. There was not even a trace of energy fluctuation. There was not even a trace of life aura. It was as if it had been standing there since the beginning of time. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura. However, it made Gu Fei and the others almost unable to breathe. This invisible pressure made Gu Fei and the others tremble with fear. Feng Yuan was definitely an incredible figure when he was alive, but he was still so terrifying after his death. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient god had gained sentience after his death? The ancient divine beings roamed the world unhindered. They were the innate divine beings that were born between heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful and could contend against the true demons and stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme Tao. It shouldn't be the corpse of an extreme powerhouse. Otherwise, just the aura emitted from the corpse would have been enough to kill them countless times. Even if an extreme expert had fallen, his corpse was still incomparably terrifying. No one dared to approach him. Could this person have been an ancient almighty when he was alive? Gu Fei was apprehensive. This ominous land was truly too strange. Even an ancient almighty had fallen here. This was the Great Desolation Ancient World. Everything here had existed since the Great Desolation Ancient World. It was not strange for the almighty of the Great Desolation Ancient World to find this place. The land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon was a peerless and dangerous land formed in the primordial world. Everyone's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. They were extremely nervous. The figure in the fog in front of them gave them too much pressure. Gu Fei gripped the purple gold divine sword tightly and stared at the figure in front of him. The divine power in his body was vast and mighty. Divine light flashed outside his body as if there were divine flames rising. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword vibrated continuously and spat out sword light. It was as if it could leave his hand at any time and turn into sword light that shot into the sky. At this moment, the ancient divine sword was extremely agile. Swoosh. Suddenly, the faintly discernible figure in the fog ahead moved. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and Gu Fei almost slashed out with his sword. However, Gu Fei realized that the figure did not lunge at him. Instead, it shot into the sky and directly punched the cauldron of mountain and river that was still descending. Bam! There was a loud bang and the cauldron of mountain and river seemed to have been hit by a primordial sacred mountain. It shook violently and the entire array shook. There was still no ripple of energy. This was the manifestation of the purest strength. One punch shook the cauldron of mountain and river that was already beginning to emit a trace of divine power. One could imagine how powerful the punch of this bizarre corpse was. Not to mention one primordial sacred mountain, even if there were 10 primordial sacred mountains, they would most likely collapse under the punch of this ancient bizarre corpse. What is that? He Tian suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at the treasure cave in the lake that was spewing out the dragon essence and phoenix chi. His voice was trembling. That is, Gu Fei, Shaoqing and Balan hurriedly looked into the lake. What they saw made them instantly dumbfounded and speechless. As the lake water was suppressed back into the treasure cave, a pitch-black coffin was revealed. It was a huge coffin that was 4 to 5 feet long and 2 to 3 feet wide. It was placed horizontally on top of the treasure cave. Someone actually buried himself in this place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi intersect. He Tian was extremely shocked. Who would do such a thing? It was unbelievable that someone actually found such a treasure cave to be their burial ground. Brr. Crow. The purple king serpent and the three-legged firebird roared and screeched from the treasure cave. These two Khanate realm beasts could not resist the mountain and river cauldron and had already retreated into the cave. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the lid of the huge black coffin was not sealed. It was actually open as if something had already come out from inside. Bam! Another huge tremor took place as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. The ancient being was extremely powerful, as he ignored the extreme aura and continued to attack the mountain and river cauldron. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme god aura, it was enough to cause the world to lose its color. If it weren't for the force of the world inside Gu Fei's body, which covered a radius of 100 zhang and protected little Qing and the others, they would have been crushed to the ground by the wisp of extreme god aura from the mountain and river cauldron. However, it seemed like the attack of the ancient wondrous corpse was in vain. Although it managed to shake the mountain and river cauldron, it could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from sinking. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron finally landed on the huge black coffin. The extreme aura was unleashed, causing the ground to tremble violently. The peerless treasure cave let out the cries of dragons and phoenixes, as if thousands of dragons were roaring and phoenixes were crying. The cries of dragons and phoenixes faded away rapidly, as if the real dragons and phoenixes were retreating. Buzz! A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient wondrous corpse was blown away and fell into the mountain range of the peerless danger ground. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened up his inner world and kept everyone inside, avoiding the terrifying ripple from the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! The transparent ripple spread out with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. The mountains were collapsing, the ground was cracking, and the entire peerless danger ground was shaking violently. Everywhere the transparent ripple passed, everything was destroyed. Many powerful evil spirits and evil beings were instantly turned into ashes and disappeared in the void. Chapter 8:24. Rumble! As if heaven and earth had changed and the universe had reversed, the entire land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon shook. The terrifying killing formation between heaven and earth was broken. A drastic change occurred in the momentum of heaven and earth. The wind and clouds changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The evil chi that had shrouded the land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon for countless years was dispelled at this moment. The aura of the extreme Tao surged in the center of this peerless land. The heaven and earth changed color as if an extreme Tao god had descended, shocking the world and causing all living beings to tremble. At the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, the deity lake had already dried up. A pitch-black coffin was placed horizontally above the dragon phoenix divine point. One end was placed on the right where the dragon chi converged and the other on the left where the phoenix chi converged. As the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, a dark light circulated above the pitch-black coffin, emitting a terrifying aura. Under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the coffin did not shatter. To be able to remain intact under the suppression of an extreme Tao sacred tool, the material of this pitch-black coffin was definitely a peerless divine material exclusive to extreme Tao elites. At the moment when the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the black coffin above the dragon phoenix divine point, a visible ripple spread out with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. This ripple-like ripple sent the extremely powerful ancient bizarre corpse flying hundreds of miles away, smashing into the mountain. Gu Fei immediately opened his inner world and enveloped himself, Shaoqing, Heitian, and Balan to avoid this terrifying wave of energy. The transparent ripple spread out soundlessly. Everywhere it passed, the evil chi dissipated, the mountains crumbled and cracks appeared in the void. Swoosh! The void beside the lake suddenly shattered and a few figures walked out from it. Shaoqing, old hey Balan, you guys go to the land of the death of the phoenix and I will go to the land of the death of the dragon. We must seize the initiative. After Gu Fei walked out from his inner world, he only said one sentence before he used the desolate steps and rushed out. Swoosh! 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 Shaoqing, Heitian, Balan, and the others did not say anything. They turned around and rushed toward the land of the phoenix perished. The structure of the peerless ominous land had been broken, and its power had been greatly weakened. Rumble! The cauldron of mountain and river was shaking, emitting a strand of extreme divine might, suppressing the dragon and phoenix divine points below, preventing the dragon essence and phoenix chi from merging. This was the safest moment in this exceptionally dangerous land. Gu Fei and the others had caused such a ruckus in the land of the dragon and the death of the phoenix. It was impossible for others not to know, especially the Li family of the Huanggu. The area where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was the territory of the Li clan of the ancients. The Li clan of the ancients also coveted the things that stood against them. Over the years, this place had devoured countless lives, and the Li family of the primordial era had lost many of their members. A celestial from the Li family had once barged into this land of death and was never able to come out again. The land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was a place that even powerful beings would have a headache if they came. They would not dare to set foot in it. Otherwise, the Li clan of the ancients would have long taken away the things inside. Swoosh! Gu Fei wielded the violet gold divine sword and took a few miles with each step. He rushed toward the endless mountain range that snaked into the depths of this world. There was a peerless dragon vein beneath the ground, and there was definitely a corresponding phenomenon on the ground. This mountain range was like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Dragon chi rose from the deep chasms of the mountain range, and there were faint dragon roars coming from within. This was the lair of a true dragon. Very soon, Gu Fei rushed to the front of a bottomless abyss formed by a broken mountain ridge. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed into the abyss formed by the mountain ridge. At this time, a valley 100 miles away from the land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished was in an uproar. Figures shrouded in immortal aura were running around in panic. In the depths of the valley, there was a palace made entirely out of spiritual jade. It was crystal clear and immortal aura rippled in the air. Around the palace were flying immortal birds, giving off the vibe of an immortal. Boom. Suddenly the heavens and earth shook violently. A terrifying aura swept in from outside the valley. Everyone in the valley was terrified. Those with weaker cultivations were already kneeling on the ground, trembling. Those with higher cultivations could still stand, but their faces were pale and filled with fear. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? A voice came from the spirit Jade Hall. It wasn't loud, but it was like a heavenly sound that was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Swoosh. A green figure appeared in the sky above the spirit Jade Hall. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green with a black beard hanging down to his chest. He had a clear face. Supreme Elder. Someone recognized the middle-aged man. However, the terrifying aura coming from outside the valley caused everything to tremble. No one went forward to greet the middle-aged man. Land of the Phoenix perished and the dragon perished. The middle-aged man seemed to be one with the heavens and earth. He wasn't afraid of the aura at all. He could sense where the aura was coming from. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Swoosh. In the next moment he disappeared into the void and no one knew where he went. Soon a few more figures rushed out from the Jade Spirit Palace. Powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. They soared into the sky and headed for the land of the Phoenix perished and the dragon perished. Thousands of miles away, in the area where the Gate of Heaven was located, the Gate of Heaven in the underground cave had risen from the ground and was fixed in the sky. A shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. Anyone who saw this scene would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. The ancient Gate of Heaven was already tightly shut. However, below the Gate of Heaven, there was a bloody world that seemed real and illusory. There seemed to be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as countless skeletons. All living beings were struggling in the bloody world. Living beings were constantly being slaughtered mercilessly by terrifying creatures. It was a terrifying purgatory. However, above the Gate of Heaven, it was the exact opposite. There was a world of celestial spirits. Celestial chi lingered and it was full of vitality. Above the 9 heavens there were countless palaces. It was like a heavenly palace. In the heavenly palace, there seemed to be celestial gods walking around. There were fairies singing and celestial music lingering. There was a supreme heaven and earth preaching about the great Tao. It was a heavenly realm. There were powerful beings guarding the 4 sides of the Gate of Heaven. In the distance, everyone stared at the 2 worlds that seemed real and illusory below and above the Gate of Heaven. At this moment, a powerful aura came from afar. All the celestial gods in the sky immediately fell from the sky. It was as if a powerful being had descended. Everything in the world trembled. Even the powerful beings were shocked. What happened? Chapter 825. The Heaven Realm was the legendary divine land. It was the true cradle of the strong and the final destination of the strongest in the world. All cultivators in the world aimed to enter the Heaven Realm as their goal of cultivation. However, ever since the great change of the ancient world, immortals and mortals were separated forever. Since then, no one in the mortal world could break through the void and enter the legendary Heaven Realm. That great change came too suddenly. Even the ancient powers were cut off from returning to the Heaven Realm and were stranded in the mortal world for countless years. Even powerful cultivators could not break the structure of the world, reverse the universe and return to the Heaven Realm. Perhaps only those who had already disappeared could reopen the Heaven Realm. The ancient Gate of Heaven was fixed high up in the sky. Above it was the shadow of the Heaven Realm, and below it was the projection of the terrifying purgatory. The Gate of Heaven seemed to be able to connect these 2 places. However, even powerful cultivators could not open this ancient stone gate. The ancient stone gate seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. It emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. At this moment, a terrifying pressure came from afar. It was as if a powerful cultivator had descended. The world changed color and all living beings trembled. Those with weaker cultivations fell from the sky one after another. Many of them smashed into the ground, and their bodies suffered varying degrees of damage. However, those who could fly in the air had very strong bodies so they wouldn't fall to their deaths. If even the high and mighty immortals could fall to their deaths from the sky, it would be too funny. It was something that was impossible. What happened? What's going on? Could it be that there are still powerful cultivators in this world? Everyone was terrified. That terrifying aura was something that even the celestial spirits couldn't handle. They knelt on the ground and trembled. The land of the Phoenix and the dragon. Some powerful cultivators sensed the location of the terrifying wave and their expressions changed. There was a strange movement in that forbidden land. Could it be that a terrifying existence comparable to a powerful cultivator was born there? At this moment, no one could remain calm. Whoosh. Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm, teleported away. All the ancient powers sent their own cultivators to investigate, but the powerful cultivators could not separate themselves. If it weren't for the fact that a few almighties had taken action to suppress this ancient gate of heaven, this gate of heaven would have flown away long ago. Above the ancient heavenly gate, unknown divine patterns were faintly discernible. The aura of the great Tao swirled about. Even though it was fixed high up in the sky, it would still tremble from time to time, wishing to break through the seal of the great figures and rush into the heavens. The four mighty figures sat cross-legged in four directions and joined hands to set up the sky sealing formation, sealing the ancient heaven gate high up in the sky. Moreover, it was not easy at all. No one would stop because the ancient heaven gate was just too important. Everything had to be put down and couldn't be compared to the heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate might be the path to the heavens. If he could open the ancient heaven gate, he might be able to enter the legendary heaven realm and cultivate. Wasn't the ultimate goal to pursue the limits of power? The ultimate power could only be obtained in the heaven realm. This was the consensus of the entire cultivation world. If one wanted to live forever, if one wanted to be immortal, they could only enter the legendary heaven realm. Even though they knew that something shocking had happened in the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, none of the Almighties present were willing to leave. Even if an extreme expert appeared in the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, the Almighties present wouldn't stop them. At this time, the Li clan of the Desolate World, which was the closest to the Phoenix Death Dragon graveyard, had already arrived. Moreover, many more cultivators were arriving. Up in the sky, several celestial realm immortal emperors and Shen King had arrived. Their powerful auras filled the air. The cauldron of mountain and river emitted a trace of extreme divine aura that spread throughout the ancient world of desolation, startling everyone. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient world of desolation. There were unknown and terrifying beasts roaring. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the green-robed middle-aged man rushed into the extreme danger ground. The power of the extreme danger ground was greatly weakened. But even so, the celestial realm Shen King and the celestial realm immortal emperor were still in danger. They had to be careful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other celestial realm Shen King and the celestial realm immortal emperor also rushed into the extreme danger ground. Soon their figures disappeared into the extreme danger ground. Let's go in. The Li clan of the Desolate World of Desolation also began to enter the extreme danger ground. They did not dare to enter the extreme danger ground through the air like the immortal emperors and Shen King. Those who entered the extreme danger ground included immortals, demigods, and even cultivators of the Yushu realm. Their cultivation levels varied. The Li clan of the Desolate World of Desolation only had a dozen or so immortals. It was extremely difficult to become an immortal in the mortal world. Therefore, even within the Desolate World of Desolation, there were not many immortals. On top of that, the death of an immortal meant that there would be one less immortal. The amount of time and effort needed to groom an immortal was immeasurable. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light shot out from the ground. A cultivator walking in front of them instantly turned into a pool of blood. Everyone was shocked and stopped. A peerlessly dangerous place still hid peerlessly dangerous things. The Li clan of the Desolate World looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Isn't this the path of survival? Why is there a blood-death ray on the path of survival? The Li clan of the Desolate World no longer dared to move forward. For countless years, the Li clan had lost countless experts in this extreme danger ground. The deaths of these experts were not completely worthless. The Li family of the Desolate Antiquity used their blood to teach them a lesson. In the end, they found a safe way to enter this extremely dangerous place. Of course, this safe way did not lead to the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, nor did it lead to the land where the phoenix died or the land where the dragon died. What now? They had just entered the extremely dangerous place and someone had already fallen. This made everyone feel a sense of danger and everyone began to feel uneasy. The world seems to have changed. Someone noticed something strange. The power of heaven and earth had changed. The path of survival had now become a path of death. At this time, the extreme chi emitted by the cauldron of mountain and river had been withdrawn. Otherwise, the people of the Li clan would not be able to do anything under the suppression of the extreme danger ground. Every disciple of the Li clan of the Desolate World knew very well how dangerous this extreme danger ground was. One wrong step in this extreme danger ground would result in death. A young man at the 9th level of the immortal spirit realm waved his hand and summoned a flock of birds. Then he used the birds to clear a path in front of him. Rays of blood burst out from the ground, turning the birds into puddles of blood and falling from the sky. One had to admit that this move was quite effective. The people of the Li clan continued to move forward. When the Li clan of the desolate world entered the extreme danger ground, Gu Fei had already rushed into the dragon vein in search of the source of the earth dragon qi. The dragon qi of the extreme danger ground was emitted from the source. The place where the dragon qi condensed was the place where the 10,000 dragons returned to origin ground originated from. The dragon vein was pitch black, but with Gu Fei's eyesight he could see everything in the dragon vein clearly. The dragon qi within was vast and mighty. Occasionally, dragon-shaped dragon qi could be seen swimming within. This place was indeed the lair of the true dragon. Soon, Gu Fei went deep into the ground and approached the source of the dragon qi. Roar. Chapter 826. Roar. A terrifying roar reverberated in the dragon vein, causing the entire dragon vein to tremble. The majestic dragon qi was terrifying. Gu Fei couldn't help but stop in shock. At this moment he suddenly sensed a few powerful qi appearing in the dragon vein. Someone had entered the dragon vein, and the person's cultivation base was extremely powerful. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Someone had arrived so quickly? This was much faster than what he had expected. These people should be from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity. Gu Fei used the heaven and earth energy to seal his body, sealing all his qi, and silently hid in the majestic dragon qi. The dragon vein was a peerless dragon vein that had been nurtured for God knows how long. The dragon qi was so thick that it could be seen with the naked eye. This was definitely a cultivation sanctuary that cultivators dreamed of. Refining the dragon qi for one's own use would allow one to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the dragon qi here was endless. Swoosh! Divine light flickered in the pitch-black dragon vein. Powerful immortal qi surged in the dragon vein. Even the thick dragon qi couldn't block such a powerful fluctuation. There were 3 balls of divine light. Within the divine light there were 3 sage-like figures. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man in green robes. The other 2 were old men with grizzled hair and a beard. The 3 of them were shrouded in immortal qi. Divine light flickered as though true immortals had descended from the 9 heavens. Their immortal qi was vast and mighty, illuminating the pitch-black dragon vein. The dragon vein was a vast and spacious land. There was nothing under the ground, but the dragon qi was condensing, as though there were countless shadows of dragons looming. The 3 experts flew directly towards the source of the dragon qi. After the 3 of them left, Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. Celestial being realm immortal emperors? Gu Fei's heart shuddered. He didn't expect that the Li clan of the desolate antiquity would send 3 incomparably powerful immortal emperors. An immortal emperor of the celestial being realm was a peerless expert second only to the Almighty. Their cultivation base could connect with the heavens and attract the power of the heavens for their own use. This was a celestial being. Gu Fei became even more cautious. 3 immortal emperors was no joke. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be a match for 1 immortal emperor, let alone 3 great immortal emperors. Profound transformation realm immortal King Gu Fei could still fight, but against the celestial being realm immortal emperor, he could only retreat, because fighting against the celestial being realm immortal emperor was the same as fighting against heaven and earth. Celestial sovereigns in the celestial being realm could connect with the power of the heavens. Their magic power was boundless, and they were already innately invincible. Only almighty beings could suppress celestials. The 3 celestials led the way while Gu Fei hid in the back and followed them silently. Just now, a terrifying roar came from the peerless dragon vein. There was definitely a terrifying creature ahead. That purple flood dragon king was suppressed back into the divine cave where the dragon essence and phoenix qi converged. The divine cave was connected to the earth dragon vein and the place where the phoenix fell. The purple flood dragon king could escape back into the peerless dragon vein. Perhaps that roar just now was made by the purple flood dragon king. The origin of the dragon qi might be guarded by a terrifying creature. This peerless dragon vein seemed to have no end. Gu Fei estimated that he had already advanced for tens of li in the dragon vein, but he still hadn't reached the origin of the dragon qi. On the other hand, the surrounding dragon qi was getting thicker and thicker. Huge illusory dragon shadows were faintly discernible, as though there were divine dragons swimming around. These were the shadows of dragons formed by the boundless dragon qi. Boom! Suddenly, from the endless darkness ahead, a huge purple claw stretched out, directly grabbing at the 3 celestial being realm immortal emperors. The void shook, the dragon qi tumbled. The huge purple claw tore the void apart, shattering the heaven and earth. The terrifying power directly shook the entire dragon vein. Swoosh! The green-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky, dodging the attack, but the old man behind him was slapped away by the huge claw. The old man's body was twisted and deformed under the impact of the huge force. His bones were broken, and the bone fragments pierced through his flesh and came out of his body. The blood of the immortal emperor splattered like crystal-clear agate, blooming with a dazzling blood-red light in the pitch-black underground space. Each drop of blood contained powerful immortal chi. Everything on the body of an celestial being realm immortal emperor was a treasure. Even the hair of an immortal emperor was a treasure that could be refined into a terrifying divine item. Just a drop of the immortal emperor's blood was enough to kill an ordinary immortal god. At this time the immortal emperor's blood sprayed out. The unlucky old man was slapped away by the huge purple claw, and his body suffered unimaginable damage. Roar! The old man threw his head back and roared. His broken body flickered with divine light, and the power of an immortal emperor surged. His almost broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood rapidly regenerated. In just a few breaths, the old man whose body was almost destroyed recovered as if he had not been injured at all. The celestial aura on his body was terrifying. At this time, the green-robed middle-aged man and the other old man were fighting a terrifying creature hidden in the dragon chi. Roar! The old man who was slapped away by the mysterious creature roared and rushed forward. He opened his mouth and spat out a crimson cauldron surrounded by divine fire at the creature. The shadow of a vermilion bird loomed over the cauldron surrounded by divine fire. The divine fire distorted and shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. The fire illuminated the pitch-black dragon vein cave and dispersed the surrounding dragon chi. Bang! A beast claw covered in purple scales reached out from the dragon chi and slapped the crimson cauldron, sending it flying. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious beast was too abnormal. It actually used its physical body to resist the Emperor divine weapon refined by a celestial being realm immortal emperor. Clang! A sword chime resounded in the dragon vein cave. A cold sword chi pervaded the air. A divine light rushed out from the body of the other old man. Within the divine light, there was a peerless divine sword, which slashed towards the mysterious creature shrouded in dragon chi. This was another incomparably powerful emperor divine weapon, and in the hands of a celestial being realm immortal emperor, it could exert the most powerful and extreme power. Swoosh! A beam of purple divine light shot out from the dragon chi, heading straight for the emperor divine sword. Powerful energy waves rippled out. Boom! It was as if two bolts of lightning had collided in an instant. Divine light burst forth and illuminated the entire void. The mighty dragon chi was dispersed. The Emperor Divine Sword was struck away, and the old man was also affected. He was sent flying back involuntarily, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. His physical body was injured. Damn it! The green-robed middle-aged man roared angrily. 9 pitch-black mountains rushed out from his body, blocking the entire underground space and emitting chaotic chi. Rumble? Chapter 827. Rumble, the green-robed middle-aged man made his move. 9 divine mountains descended from the sky, crushing the void and shattering the heavens and earth. The boundless draconic aura was dispersed, and a ferocious and terrifying beast appeared before everyone's eyes. The energy descending from the 9 divine mountains was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there was a strand of chaotic aura lingering on the 9 divine mountains. It was comparable to the 9 ancient divine mountains. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! One of the vertical eyes on the terrifying beast's forehead opened, shooting out a beam of dazzling purple light. It pierced upwards and broke through the divine power of the 9 divine mountains, blocking the 9 divine mountains that were descending from the sky. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this ferocious beast. This ferocious beast wasn't the Purple Serpent King, but an unknown ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was covered in a thick layer of purple scales, and it had a pair of demonic blood-red eyes. It looked like a lizard, but it had a crocodile-like mouth and a vertical eye on its forehead. The ferocious beast was incomparably ferocious, and the murderous aura it exuded was terrifying. Roar! The ferocious beast roared to the sky, and the purple divine light that rushed out from its vertical eye actually blocked the suppression of the 9 divine mountains. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, and it was terrifying. At this time, the crimson cauldron that was knocked away flew back. Boom! The cauldron shook, and a monstrous fire erupted from it, burning the void. A vermilion bird rushed out from the cauldron, setting off endless divine flames as it pounced towards the ferocious beast. That was not the true divine bird, the vermilion bird. It was an illusory figure condensed from boundless fire elemental energy. However, the fire elemental energy was vast and mighty. Everywhere the vermilion bird passed, space would be burnt and shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Bang! The ferocious beast stretched out its claws, and the surrounding draconic aura was triggered. Following the ferocious beast's movement, streams of draconic aura in the shape of a dragon pounced towards the vermilion bird. Boom! The vermilion bird and the dragon collided in an instant. Flames shot up to the sky and dragon chi surged. The vermilion bird that was condensed from endless fire elemental power collapsed and dissipated in the void. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The entire dragon vein was trembling as though it was about to collapse. The ferocious beast was terrifying to the extreme. It was able to summon the power of the dragon vein and send the cauldron flying once again. The old man controlling the cauldron suffered the impact and was sent flying while coughing up blood. This was an emperor weapon that he had refined. It was connected to his aura and bloodline. It was like a part of his body and was closely connected to him. The elder was also affected by the impact of the emperor armament. If the emperor armament was destroyed, the elder's vitality would be greatly injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover. This was the weakness of all cultivators on the immortal path. They relied on celestial weapons and divine weapons, but their bodies were not fully tempered. Relatively speaking, their bodies were much weaker than martial artists. Although Gu Fei was still in the immortal realm, the strength of his body was comparable to that of a mighty expert. Ordinary divine weapons and celestial treasures could no longer hurt him. Evil beast, the green-robed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flew to the top of the 9 mountains. He then sat down cross-legged on the mountains. He wanted to use the power of the immortal emperor to destroy this ferocious beast. Rumble, the 9 divine mountains shook and chaotic aura surrounded them. The power that came from the 9 divine mountains was enough to shatter a part of the void. However, it was blocked by the purple divine light emitted from the vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast. Roar! The peerless ferocious beast roared again and again. It absorbed the dragon chi into its body to replenish the energy it had consumed. The purple divine light that shot out from the vertical eye was extremely dazzling. The vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast was too terrifying. Even the 9 divine mountains refined by the green-robed middle-aged man couldn't suppress it and obliterate it. This man is definitely an expert among the immortal emperors. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene. An ordinary immortal emperor couldn't fight against this ferocious beast. The 2 old men were the best proof. Go to hell. The old man wielding the emperor divine sword slashed out with all his strength. The sword light soared thousands of zhang. The cold sword chi made people's hearts tremble and their bodies shiver. Swoosh! The sword light cut through the sky, dispelling the dragon chi and slashed diagonally at the ferocious beast under the 9 divine mountains. The terrifying sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Roar! The ferocious beast roared and stretched out its claws, clawing at the incoming sword light. Clang! Sparks flew like 2 pieces of divine iron colliding. The fact that the Emperor Divine Sword couldn't break the scales of this ferocious beast was really shocking. One could imagine how hard the scales of this ferocious beast were. The ferocious beast's claws shattered the sword light. Then, without losing any momentum, it clawed at the chest of the old man. The dragon chi lingering on the claws pierced through the void. Swoosh! With a thought, the godly sword flew back in an instant, blocking the claw that was coming at him. Bam! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. His expression had also become weary. Although the Emperor's sword had blocked the attack, the old man's ribs had already been shattered. An ordinary celestial being realm immortal emperor was so weak in front of this ferocious beast like a newborn baby. It posed no threat, but it also threatened many others. The ferocious beast didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even though it was 1 against 3. In fact, it even had the upper hand. The 2 old men were no match for this ferocious beast. It was an innate ferocious beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful that it could kill an ordinary Shin King. If it wasn't for the green-robed middle-aged man, the 2 immortal emperors would have been mercilessly killed by the ferocious beast in the dragon vein and become its food. There was a great disparity in strength between celestial being realm immortal emperors. A 9th heaven celestial being realm immortal emperor could easily kill a 1st or 2nd heaven celestial being realm immortal emperor. The green-robed immortal emperor was so powerful that he could barely fight against the ferocious beast. The peerless beast's vertical eye emitted a dazzling divine light as it faced off against the 9 divine mountains in the sky, which were emitting an endless pressure that could collapse the void and shatter the world. The green-robed immortal emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on the 9 divine mountains, circulated his immortal emperor power with all his might. Rays of divine light lingered around him as his immortal emperor power continuously poured into the 9 divine mountains. Rumble, the 9 divine mountains were shaking. The terrifying energy fluctuation that spread out was enough to destroy a part of the void, but it was resisted by the ferocious beast. Roar. Chapter 8:28. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. The whole dragon cave shook as if there was a huge dragon turning over. The endless mountains outside were shaking violently as if a dragon was about to soar into the sky. The mighty dragon chi rolled and condensed into a dragon shadow that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards everyone. Everyone's expression changed. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching from afar. Go! Without any hesitation, the green-robed middle-aged man put away the 9 divine mountains that were confronting the terrifying beast, turned into a ray of divine light, and fled in the direction he came from. Even the green-robed middle-aged man who could fight against the ferocious beast had left. The other 2 immortal emperors didn't dare to stay any longer. They put away their emperor weapons and flew into the air, trying to escape. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar resounded nearby. The huge sound wave almost caused the 2 immortal emperors to fall from the sky. The whole dragon cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Rocks kept falling from the sky. If this was the place where the peerless dragon vein was protected by the dragon chi of the earth, it would have collapsed long ago. The 2 immortal emperors were terrified. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying creature in the dragon vein. Just a roar from it was enough to make them lose their souls. When the light dissipated, the figures of the 2 immortal emperors appeared in the void, surrounded by divine light and vast immortal chi. However, their faces were pale and they were on the verge of collapse. Only the green-robed middle-aged man's light was not affected. He flickered a few times and disappeared into the distance. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Those were 2 incomparably powerful immortal emperors. Even if he had the Supreme Saint weapon, he would not be a match for the celestial being realm immortal emperor. The gap of 2 major realms was not something that could be bridged by grasping an extreme Tao Saint artifact. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. The murderous aura in front of him soared into the sky. There was an extremely terrifying beast rapidly approaching. In just a moment it had arrived nearby. He sealed himself with the power of heaven and earth. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. No one could sense his aura. Even so, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He stealthily retreated. That savage beast wasn't something he could deal with. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao Saint weapon, he wouldn't have dared to face such a savage beast. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. A purple divine light flashed, and one of the immortal emperors who didn't manage to escape in time was pierced through at the waist by the divine light. The beast, which looked like a lizard but had a terrifying crocodile head and was covered in scales, charged at the 2 old men again. This ferocious beast was comparable to a peerless celestial emperor at the 9th level of the sky being realm. Its strength was so strong that even a peerless celestial emperor at the 9th level of the sky being realm would have a headache if they encountered it. The 2 elders from the Li family of the ancients were only at the 3rd and 4th sky of the celestial being realm. They were no match for this kind of wild beast. One of them was instantly pierced through. Whoosh! The vertical eye on the forehead of the ferocious beast opened again. A purple divine light shot out and swept towards the other old man, tearing the void apart. It was a destructive light that seemed capable of obliterating everything. Bang! A crimson ancient cauldron rushed out from the body of the old man. The ancient cauldron was surrounded by divine flames, and the shadow of a vermilion bird could be vaguely seen around it. It flew towards the purple divine light. The vermilion bird ancient cauldron was blasted away by the purple divine light. The body of the cauldron was dented and deformed. The divine flames emitted from the cauldron dimmed. The figure of the old man trembled violently and was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled. A huge purple figure rushed out from the depths of the dragon vein. Its 2 eyes were like lanterns, flickering with a pale green light as it moved rapidly in the darkness. Something that looked like a tail flew out from the dragon chi and lashed at the old man who was flying backward. Even the void collapsed. The old man was scared out of his wits. His body flickered with divine light. his hands danced in front of him. Immortal Tao divine runes appeared between his hands. A powerful force was rapidly condensing. He drew upon the force of heaven and earth in an attempt to defend himself. However, it was all in vain. Bang! Countless Immortal Tao divine runes were crushed. The old man was also whipped by the tail-like object until his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. An immortal emperor of the celestial being realm would not die so easily. In the bloody mist, a fist-sized divine light wrapped around a small person rushed out. The small person was no different from the old man who had his body destroyed by the wild beast. It was a shrunken old man. The small person's face was filled with fear and wanted to flee. Roar! At this moment, a roar rang out from the churning dragon aura. After that, a dragon head that was as large as a mountain suddenly stretched out from within the dragon aura. The dragon opened its mouth wide and actually swallowed the little person that was enveloped by the divine light in one gulp. A dragon? Gu Fei was shocked. One should know that this was the land of the dragon. The heavenly dragon that was nurtured by the heaven and earth had died prematurely. There was no way another dragon would be born here. The other old man was so frightened that he forgot to escape. His entire body was trembling like a fool. A dragon had appeared in the dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon was incredibly powerful. It had killed a celestial immortal emperor in an instant. That was an immortal emperor, not an ordinary immortal god. At this moment, even the ferocious beast retreated as if it was afraid. After devouring the old man's immortal emperor nascent soul, the dragon charged out from the rumbling dragon chi. Its body was over 100 zhang long, and its purple scales glowed with a layer of purple light. There were no claws under its abdomen, only 4 protruding lumps of meat. It only had a dragon's head, but no dragon's body. It turned out that it was not a real dragon, but a serpent dragon. Although the word dragon was also used for serpent, it was vastly different from a dragon. This purple serpent dragon was the purple serpent king that had been suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron back into the dragon vein. No wonder it was so powerful. It had killed a celestial being immortal emperor as soon as it arrived. This purple serpent king was a connate savage beast that was born in the land of the dragon. This is bad. When Gu Fei saw that it was the purple flood dragon king, he couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron, the purple flood dragon king would have already died in the dragon essence and phoenix chi points. Bam! The purple serpent king swung its tail again, turning the other old man into a mist of blood and devouring the immortal emperor nascent soul. During this process, Gu Fei was hiding in the dark, ready to open his inner world at any time. If he was discovered by the purple serpent king, his life would be in danger. He didn't have the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Although he had the violet gold divine sword, it was an offensive saint weapon. If he couldn't kill the purple serpent king in one strike, he would be the one to die. Chapter 829. The mountain and river cauldron was currently suppressing the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi converged, greatly weakening the power of this place. Once the mountain and river cauldron was summoned, it would suppress the mountains and rivers of the heaven and earth. Its defensive power was so strong that even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to break through it in a short period of time. Moreover, the mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi that was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. The cauldron's soul had already recognized its master, so there was no need to worry about it being snatched away. Without the mountain and river cauldron to protect him, Gu Fei wouldn't take the risk. The purple serpent king that was comparable to a supreme expert was extremely powerful. It already possessed the ability to transform into a human, but it didn't transform into a human. The purple serpent king walked the path of a supreme demon. After killing the 2 immortal emperors of the Li clan, the purple serpent king was about to retreat to the depths of the dragon vein. However, it suddenly stopped as if it sensed something. Its mountain-like head suddenly turned around, and a pair of huge eyes emitted a murderous green light, staring at the place where Gu Fei was hiding. In an instant, Gu Fei felt as if his heart had stopped beating. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and all the pores on his body opened up, causing his scalp to go numb. I've been discovered? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Just as he was about to open his inner world and temporarily retreat into it. However, at this time, a figure silently walked out from the dragon chi. This person was wearing a black iron godly armor. His skin was bronze in color and he was full of strength. The black iron godly armor was dull and had already shown signs of decay. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for this to happen. Perhaps even the godly armor would lose its spirituality and be eroded by the merciless passage of time. Apart from extreme divine tools that were refined from rare and immortal divine materials, which could exist for a long time outside of the world, even semi-divine tools that were refined by almighty figures would be worn down by time after a long time, unable to exist forever. This person was the corpse of the ancient sage that Gu Fei and the others had encountered before. There was not the slightest fluctuation of life coming from this corpse, nor was there any death qi. It was very strange. The corpse of an ancient sage hadn't decayed, and had already regained its spirituality. It was an extremely powerful corpse that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme expert. Roar! The purple flood dragon king let out a roar and no longer paid any attention to Gu Fei. Instead, it stared at the lifeless ancient corpse. Majestic dragon qi surged and dragon shadows appeared around the purple flood dragon king. The purple flood dragon king was born from the dragon vein of the earth. It could draw on the dragon vein qi and it had the advantage of time and geography. Swoosh! The ancient bizarre corpse didn't make a sound. It pounced forward and pressed its hand forward. Bam! With a loud bang, the void trembled. His huge hand expanded endlessly, filling up the entire void as it slammed towards the purple flood dragon king. Bam! The purple flood dragon king swung its tail and smashed the incoming hand into pieces before charging towards the ancient bizarre corpse. Hoo! A mouthful of cold air was spat out from the purple flood dragon king's mouth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Even the void felt like it was about to solidify. When the ancient corpse was hit by the cold air, it immediately turned into a block of ice and was frozen solid. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This purple flood dragon king was so monstrous that even the ancient sage's corpse that had gained sentience was frozen solid. Seeing that the two existences comparable to Almighty's were facing off, he was in no hurry to leave. Swoosh! The flood dragon swung its tail like a peerless divine weapon. It turned into a purple divine light and whipped towards the ancient bizarre corpse, wanting to smash it into pieces. Boom! The block of ice that was sealing the ancient queer corpse suddenly exploded. Shards of ice scattered in all directions. The ancient queer corpse rushed out and grabbed the flood dragon's tail with one hand before spinning the purple flood dragon king around. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This ancient bizarre corpse was so strong that it was able to swing the purple flood dragon king, which was comparable to an almighty being. Hoo! The ancient bizarre corpse loosened its grip and used all its strength to smash the purple flood dragon king downwards. The purple flood dragon king's huge body smashed towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew. A huge crater appeared on the ground that was as hard as divine metal. The force of the purple flood dragon king's smash had cracked the ground and cracks extended in all directions. Within the dragon veins, the rocks and soil had been nourished by endless dragon qi for countless years. The hardness of the rocks was comparable to divine metal. The ancient corpse descended from the sky and stomped down on the purple flood dragon king, who was still in a daze from the impact. A terrifying power surged beneath his feet, causing the void to collapse and shatter under his stomp. The purple flood dragon king rolled on the ground and scurried away, avoiding the ancient bizarre corpse's stomp. The ancient bizarre corpse seemed to have instinctively used some of the battle techniques that it had learned when it was alive. It was extremely powerful and temporarily gained the upper hand, causing the purple flood dragon king to be in a sorry state. The purple flood dragon king and the ancient bizarre corpse seemed to have a huge grudge against each other. When the two of them clashed, the terrifying shockwaves shook the entire dragon veins. The dragon veins of the earth were filled with boundless draconic qi. The purple flood dragon king unleashed a supreme innate ability, activating the power of the dragon veins. 9 dragon shadows danced around him like the reincarnation of the dragon emperor as he fought against the ancient wondrous corpse, instantly reversing the situation. Fight! Fight! It's best if both sides suffer. Gu Fei had already retreated far away. The two mighty existences emitted a terrifying aura that even the inner heaven and earth energy couldn't completely isolate. This made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. He silently retreated, but he didn't retreat. If he retreated at this time, he would be an idiot. While these two fellows were fighting, he should take the opportunity to enter the depths of the dragon vein and take that thing away. Gu Fei was extremely careful. He pretended to retreat and let the purple flood dragon king think that he had really retreated. He then turned back without anyone noticing and went around the two of them to enter the depths of the dragon veins. Roar! Suddenly, a mournful roar came from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but turn back and saw an incomparably shocking scene. The terrifying beast that could contend against the immortal emperor was actually torn apart by the ancient bizarre corpse. Fresh blood splattered and the ancient bizarre corpse was bathed in a rain of blood. Swish. Gu Fei regained his senses and executed the 8 desolation steps. Each step was a few miles and he rushed towards the depths of the dragon veins. Along the way he didn't sense the presence of any powerful beasts. The purple flood dragon king was a Xiantian savage beast that was comparable to the ancient bizarre corpse. The dragon veins of the earth were its lair. Other beasts would never dare to enter. Very quickly, Gu Fei had covered 100 miles. The dragon chi in the surroundings was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was as if it was going to liquefy into divine liquid. It was truly shocking. The peerless dragon veins indeed lived up to its name. Chapter 830. An extremely pure draconic aura surged from the front. Where the light was, there seemed to be a real dragon hiding, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with the obstruction of the inner world energy, Gu Fei could still feel the horrifying movement of the draconic essence. It made him tremble in fear as if he was facing a real divine dragon. Swoosh. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly stepped in the void, using the 8 desolate steps, rushing towards the direction of the light. As he got closer, the light became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt as if he had rushed through a layer of water. Then there was a bright light in front of him, and the surging draconic aura suddenly disappeared. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He seemed to have entered a different world. In this world, there were dragon shadows appearing, as if there were countless real dragons hiding in the void. In this void it was not that there was no draconic aura. On the contrary, the draconic aura here was denser than anywhere else. However, the draconic aura here had turned from tangible to intangible. This void was dozens of miles wide. This was a divine land, and there were rare dragon crystals everywhere, shining brightly like an illusion. This was not what made Gu Fei dumbfounded. What really shocked Gu Fei was that in the center of this void, there was a divine pearl floating. The diameter of the divine pearl was hundreds of feet, and on it, there was a dragon-shaped divine light flowing, as if there were countless dragons swimming. The divine light had 9 colors and it was dazzling. There seemed to be a primordial world inside. The sky was black and the earth was yellow, and it was incomparably mysterious. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. After the death of a real dragon, it left behind a peerless draconic essence. This divine pearl was the peerless draconic essence. The essence of a real dragon was in the draconic essence. The draconic essence had been nourished by the dragon veins for countless years, and it was definitely a treasure that was hard to find in the world. Gu Fei risked his life to enter the peerless dragon veins, just for this draconic essence. Above the dragon yuan, there was a faint roar of the heavenly dragon. It was not loud, but it caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Even the power of the inner world could not isolate this sound. His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. A true dragon born from a peerless dragon vein had died before it could soar into the sky and achieve the body of a heavenly dragon. This resentment had accumulated for countless years and was not something to be trifled with. Under the influence of this resentment, the ferocious beasts that were born from the peerless dragon vein were filled with a vicious aura. They were the most terrifying ferocious beasts in the world. Swoosh. In a flash, Gu Fei arrived in front of the dragon essence. The dragon essence seemed to have a spirit of its own as it suddenly began to vibrate. Then an evil black dragon appeared above the dragon essence. Gu Fei was shocked. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Boom. Just as Gu Fei retreated, a pitch-black dragon claw came down from the sky and shattered the void where Gu Fei had been. An evil dragon with a vicious aura? Gu Fei's heart trembled. A true dragon had fallen, and its vicious aura had soared to the sky. It had not dissipated even after millions of years, but now it could actually take on a human form. This was not a real evil dragon, but a manifestation of vicious aura. However, it was still incomparably terrifying. A huge dragon body appeared above the dragon essence, winding like a mountain. The evil dragon roared at the sky, causing the entire void to shake violently as if it was about to collapse. Even with the barrier of the inner world, Gu Fei was still shaken by the roar, causing the blood in his body to churn. Gu Fei's expression changed. This evil dragon was too powerful. It should be known that the void where the dragon essence was located was incomparably stable and unshakable. However, a single roar from this evil dragon almost caused the void to collapse. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful this evil dragon was. Even if an almighty came, they would not be able to subdue it. They might even be killed by this evil dragon. What should I do? Gu Fei's mind was racing. He quickly searched his mind. What method could he use to deal with this evil creature that was formed from endless vicious aura? Brr. The evil dragon roared again. Then it rushed out from the dragon essence. This was a black dragon that was thousands of feet long. Its body surged with a violent aura that soared to the sky. Got it? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the other two extreme Dao Saint tools in his body. At this time, the evil dragon that was formed from endless vicious aura had already fiercely pounced towards him. It set off a monstrous black aura that darkened the entire void. Swoosh! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a simple and unadorned bronze lamp appeared in Gu Fei's hand. On top of the ancient lamp, there was a lantern flower the size of a soybean. The lantern flower flowed with 3 colors of divine light. An auspicious aura immediately spread out from the ancient lamp. This ancient lamp was the 3 realms Buddhist lamp that Gu Fei had obtained from the Naraka path. This was a supreme saint tool that could even illuminate the 9 underworlds. Almost at the same time, a divine bell surrounded by Buddhist light appeared in Gu Fei's left hand. The divine bell was surrounded by Buddhist light, and faint Sanskrit Buddhist chants could be heard coming from it. The moment these 2 supreme Buddhist weapons appeared, the world was immediately filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The power of Buddhism was vast, and the monstrous evil chi that was surging towards the sky was immediately repelled. The power of Buddhism happened to be the nemesis of this vicious aura. Gu Fei activated the Buddhist lamp in his hand. On the wick of the Buddhist lamp, the bean-sized lantern flower immediately shone brightly, emitting 3 colors of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, the figure of a Buddha seemed to be faintly discernible. He sat on a treasured lotus, chanting the supreme Buddhist chants. There was a supreme Buddhist power that could purify all evil. Brr. The evil dragon roared. It seemed to be somewhat afraid and actually stopped. Dang. Gu Fei shook the Sanskrit Buddhist bell in his hand. The melodious sound of the bell resonated in the void, and visible ripples spread out from the Buddhist bell. Amidst the sound of the bell, there seemed to be countless Buddhas chanting sutras and thousands of arhats chanting. The sound of Buddhism resounded, and the vicious aura in the void quickly dissipated. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp shone with Buddhist light, and the melodious sound of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The power of Buddhism spread out from the 2 supreme saint tools. Although it did not display its extreme divine power, the evil dragon did not dare to come forward. At this time, Gu Fei activated the power of the 2 inner worlds in his body. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly, and the power of the inner world surged out and entered the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged, and endless spiritual energy flowed into the 3 realms Buddhist lamp in Gu Fei's right hand. There were 2 inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. These were simply 2 sources of power. The spiritual energy would never dry up, and the divine power would never be exhausted. Chapter 831. Dang. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell continued to ring, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chant lingered in the air. The endless violent energy dissipated, and the evil dragon's body gradually faded under the sound of the bell. Endless Buddhist light bloomed from Gu Fei's hand. The 3-colored brilliance illuminated the world, and under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the violent energy was quickly dispersed. This was an evil spirit condensed from endless violent energy. It was a terrifying evil dragon, but in front of the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons, it was suppressed. Roar! The evil dragon roared and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, and the dragon's claws tore the sky and earth, crushing everything. Although it was afraid of the powerful aura emitted by the supreme Buddhist weapon, this ferocious and terrifying evil dragon still attacked Gu Fei in the end. Swish! The Sanskrit Buddhist bell flew out from Gu Fei's hand and descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Fei inside. Bang! The evil dragon's ferocity reached its peak. Its sharp claws broke through the layers of Sanskrit Buddhist chant and directly grabbed the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, sending Gu Fei and the bell flying thousands of feet away. The powerful impact caused the Sanskrit Buddhist bell to shake again and again. Visible ripples spread out from the Buddhist bell, and Gu Fei almost fell out of the Buddhist bell. Damn it! Gu Fei stopped retreating and sat cross-legged inside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. He used all of his inner world energy to stimulate the power of the 2 supreme Buddhist weapons. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp flew up from Gu Fei's hand and floated above Gu Fei's head, emitting a Buddhist light. The Buddhist light shone on the violent energy, turning it into a peaceful one. Dang! The bronze bell vibrated, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chant resounded throughout the world, constantly weakening the power of the evil dragon condensed from the violent energy. Although the Sanskrit Buddhist bell's defense wasn't as strong as the mountain and river cauldron, the evil dragon still couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Boom. The evil dragon crazily attacked, and its baleful aura soared into the sky. Black baleful aura enveloped the entire world, causing the entire world to darken. Very soon, it was plunged into darkness. Gu Fei sat inside the Sanskrit Buddha bell and listened to the heavenly sounds of the Grand Tao. It was as if everything that was happening outside had nothing to do with him. The power of heaven and earth continuously gathered towards the two supreme Buddhist weapons, and the violent qi was dissipating. In the end, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell released a trace of extreme divine might. All the violent energy in the void was instantly dispersed, and the evil dragon collapsed. As the endless evil energy was dissipated, Gu Fei's inner world energy was endlessly pouring into the two supreme Buddhist weapons. Swoosh! The three realms Buddhist lamp floating above Gu Fei's head emitted an unprecedented blazing light. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky, and the violent qi dissipated under this sunlight. The violent qi on the dragon origin bead was refined by the three realms Buddhist lamp and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. Then Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and put away the peerless dragon origin bead. The peerless dragon origin bead was a supreme treasure left behind by a fallen true dragon. It was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Only by putting it in his inner world could he keep it by his side. Rumble. As if he was moving a mountain, Gu Fei exerted all his strength to draw the worldly dragon essence, which was flickering with a 9-colored divine light, into his inner world. Just as Gu Fei put away the peerless dragon origin bead, a roar suddenly came from the distance. An extremely powerful and violent aura was quickly approaching. This is. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He already knew what was quickly approaching. This was the most important location of the peerless dragon vein. It was where the dragon origin bead was. All the dragon qi in the peerless dragon vein came from the dragon origin bead. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly turned around and retreated. He had already obtained what he wanted, so he decisively retreated. The purple flood dragon king was comparable to a mighty existence. If he could avoid it, he would. He used the 8 desolate steps and quickly went back the way he came. Roar! A terrifying figure rushed into the void where the dragon origin bead was and then rushed out with a roar. The purple flood dragon's body was faintly discernible in the dragon qi. That ancient strange corpse that has already developed intelligence is actually not a match for the purple flood dragon king? Gu Fei thought. If this was really the case, then the purple flood dragon king was too terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care about who won and who lost. He directly rushed towards the exit of the earth dragon vein. The purple flood dragon king's roar constantly came from behind. The dragon origin bead was gone. This caused the purple flood dragon king to go crazy. Even the extremely stable void where the dragon origin was located was destroyed by the purple flood dragon king. Within the earth dragon vein there was almost no light. It was pitch black. If it was an ordinary person or even an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to see what was inside. Only those with a cultivation like Gu Fei could see the darkness as if it was daytime. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and ran through the earth dragon vein as if he was teleporting. His speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the peerless dragon vein was broken. The dragon qi here was vast and mighty. He could already feel the bright and fresh air of the outside world. Just as Gu Fei was about to rush out from the bottomless abyss formed by the peerless dragon vein, he suddenly stopped as if he sensed something. He could sense the aura of many cultivators outside. The commotion at the land of Phoenix's death and dragon's grave had alarmed many people. Even though the supreme experts couldn't split themselves, there were quite a number of celestial being and mysterious transformation realm immortal emperors and immortal kings. Gu Fei could sense a few especially powerful auras. Therefore he wasn't in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he hid in the bottomless abyss formed by the broken dragon vein. At this time, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the earth dragon vein. The entire earth dragon vein shook violently. Everyone outside was shocked. A terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the earth dragon vein. A terrifying Xiantian realm beast was approaching at high speed. The violent aura it emitted was terrifying. Boom! A purple flood dragon broke through the layers of dragon qi and rushed out from the bottomless abyss. It pounced towards the crowd outside in a frenzy. The purple flood dragon king was infuriated. These humans had actually taken away its dragon qi. This infuriated it and it went straight for those unlucky fellows outside. The purple flood dragon king was comparable to a supreme expert. Without a supreme expert of the human race, no one here would be able to fight against the Purple Flood Dragon King. The Purple Flood Dragon King spat out a breath of cold air and sealed 100 li of the outside world. Half of the people were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered in all directions to hide. Chapter 832. Rumble. The appearance of the Jiao dragon changed the color of heaven and earth. Endless purple lightning fell from the sky, turning the area within 100 miles into a purple sea of lightning. The purple Jiao King seemed to have turned into one of the lightning bolts, moving rapidly in the sea of lightning. Screams of agony rang out as people were struck by the lightning bolts, instantly turning into charcoal. Everyone's expression changed. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shin King were shocked. No one expected an extremely terrifying purple Jiao King to rush out from the peerless dragon vein. The purple Jiao King attracted endless lightning bolts. It was simply a vast lightning tribulation. How is this possible? Heavenly tribulation lightning? The primordial law of heaven and earth hasn't changed. Is this a connate ferocious beast that can fight against a mighty being? I don't want to die. Many people gathered outside the peerless dragon vein. Among them were immortal emperors whose cultivation and strength were second only to mighty beings. There were also immortal kings and deity kings who were one realm lower than the immortal emperor and Shin King. There were also immortal gods, but most of them were below the immortal realm. The endless divine lightning fell, and the first to suffer were the immortal realm cultivators below the immortal realm. Whether it was the paramount saints who were one step away from the immortal realm or the demigod realm peerless experts, none of them could resist this terrifying lightning tribulation. Dozens of immortal realm cultivators were completely annihilated by the first wave of lightning tribulation. Nothing was left behind as they were blasted into ashes by the lightning tribulation. Only the powerful heavenly immortals could barely resist this lightning tribulation. However, the immortals were also in danger of being struck by the lightning and turning into charcoal at any time. Roar. The purple Jiao King roared angrily at the sky. The terrifying roar produced a terrifying sonic boom, causing the bodies of the immortals present to explode into a mist of blood. Their souls directly dissipated into the most primitive soul power. The purple Jiao King opened its mouth and sucked the soul power of the immortals who were killed by its roar into its stomach, then refined it. To immortals, fiendish demons and even ghosts, soul power was a great supplement. Refining souls and devouring soul power would make one's own soul stronger and stronger. For all the cultivators in the world, the stronger their soul was, the harder it was for them to die. Even if their body was destroyed, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could be reborn. If his soul was destroyed, it would be useless even if he left behind an immortal body. A single roar from the Violet Flood Dragon King was incomparably ferocious. Boundless violet lightning circulated around the Violet Flood Dragon King, causing the expressions of everyone to change. This flood dragon was simply too powerful. Even the immortal kings and divine kings of the profound transformation realm, who were a level higher than the immortal god realm, had their ears bleed from the purple WRM King's roar. Their blood and energy roiled within their bodies, and they almost fell from the sky. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shin King were shaken. Gu Fei couldn't help but stare at the scene from afar. The might of the purple WRM King's roar was truly terrifying to the extreme. Could even kill immortals. Even with the obstruction of the inner world, the roar still penetrated the barrier of the inner world and entered Gu Fei's ears, causing his ears to buzz. For a moment he couldn't hear anything else. If this flood dragon finds out that I took its dragon essence, it'll be terrible. Gu Fei trembled in fear as he carefully moved towards the outside of the Sea of Lightning. The inner world's power had sealed the void around his body. The violet tribulation lightning that fell from the sky couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body, as it was dissolved by the inner world's power. Gu Fei's body formed a world of its own, and no law could touch him. The terrifying lightning that could tear the heaven and earth apart wreaked havoc between the heaven and earth, but it couldn't do any harm to him. The rest of the people were out of luck. Under the first wave of the tribulation lightning, the immortal god was also killed by the roar of the purple WRM King. Only a few profound transformation realm immortal kings and divine kings, and celestial being immortal emperors and Shin King were struggling in the Sea of Lightning. They could be annihilated by the tribulation lightning at any time. Rumble. The violet tribulation lightning that fell from the sky was getting more and more powerful. The destructive aura was vast and mighty between the heaven and earth. This was the power of the heaven and earth. The fury of the thunder was not something that a human could resist. Bam! A white-haired old Shin King struck out a large black seal that was surrounded by chaotic aura. It shattered the heaven and earth, shook off the endless lightning in front of it and rushed outwards. Boom. At this moment, a huge purple claw directly grabbed at the old Shin King from the sky. Endless lightning and thunder coiled around the body of the purple WRM King. A claw actually grew out of the abdomen of the purple WRM King. This claw was the claw of a dragon. It emitted a vast dragon chi. Everywhere it passed, everything that was tangible and intangible would be crushed. The dragon chi from the claw shrouded the four directions, imprisoning the void. The old Shin King was scared out of his wits. He only felt that the void around him suddenly solidified, making it hard for him to move. He knew that the opponent had imprisoned him, and he was at the mercy of the opponent. Bam! The purple dragon claw slammed down, instantly turning the old Shin King into a bloody mess. Even the immortal Emperor Infant in his Naiwan palace couldn't escape, and his soul dispersed. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. That purple WRM King was truly monstrous. A roar could kill an immortal god and a claw could kill the Shin King. Dragon transformation? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a dragon claw growing out of the abdomen of the purple WRM King. This lightning tribulation was most likely aimed at the purple WRM King. This was the desolate world. This place was still governed by the laws of the desolate era. The purple WRM King's cultivation and strength had already reached the stage of dragon transformation. Hence, the heavens sent down the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. The purple flood dragon king roared as he allowed the lightning to enter and exit his body. The purple lightning coursed through every inch of the purple flood dragon king's flesh. With the help of the heavenly lightning tribulation, the purple WRM king almost annihilated all the human and heaven-ranked cultivators outside the dragon vein. Swish, swish, swish. No one dared to make a move against the purple flood dragon king anymore. This ferocious beast was too powerful. Only a supreme existence would be able to contend against it. Since they weren't a match for it, they could only retreat decisively. Among the group of heaven-ranked experts, no one could contend against this Xiantian savage beast. Staying here would only mean death. No one wanted to die. Hence, everyone was running for their lives. Gu Fei was no exception. Although he had a saint artifact, he wasn't a match for such a savage beast. Chapter 833. The area within 100 li was filled with raging thunder and lightning. Each bolt of lightning was as huge as a mountain, tearing the heaven and earth apart. A terrifying aura of destruction filled the air. Gu Fei silently ran for a few dozen li, but he still couldn't escape from the range of the thunder and lightning. Gu Fei wasn't the only one who rushed out. A green figure with 9 black divine mountains above his head rushed out from the sky. Each of the divine mountains was filled with chaotic aura. Gu Fei recognized this person. This green-robed middle-aged man was the 9th heaven celestial emperor of the Li clan of the primordial clan. This immortal emperor's cultivation was so powerful that he could fight against peerless beasts. Only such a person wouldn't die in this sea of thunder and be devoured by it. Cries of agony were still ringing. The purple king serpent was chasing after the fleeing cultivators. The target of all the thunder and lightning was the purple king serpent. Wherever the purple king serpent went, the strongest thunder and lightning would follow. The dragon transformation lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Within the range of the sea of thunder and lightning, all life was destroyed by the thunder and lightning. The earth was charred. Apart from a few celestial beings, all the cultivators gathered outside the peerless dragon vein had died. The cultivators of the Tenglong continent had never seen the power of the heavenly tribulation. Ever since the end of the primordial era, the heaven and earth had changed. The heavenly realm and the human realm were separated forever. Even the primordial clan that was rooted in the heaven realm was trapped in the human realm, unable to return to the heaven realm. After the great change, even if someone cultivated to the immortal realm, the heavens wouldn't send down the lightning tribulation. Without the baptism of the power of heaven and earth, the immortal realm on the Tenglong continent was inevitably different from the immortal realm that ascended. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king who was near Gu Fei let out a cry of agony as his artifact was shattered by the thunder and lightning. In the next moment he was struck by the second thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning that connected the heaven and earth contained great destructive power. The immortal king who was struck by the thunder and lightning let out a cry of agony for the second time. Smoke rose from his body and he fell to the ground. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king was struck to death. Gu Fei's heart pounded. This dragonization heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. This was already the outer region of the lightning sea, but the lightning energy was still so strong. Roar! The purple serpent king's roars rang out from the depths of the sea of lightning. At this point, the purple serpent king didn't dare to split its attention to pursue other cultivators. The power of heaven and earth lightning had already been raised to a terrifying degree. If it couldn't withstand it, the purple flood dragon king would be refined into ashes by the tribulation lightning, and its soul would dissipate. There were only two outcomes to transcending a heavenly tribulation, and that was life and death. This was a test given by the heavens and earth to those who were successful in their cultivation. If they could pass this test, then they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. But if they could not, then only death awaited them. Swoosh! Gu Fei sprinted on the ground. He did not fly in the air. Soon he rushed out of the sea of lightning. At this time he still did not dare to relax. Only after running for 1,000 miles did he stop on a mountain peak. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. In this extremely dangerous place there were two powerful auras. The mountain and river cauldron was suppressing the energy of the place where the dragon and phoenix intersected. The energy ripples from the mountain and river cauldron were the strongest. The place where the powerful aura came from was the location of the purple flood dragon king. The purple flood dragon king was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, and it was at a critical juncture. Swoosh! A divine ray of light flew across the sky with great immortal chi. It was an immortal lord in the celestial being realm. This immortal lord was currently rushing towards the land of the phoenix perished. Then, a green-clothed middle-aged man with 9 black divine mountains floating above his head and a vast and mighty aura of primal chaos walked over from high up in the sky. In the end, someone managed to rush out of the sea of lightning. The land of the phoenix perished. Xiaoqing. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan had gone to retrieve the item in the land of the phoenix perished. He wondered if they had succeeded. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. Using the 8 desolation steps, he rushed towards the land of the phoenix perished. With the presence of the purple flood dragon king, unless it was a supreme existence, no one would be able to barge in. However, there were still some people who were unaware of the situation heading towards the land of the dragon perished. The land of the phoenix perished and the dragon perished spanned a radius of 10,000 miles. The distance between the land of the phoenix perished and the peerless dragon vein was about 300 to 400 miles. The place was shrouded in phoenix chi, and the temperature was much higher than ordinary places. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the site of Feng's death, a good number of cultivators had already gathered around the site. Their cultivation bases were not particularly high. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from the land of the phoenix perished. The ground shook as if someone was attacking something in the land of the phoenix perished. A heat wave spread out from the land of the phoenix perished. Where are Xiaoqing and the others? Gu Fei realized that Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had entered the land of the phoenix perished? Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and a few powerful energy ripples surged out from the center of the land of phoenix death. There seemed to be people fighting and it was an intense battle. Whoosh! Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly rushed into the fog in front of him, and his figure instantly disappeared. He entered the land of Feng perished. Even with the mountain and river cauldrons suppressing this part of the world and infinitely weakening the peerless danger zone, the land of Feng perished was still very terrifying. The people outside were all at the human level. After Gu Fei entered the land of the phoenix perished, he had only walked for a few miles when he found a corpse under a pile of rubble. It was the corpse of a man. The corpse was in tatters and blood was splattered all over the ground. It was unknown what had torn the corpse into this state. It was covered in blood and no one dared to go near it. Three-legged firebird. Ever since Gu Fei entered the land of the phoenix perished, he was worried that he would encounter the three-legged firebird, so he ran back. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-colored evil light rushed out from the ground and rushed towards Gu Fei. It was so fast that Gu Fei could barely react. Boom! The void around Gu Fei's body suddenly trembled. The blood-evil light that was about to strangle him immediately collapsed in the void and was blocked outside of his body. The inner world energy had isolated the void and the blood-evil light was unable to penetrate the inner world energy. Bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow descended from the skies and slammed down. A violent force shook the heavens and earth. That was a terrifying shadow of a rod. Wherever the shadow of the rod passed by, a tear would appear in the void. Chapter 834. The land of the death of the phoenix was filled with yang qi. It was the birthplace of the phoenix. Even though the phoenix died prematurely and could not soar into the sky, the essence of the phoenix did not dissipate and gave birth to a treasure. This treasure was something that even a mighty being would be jealous of. Not to mention other cultivators, many people who entered the land of the death of the phoenix were here for this treasure. Bam! Out of nowhere, a shadow of a rod descended from the sky. A strong gust of wind swept down from the sky, causing dust to billow everywhere. Terrifying energy ripples caused the ground to undulate like waves. Powerful cultivator. Gu Fei took a step forward. As if teleporting, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he reappeared hundreds of feet away. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! That person's rod smashed into the ground. The extremely ferocious power directly caused the ground to explode and cave in, forming a huge pit. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Gu Fei shot up into the sky. He then held the yang in his right hand and the yin in his left. The yin and yang rotated and moved the heaven and earth. Bam! A huge seal appeared between Gu Fei's hands. The power of yin and yang intertwined. The seal pressed down from the sky like a mountain, causing the sky to collapse. Gu Fei struck out with the yin-yang seal of life and death. This was a skill that was derived from martial arts. There was no ripple of qi, nor was there any sign of skills. There was only the purest ripple of energy. It was not a skill, nor was it a skill. However, it was much scarier than any other skill. A martial artist? The man was shocked. He did not dare to take Gu Fei's yin-yang seal of life and death head-on and quickly retreated. However, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and chased after the man like a shadow. The huge seal continued to press down on the man. Seeing that he could not escape, the man roared in anger. The black rod in his hand pierced upwards like a heavenly pillar. It expanded rapidly and covered the sky. Boom! The yin-yang seal and the black stick instantly collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the ground within a radius of several hundred feet suddenly collapsed. If not for the fact that this was the place where the phoenix died and was protected by the power of the phoenix, everything within a radius of 50 kilometers would have been affected. This was a battle between immortals and gods. Pooh! That person spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His face was deathly pale and his wrist was broken and bleeding. Swoosh! That person turned around and left without any hesitation. His sneak attack had failed and he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If he didn't leave now, then he would be a fool. Humph! You want to leave? Gu Fei sneered. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Since they dared to launch a sneak attack on him, they would have to bear the consequences. And the consequences were very serious. Gu Fei took a step forward. With just a single step, he caught up to that person. Then he stomped down on that person's head. 8 steps of extreme speed instantly transformed into 8 steps of absolute death. Rumble! Endless power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The aura of destruction was surging. It was as if the entire world was crushed by his feet, and the entire world was trembling under his feet. That person was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. He was unparalleled and chased after him like an ancient god of war. Brr! Don't push me too far. That person roared angrily. He waved the black rod in his hands with all his might and smashed it upwards, welcoming Gu Fei's stomp. Swoosh! The black rod in that person's hands turned into a black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It emitted a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, tearing through the void and fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Umph! Gu Fei sneered. The first step of the 8 steps of absolute death landed. Boom! Endless power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The black dragon that soared up to the sky was immediately crushed by Gu Fei's stomp, revealing its original form. The black rod was sent flying by Gu Fei's stomp. Bang! Gu Fei immediately took the second step of the 8 steps of absolute death and stomped towards that person's chest. The power of the second step was more than double that of the first step. The void could not withstand such power and directly shattered under Gu Fei's feet. After the black rod was sent flying, that person could only block with his hands. A vast amount of divine power surged out from his hands, trying to block Gu Fei's 8 steps of absolute death. Bang! That person's hands were directly crushed by Gu Fei's stomp. A peerless combat skill could not be blocked. That person spat out blood and was sent flying. He crashed into a huge rock and rolled among the rubble. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Fei was about to step forward and finish that person once and for all. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from the depths of the land of Fengxi. The dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens, shaking the sky and the clouds. When Gu Fei heard the dragon's roar, he was shocked. This was the secret skill of the dragon clan, the Azure Dragon's roar. It was Xiaoqing. Who was it that made him use the peerless sound-killing technique of the dragon clan? Xiaoqing had run into trouble in the depths of the land of Fengxi. Gu Fei couldn't care less about the person who ambushed him. He immediately used the 8 steps of desolation and rushed towards the depths of the land of Fengxi. Boom. Bang. Rumble. Someone was fighting in the depths of the land of Fengxi. Terrifying energy waves spread out from the inside. The collision of the ultimate skills was extremely shocking. Roar. Another earth-shattering dragon's roar rang out. The sound waves shook the heavens and the earth. The entire land of Fengxi was trembling. If it wasn't for the protection of the phoenix's power, this land that could give birth to the divine phoenix would have collapsed. The Azure Dragon's roar was the peerless secret skill of the dragon clan. It was a great killing technique of sound. If it was used by an emperor of the dragon clan, a single roar could shatter the mountains and rivers. It was extremely powerful. When the dragon's roar rang out, many immortals rushed out from inside. These immortals were bleeding from their ears. They had no choice but to retreat under the peerless killing technique of the Azure Dragon's roar. Gu Fei used the heaven and earth energy to suppress his aura, but he still felt his blood boiling. This showed how powerful the dragon's roar was to be able to penetrate the barrier of the heaven and earth energy. When he came closer, he saw a huge magma lake in front of him. The magma was bubbling and rolling. Endless heat spread out. Even Gu Fei felt a wave of heat. Above the magma lake, there were 2 figures moving at high speed. They were engaged in a life and death battle. One of them was covered in majestic dragon chi. Dragon shadows could be faintly seen around him. Who else could it be but Xiaoqing? Where are He Tian and Balan? Gu Fei looked around. There were many people standing beside the magma lake. These people could withstand the terrifying sound waves of the dragon clan's secret skill, the Azure Dragon's roar. None of them were weaklings. Some of them even had celestial being cultivation. These people were just watching the show and had no intention of making a move. Who is that Xiaoqing dragon? When did such a young expert appear in the dragon clan? That young divine king of the Jiang clan is also impressive. He lives up to his reputation. Chapter 835. He Tian and Balan were nowhere to be seen. There was only Xiaoqing fighting a youth in the sky above the magma lake. Where did He Tian and Balan go? Gu Fei didn't know what happened. From the conversations of the bystanders, Gu Fei knew that the youth who was fighting with Xiaoqing was the young divine king of the Jiang family. Cultivating to become an immortal, mastering the life and death technique, possessing boundless magic power, they were immortals. Cultivating divine abilities and ascending to the heaven realm, they were gods. There was a difference between immortals and gods, but it wasn't that clear. This was because immortal cultivators would often grasp divine abilities. Divine abilities and people who cultivated immortal Dao techniques were not few. Therefore, immortals and gods had always been referred to together. Starlight illuminates the universe. The young divine king of the Jiang family shouted. Boundless starlight surged on his body. A starry sky appeared in the sky and boundless starlight sprinkled down. Divine ability phenomenon appeared. Around the young divine king of the Jiang family, a starry sky appeared indistinctly. One after another, large stars emitted boundless power of the stars and smashed towards Xiaoqing. Great heavenly dragon hand. Xiaoqing also shouted angrily. Dragon chi surged all over his body. He slapped forward with both of his hands. It was as if there were many large dragons rushing out from his hands. The stars that smashed towards him all exploded. The large dragons soared into the sky and shattered a part of the starry sky. The power of a true dragon was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The battle technique of the dragon race was incomparably powerful. Xiaoqing's temperament was actually somewhat similar to Gu Fei's. Swish. The young divine king of the Jiang family attracted a large purple star and smashed it towards Xiaoqing. This large star seemed to fall from the 9 heavens. The heaven and earth were shaken by the power of the stars. Rumble, the void shook. The large purple star crushed the void. It was actually like a real star falling from the sky. It was indestructible and shattered everything. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the great purple star descended. The Jiang clan's little divine king displayed a divine ability that made one's heart palpitate. He was similarly incomparably powerful. The spectators nearby were also shocked. This young divine king was known to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't a lie. Even if he were to face the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King, he might still be able to fight them. Little Green sensed the danger. It roared and slapped out with both hands. Two huge dragons soared into the sky and met the purple star that was descending from the sky. The two dragons were incomparably solid, as if they were real divine dragons. They emitted boundless dragon power as they charged toward the purple planet. This was simply a scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. Boom! With a loud bang, the two dragons collided with the purple star descending from the sky. The power of the true dragon and the power of the stars collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. The magma lake below was impacted, and the magma rolled up for half a day. The spectators nearby couldn't help but change their expressions as they hurriedly retreated far away. The magma here wasn't ordinary magma. This was the magma of the Phoenix perishing land. It was contaminated with the supreme yang energy of the Phoenix and could melt refined gold and divine iron. Even an immortal physique as powerful as an immortal spirit would be peeled off a layer of skin if it was splashed by the magma here. The purple star wasn't shattered by Xiaoqing's heavenly dragon hand, but it was blown high up into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was shaken by the boundless power of the stars, causing him to fall into the magma lake. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Just as he was about to make a move, Gu Fei heard Xiaoqing's voice. "Big brother, don't make a move." Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What exactly is little Qing trying to buy? Why was he like this? Although Gu Fei didn't know why, he didn't make another move. Boom! Xiaoqing fell from the sky and smashed into the magma lake. Magma splashed everywhere. Everyone was shocked. No one expected such an outcome. Even the young divine king of the Jiang family was shocked. His opponent was defeated just like that? How was this possible? His opponent's strength should be about the same as his. Xiaoqing grasped the secret arts of the dragon clan and was the disciple of the old tortoise. He was strong enough to compete with immortal kings or divine kings. He could be said to be the rising star of the dragon clan. Rumble! At this time the earth suddenly shook and the entire magma lake boiled. Strands of phoenix energy rushed out from the earth, and there seemed to be a divine bird flying above the magma lake. It was a phantom formed by the phoenix energy. What's going on? Could it be, oh no, that kid from the dragon clan wants to take that thing? Someone came to a realization. Then, the celestial being Realm Shin King and the immortal emperor directly rushed over. With divine light protecting their bodies, they directly broke through the magma and entered the magma lake. The place where the phoenix was born was filled with the utmost yang energy. After countless years, it gave birth to a treasure of heaven and earth. That treasure was under the earth. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the magma lake. Then, Gu Fei saw the few Shin King and immortal emperors who had just rushed into the magma lake break through the magma and rushed out of the lake. A bird's cry shook the heaven and earth. Endless divine fire rushed out of the magma lake. A five-colored divine bird that was as huge as a mountain flew out of the lake. The terrifying aura was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Some people with weaker cultivation immediately fell to the ground, trembling in fear. This was fear that came from the depths of their souls. Three-legged fire bird? After Gu Fei saw the giant bird, he was also shocked. Could this magma lake be connected to the dragon and phoenix divine point that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron? Boom! The three-legged fire bird flapped its wings and set off endless divine fire that swept in all directions. Those who could not dodge in time were immediately turned into ashes under the divine fire. They did not even have the chance to scream. Hiss! Gu Fei took a deep breath and retreated as expected. Without the mountain and river cauldron, he would be in big trouble if he was targeted by this vicious bird. He sealed his body with the inner world energy, so he was not worried that the vicious bird would sense his existence. Roar! What kind of monster is this? Damn it! Is this the legendary three-legged fire bird? Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged. This vicious bird was too powerful. Its aura alone could already suppress the immortal realm. Only those who were above the immortal realm could dodge it. The young divine king of the Jiang family immediately retreated far away. Xiaoqing. Gu Fei could not help but worry for Xiaoqing, who had fallen into the magma lake. One should know that the three-legged fire bird was hiding under the magma lake. Caw! The three-legged divine bird opened its beak and spat out a mouthful of divine fire at the ninth firmament of the immortal spirit realm experts. The divine fire swept out, causing the void to distort and collapse. The ninth firmament of the immortal spirit realm experts were immediately trapped in a sea of fire. After a few short cries, the ninth heaven of immortal realm experts were turned into ashes in the sea of fire. Their bodies and souls were destroyed by the divine fire. Chapter 836. The three-legged divine bird's ferocious aura soared into the sky. It breathed out divine fire, and a few ninth heaven immortal gods who couldn't dodge in time were devoured by the divine fire. Everyone was shocked and retreated far away. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperors and deity emperors were shocked and had no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, but he had already escaped far away. Jiang family's young divine king? Gu Fei discovered that the Jiang family's young divine king, who had fought endlessly with Little Qing and even knocked Little Qing into the lava lake, had also retreated far away. The Jiang family of the Desolation was the most ancient cultivation family that had existed for countless years. They weren't known for their divine arts but for the blossoming of 100 flowers. Some cultivated divine arts and became gods, some cultivated the immortal Tao and achieved the body of a true immortal. There were even some who embarked on the most difficult path of the righteous Tao through strength. Since the primeval times, this family had produced many big shots and had an incomparably deep foundation. The young divine king of the Jiang family of the Desolation didn't look old from his appearance. He should have achieved Tao at a young age. He was definitely a monstrous genius and extremely powerful. This kind of person was outstanding, a proud son of heaven. He had talent that others could not hope to reach. If he grew up, this young divine king would definitely become the strongest person in the world. The descendants of the Desolation families aren't simple, Gu Fei murmured to himself. He was already tens of li away from the magma lake and stood on top of a stone mountain. Ahead of him was a fiery light that soared into the sky. Waves of hot LNG surged over, distorting the void. The divine fire breathed out by the three-legged divine bird was incomparably powerful, as if it could melt everything. Cries of pain could be heard constantly. The bird seemed to have been angered and was chasing those immortals who were fleeing in all directions. There were indeed many people who entered the land of Phoenix Death. But at this time, everyone hated that they were born with 2 legs and were fleeing with all their might. This ferocious beast was too powerful and undefeatable. Boom! The three-legged god bird spat out another mouthful of god fire. It was a god fire of extreme yang, and it had the characteristics of the Phoenix god fire. Although it was not the Phoenix god fire, it was not something that ordinary immortals could withstand. The divine fire enveloped a part of the world, enveloping several immortal deities. Even a celestial being immortal emperor was swept into the sea of fire. The immortals did not even have the time to scream before they were burned to ashes by the divine fire. Roar! A furious roar came from the sea of fire. The celestial being immortal emperor didn't die. He was surrounded by 108 divine rainbows that blocked the powerful divine fire. That was the sword light formed by 108 divine swords. It was an emperor divine weapon. Terrifying sword chi fluctuated in the monstrous divine fire. The sword light cut through the void, protecting the immortal emperor inside. 108 sword lights gradually dimmed under the divine fire. The immortal emperor turned pale with fright. This divine fire could even refine emperor divine weapons? Buzz. 108 divine swords vibrated at the same time. The sound of the swords echoed in the sky and the earth, spreading to every corner of the land of the death of the Phoenix. The immortal emperor desperately controlled the 108 divine swords to push away the divine fire. He wanted to rush out of the sea of fire and escape. If he was trapped in the sea of fire, there would only be one outcome: to be burned to ashes, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Just as the immortal emperor was about to rush out of the sea of fire, a bird's cry resounded above his head. Then, a huge claw directly grabbed at the immortal emperor from the sea of fire. Boom! The void trembled. The huge claw that was surrounded by divine fire emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It directly tore the void apart, shattered the 108 destructive sword lights, and crushed the immortal emperor in an instant. The divine fire burned from all directions, and the broken flesh was immediately burned into charcoal. Finally, it turned into ashes and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. That was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. Moreover, it was a sword immortal emperor with terrifying attack power. But he died under the claw of the vicious bird just like that. This vicious bird was definitely comparable to a mighty being. It could even kill an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm with one strike. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp go numb. Without the mountain and river cauldron, even if he had the violet gold divine sword, he might not be a match for this vicious bird. Gu Fei knew that he definitely couldn't deal with this vicious bird. After the three-legged divine bird killed the immortal emperor, it immediately locked on to another immortal emperor. The celestial being realm immortal emperor became the target of this vicious bird. It was a white-haired old Shin King. Evil creature. Old Shin King's voice trembled when he saw that he was targeted by the vicious bird. This was a peerless vicious beast that was comparable to a mighty being. No one could remain calm after being stared at by such a terrifying ancient beast. The three-legged divine bird stirred up the sky and flew towards old Shin King from afar. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by the extremely powerful fire elemental power. Swish. Old Shin King was surrounded by divine light as though an ancient deity had descended. A golden pagoda rushed out from his body. The golden pagoda was flickering with golden flames. As soon as the golden pagoda appeared, everyone felt a great pressure. The fear that came from the depths of their hearts almost made everyone kneel down. The golden pagoda emitted endless golden divine flames that soared into the sky. In an instant, it became as huge as an ancient divine mountain, covering the entire sky. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth was shattered by the descending golden pagoda. The ground was sinking, the land of Phoenix perishing was boiling, and the incomparably stable void was shattered. Holy weapon of a mighty being? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect old Shin King to actually have a mighty being's holy weapon. As soon as the mighty being's holy weapon appeared, the weather changed and the sun and moon lost their light. The entire land of Phoenix perishing was on the verge of collapse. The magma in the magma lake surged high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Boom. Another tremor came from afar. Another extremely powerful aura exploded from afar. It was as though a savage beast had suddenly awakened. Another mighty being's holy weapon? Gu Fei was shocked. These guys came prepared. Although the mighty being had to suppress the ancient heaven gate and couldn't split himself, someone came here with a mighty being's holy weapon. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, as if a true almighty had arrived. Many people knelt down and trembled. Even the young divine king of the Jiang family was bitterly holding on, doing his best to resist the terrifying might of the almighty sacred weapon. Amazing. Chapter 837. The pressure of the mighty figure's divine weapon was too strong. Ordinary immortal gods could not withstand it at all. The immortal gods outside the land of death of the Phoenix all knelt down, trembling in fear. This fear came from the depths of their hearts. Did a mighty being descend? It's impossible for a mighty being to descend. Someone must have used a mighty being's sacred weapon. Too scary. Outside the land of the death of the Phoenix, those who wanted to enter the land of the death of the Phoenix all stopped. Everyone who felt the terrifying pressure of the mighty being's sacred weapon was shocked. At this moment, only the mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and deity kings, and the celestial being immortal lords and Shin King could stand within 1,000 miles. Although the celestial being immortal lords and Shin King were shocked by the mighty being's sacred weapon, they hesitated for a moment but still walked into the land of the death of the Phoenix. Boom. The whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. The golden divine pagoda that came down from the sky directly smashed the three-legged vicious bird. The mighty being's sacred weapon displayed great power. The golden divine fire actually showed signs of dispersing the divine fire spewed out by the three-legged vicious bird. The white-haired Shin King was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. His body shone with golden light as if he was made of pure gold. With the golden divine pagoda above his head, he charged at the three-legged vicious bird. Swoosh! At this moment, a huge purple divine saber that was thousands of miles long slashed down at the three-legged vicious bird like a heavenly saber. This earth-shattering saber seemed to split the world in half. The terrifying saber chi split the void and shook the world, becoming the only thing in the world. Croak! The three-legged vicious bird was instantly enraged by the golden divine pagoda. With a caw, a powerful and violent force exploded from the vicious bird's body. Bang! The monstrous divine fire engulfed the three-legged vicious bird in an instant. Then, many phoenix-like divine birds appeared in the sea of fire. They exuded an endless amount of fire elemental power and went up to the purple heavenly blade that was slashing down. Bang! 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 The boundless fire elemental energy condensed into many phoenix-like divine birds. The saber lights shattered one after another, suppressing the horrifying fire elemental energy. The holy weapon of the Almighty was really too powerful. This holy blade was indestructible, and it broke through the layers of fire elemental power like a hot knife through butter. Countless phoenix phantoms dissipated under the blade light. The terrifying saber chi swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. Clang! A gigantic claw emerged from the divine flames to collide fiercely against Skyblade, which was hacking down from the sky. A resounding sound of metal colliding rang out. The three-legged vicious bird was worthy of being a Khanate-level ferocious beast born from the heavens and earth. Its physical body was incomparably strong. Its giant claw collided with the heaven saber, but it was not damaged at all. The terrifying heaven blade was blocked and sent flying high into the sky. The endless divine flames dispersed, and the three-legged vicious bird was sent flying by the blade. After sending the heaven blade flying, the white-haired old Shin King merged with the golden divine pagoda. Like an almighty descending, he emitted boundless murderous intent and rushed over again. A great battle broke out. The heaven blade's saber light cut through the void and soared for thousands of miles. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was crushed and destroyed. Nothing was left. The golden divine pagoda emitted a monstrous golden divine fire. It formed layers of golden LNG and surged towards the three-legged vicious bird. The horrifying energy fluctuation shook the entire Phoenix burial ground. Even Gu Fei found it difficult to bear the pressure of the almighty saint weapon and had no choice but to retreat further away. Big brother? Suddenly Xiaoqing's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Xiaoqing was knocked into the magma lake by the Jiang family's young divine king, but he did not die. Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiaoqing, where are you? Gu Fei directly communicated with Xiaoqing using his divine thoughts. No one else could hear or capture the conversation between him and Xiaoqing. Big brother. I'm in the fire vein under the ground. Come down quickly. Xiaoqing's voice was a little anxious. He seemed to have encountered a problem that he could not solve. How do I go down? Gu Fei frowned. At this moment, the three monstrous existences in front of him were already fighting. It was a battle between almighty existences. No one dared to approach. That's easy, Xiaoqing said. Then a weak energy fluctuation came from the ground under Gu Fei's feet. Immediately, a formation pattern appeared on the ground. There was a mysterious aura circulating above the formation pattern. Swoosh. Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared in the void. The formation pattern on the ground immediately dissipated and disappeared in the void as if it had never been there. After an unknown period of time, it might have been a moment, but it also seemed like an eternity. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. A blazing aura immediately attacked his body. The scenery in front of him gradually became clear. He saw Xiaoqing, Heitian and Balan. He realized that he had come to a strange space. This was a void formed by the power of a formation. It was shaped like a ball. There were pieces of spirit jades engraved with formation patterns moving around it. The entire space was about 100 meters in diameter. Outside the formation pattern was tumbling magma. Endless fire elemental power was vast and mighty. In front of the formation pattern space, there was a scarlet divine pearl with a diameter of 100 meters. There seemed to be a kind of liquid flowing in the divine pearl. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the divine pearl. The divine pearl was surrounded by mighty divine fire. This was the most powerful fire in this Phoenix perishing land. Phoenix Marrow. When Gu Fei saw this huge divine pearl, even though he was extremely calm, his face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Phoenix Marrow. That was a supreme sacred object born from heaven and earth. Even almighty figures would be tempted by it. Xiaoqing, are you alright? Gu Fei asked. He had personally seen Xiaoqing being blasted into the magma lake by the young divine king of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity. He didn't know if Xiaoqing could escape this calamity. Now that he saw that Xiaoqing was fine, Gu Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I did it on purpose, Xiaoqing said. With his strength, it was enough to fight endlessly with the young divine king of the Jiang family. The Dragon Clan's secret skill also had unfathomable power. Boss, don't worry. That young fellow from the Jiang family won't be able to hurt Brother Qing, Heitian said. This guy was holding a formation plate in his hand. On the formation plate, phantoms were constantly faintly discernible. The phantoms were the projections of the Phoenix perishing land. This Heitian actually set up a formation in the entire Phoenix perishing land. Then he used the formation plate to control everything. Just now Heitian used this method to teleport Gu Fei here. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. We can't get close to that divine pearl, Xiaoqing said helplessly. If it wasn't for the existence of the formation pattern, they would have long been refined into ashes by the true fire. Chapter 838. Rumble, endless flames surged. Under the ground, a scarlet divine bead that looked like a divine sun was fixed in the void. Endless flames of extreme yang surged, and phoenixes flew around the divine bead. That was the phantom of a divine bird manifested by the true yang fire. The phoenix had fallen, but it left behind a divine bead that contained phoenix marrow. Dragon essence and phoenix marrow were supreme treasures born from heaven and earth. Obtaining one of them would give one a chance to comprehend the Tao and become an invincible supreme saint. No one wouldn't be jealous of such a supreme treasure. Since ancient times, the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died had devoured the lives of countless peerless figures. Everyone wanted to become a supreme being and become an invincible expert. Although they knew that the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died was the most terrifying land in the world, there were still people who rushed in regardless of life and death. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the ancient heaven gate at this time, those supreme beings wouldn't just hand over their holy weapons to others to use, they would definitely come in person. If a supreme being came, then Gu Fei and the others wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they had supreme holy weapons and Gu Fei could borrow the power of the three great worlds for his own use, they would definitely not be a match for a supreme being. What should we do? Gu Fei asked. The divine bead in the void in front of him was surrounded by true yang fire. Even if divine iron was thrown in, it would be instantly refined into green smoke. It was impossible to get close. This was a divine fire of extreme yang that was born between heaven and earth. Could burn anything. Legend had it that this divine fire could smelt divine materials of the extreme path. A saint had once used this divine fire to refine a saint weapon of the extreme path. Although there was a formation in the way and they were very far away, Gu Fei and the others felt that the blood in their bodies were about to be ignited. Their entire bodies felt like they were being roasted. Their mouths were dry and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Gu Fei was a little better. He had the power of the inner world to block the heat. Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan were suffering. Boss, the only thing that can take away this divine pearl now is the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian said. The mountain and river cauldron was currently suppressing the place where the dragon and phoenix chi converged. This. Gu Fei could not help but frown. If he withdrew the mountain and river cauldron now and allowed the dragon chi and phoenix chi to converge once again, the suppressed force of the world would once again display its might, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss, we don't have to care too much about these people's lives. He Tian said. He thought that Gu Fei did not want everyone who entered the danger zone to die. The world of cultivation was cruel. The lives and deaths of others were not worth mentioning at all. Big bro, we can't miss out on this type of divine object. Xiaoqing said. This was the phoenix marrow that was formed after a phoenix died. Obtaining it would give one a chance to corroborate the Tao. At this time even Balan looked at Gu Fei nervously. If that's the case, let's do it. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. What they did not know was that the mountain and river cauldron, which was suppressing the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi converged, had long been coveted by someone. Several celestial being realm Shen King appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. Swish. A huge golden hand grabbed down from the sky. Endless waves of magic power surged down from the huge hand, trying to take away the mountain and river cauldron. A celestial being realm Immortal Emperor made a move. Bang! Just as the huge hand grabbed the space above the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook. A terrifying force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, directly shattering the huge hand. Roar! A roar came from the sky. A figure was sent flying hundreds of miles away. A drop of Immortal Emperor's blood glittered with bloody light sprinkled down from the sky. A circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. The heaven and earth shook. The other Immortal Emperors and Shen King who did not make a move were also sent flying. Puff. An Immortal Emperor directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The other Immortal Emperors and Shen King also had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their faces turned pale and they were frightened. The extreme Tao sacred weapon was indeed powerful. It only released a trace of power, but it was able to severely injure the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King. Everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. If there was an immortal realm expert here just now, he would have already died. Go and invite the Almighties. Only the Almighties can take away the extreme Tao sacred weapon. These Immortal Emperors and Shen King immediately turned around and left without looking back. The extreme Tao sacred weapon had appeared. This time, those Almighties would probably not be able to sit still. The extreme Tao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by the extreme Tao sage. It was the ultimate sacred weapon refined by the extreme Tao sage. On the extreme Tao sacred weapon, there was the great Tao imprint of the extreme Tao sage. It could be said that it was the incarnation of the extreme Tao sage. If one obtained it, they could comprehend the great Tao and have a chance to prove their Tao. The attraction of the extreme Tao sacred weapon was probably even greater than the ancient heaven gate for those almighties who could no longer advance to the next level. It could definitely make those almighties put down everything and rush to this place. Some people speculated that the great change of heaven and earth in the ancient times was related to the extreme Tao sage. If one could break through the shackles of the almighties and become an extreme Tao sage, he might be able to open the passage between the heaven realm and the mortal realm even without using the ancient heaven gate. However, just as the few immortal emperors and Shen King left, the mountain river cauldron began to shake. Endless formation patterns flickered and the power of heaven and earth surged. The mountain river cauldron gradually rose up. Clang! The black coffin under the mountain river cauldron was overturned. The lid of the coffin fell to the side. There was no corpse rolling out of the coffin. It seemed to be just an empty coffin. Thousands of zhang below the place where the phoenix perished was filled with terrifying true yang qi. Below the ground, the rocks and soil were all melted and turned into surging magma. As for the area close to the divine pearl of phoenix marrow, even the magma was vaporized. Nothing could exist here. The true yang qi had melted everything. Thousands of zhang away from the divine pearl of phoenix marrow, there were countless spiritual jades dancing in the air. Above the spiritual jades, there were formation patterns that shrouded the void. Countless formation patterns drew the power of heaven and earth and attracted endless spiritual qi, forming a void of the formation. Gu Fei and the others were in the void of the formation. It had to be said that the power of the formation had unfathomable power. Even the celestial being realm Shen King and the immortal emperor didn't dare to enter the place where the true yang qi gathered. However, He Tian had barged in. The formation that He Tian had set up blocked the endless true yang qi outside. Even so, everyone in the void of the formation still felt like they were in a furnace. At this time, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged. He communicated with the soul of the mountain river cauldron with his mind. He wanted to retrieve the mountain river cauldron. Once the mountain river cauldron was retrieved by Gu Fei, the momentum of heaven and earth in this place of death would be activated again. At that time, the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon perished would become a land of death that could obliterate all life. Even if a supreme expert came, he might not be able to return. Chapter 839. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron rose from the place where the dragon qi and phoenix qi converged. It vibrated slightly as if it was responding to some kind of summon. A terrifying pressure was released from the mountain and river cauldron, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The sky was about to collapse. The earth was shaking. Mountains were collapsing and dust was flying everywhere. It was like the end of the world. At this moment, everyone who had entered the land of Phoenix Parish and Dragon Grave was alarmed. The aura of a saint item of extreme Tao caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Even the celestial emperors and Deva emperors paled. Thousands of miles away, an old man in cyan robe appeared in the sky. Saint Tool of the extreme Tao. There seemed to be a starry sky in the old man's eyes. He looked at the place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. In the next moment, the green-clothed old man disappeared into the void without a sound. There were no ripples of energy, nor was there a trace of aura. It seemed so natural. At this time, as the mountain and river cauldron rose, the dragon qi and phoenix qi that were suppressed under the ground began to converge again. The water of the lake of divinity emerged from the ground again. Rumble? Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius began to tremble. The weather changed and the baleful aura that had been dispersed began to appear once more. The sky gradually darkened, and a terrifying power began to gather, as if an extremely terrifying prehistoric beast was awakening from its slumber. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone felt uneasy. They could feel that a great danger was approaching. No one could stay calm. Some people saw that the situation was not good and rushed out of the danger zone. Swoosh! 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 Bolts of blood-colored lightning fell from the sky. Each bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, connecting heaven and earth. Some of the people who were rushing out were immediately struck by the blood-colored lightning, and not even ashes were left. The earth shook. The people on the ground felt like they were standing on a wave of LNG. The ground cracked and endless evil qi surged out from the cracks. Wah! I don't want to die. Help! Many people screamed miserably as they were devoured by the cracked ground. At this time, everyone realized that they could not fly or soar into the sky anymore. Everyone panicked. Someone laid down a formation wanting to move through the void and teleport out of this dangerous place. However, the formation also failed. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, and the earth spewed out a murderous aura. The momentum of the world in this peerlessly dangerous land was gradually recovering. Immortals and gods were constantly falling, and the blood of immortals and gods dyed the earth red. Even the celestial being realm's celestial emperor and Shin King were flustered. They sensed the subtle changes between heaven and earth. One side of the world was transforming into a land of absolute death. This was a terrifying power of heaven and earth that was derived from the power of heaven and earth. Even if a supreme being came, he would not be able to change anything. What exactly was going on? Could it be that someone was actually collecting that extreme path sacred weapon? The existence of the mountain and river cauldron was no secret to the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King. Everyone who entered the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon could sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. However, not everyone knew that the thing that emitted such a terrifying pressure that made everyone's soul tremble was a extreme path sacred weapon. The land of the death of the phoenix and the land of the death of the dragon were both engaged in fierce battles. Celestial being realm immortals and Shin King, wielding sacred weapons, fought against the purple king serpent. In the land of the death of the phoenix, two celestial being realm immortal emperors, wielding sacred weapons, fought against the three-legged vicious bird. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth. The momentum of the world was restored, and the peerlessly dangerous land was about to recover. However, at this time, the celestial being realm immortal emperors and Shin King with sacred weapons were still unwilling to retreat. Seeing that they could obtain the legendary supreme treasure as long as they killed the guardian beast of the phoenix and dragon essence dragon, how could these people be willing to retreat? Rumble. At the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, the mountain and river cauldron rose from the ground like a primordial divine mountain. Primordial chaos chi swirled around the mountain and river cauldron, displaying a terrifying might capable of suppressing the ancient heavens. The momentum of the world was still being suppressed and had yet to fully recover. At this moment, an old man in green robes appeared nearby. However, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron let out a loud buzz. The countless formation runes around the mountain and river cauldron were destroyed, dissipating into the void like snow. Oh no. The old man in green robes was shocked and stretched out his hand. Boom. A huge hand appeared above the mountain and river cauldron. Endless energy poured down from the hand, directly shattering the void. It was as if the world had descended, trying to suppress the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron had already turned into a chaotic divine light and broke through the shackles of the hand, disappearing into the horizon at an extremely fast speed. The old man in green robes was shocked. He retracted his hand and directly broke through the void. In the next moment he appeared at the land of the death of the phoenix. At this moment, a chaotic divine light entered the magma lake. Who is summoning the mountain and river cauldron? The old man in green robes' eyes flickered. However, this was not the time to think. The entire forbidden ground was filled with murderous intent and immortals were dying continuously. This was a scene of doomsday. The azure-clothed old man no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the three-legged bird fell into the magma lake. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, everyone present was sucked into his sleeve, and he soared into the sky. Even someone as strong as the old man in green robes was shocked at this moment. After the mountain and river cauldron flew away, the momentum of the world in this forbidden ground was about to fully recover. If you don't leave now, you don't have to leave anymore. The land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon was a layout of absolute death. Moreover, it was a natural layout of death. Once the momentum of the world completely recovers, the land within thousands of miles will become a land of death. The power of the world will obliterate all life within. At that time, only the three-legged bird that was born in the land of the death of the phoenix and the purple serpent king that was born in the land of the death of the dragon will survive. Everyone else will perish and become a pile of bones. A similar situation occurred in the land of the death of the dragon. A powerful being suddenly appeared and repelled the purple serpent king. Then he recalled everyone and left the forbidden ground without looking back. Boom. Deep underground, an ancient cauldron broke through the layers of magma and emitted an endless amount of pure yang energy. It rapidly descended and soon, the mountain and river cauldron landed near the pearl of the phoenix marrow and floated above the formation. Chapter 840. After the cauldron of mountains and rivers was summoned back by Gu Fei, the power of heaven and earth in the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon began to awaken. Bolts of blood-red lightning the size of mountains descended from the sky, destroying everything in their path. The earth cracked and boundless killing intent surged out from the ground. From time to time, destructive light would flash across the ground, turning the area within a radius of 10,000 miles into a terrifying land of death. This was the release of the power of heaven and earth, a pattern of absolute death. Unless a saint of the extreme path arrived or used a holy weapon to suppress this land of dragon essence and phoenix essence. Otherwise, even a powerhouse wouldn't be able to break this pattern of heaven and earth. The dragon essence and phoenix essence converged and the power of heaven and earth was awakened. Cries of despair and anguish rang out from every corner of the land of death. Immortals fell one after another, their blood spraying everywhere. The terrifying power of heaven and earth was like a gigantic millstone that wanted to obliterate all life within. No one could resist this power, no one could resist the heaven and earth. The two powerhouses took action and collected a portion of the immortals and rushed out before the power of heaven and earth had fully awakened. Even the current powerhouses wouldn't be able to collect all the immortals that entered the land of the death of the phoenix and death of the dragon. Roar! The dragon vein shook and boundless draconic energy surged out like dragons dancing in the sky. The purple serpent king appeared within the draconic energy, roaring continuously. It was a connate beast born from the dragon vein and a three-legged bird from the land of the death of the phoenix. They were the only living beings in this land of death. Apart from the purple serpent king and the three-legged bird, there were no other living beings in the land of death. All that was left were dead creatures that had fallen in the land of death and gained sentience after so many years. Croak! In the land of the death of the phoenix, the magma lake boiled. Boundless pure yang energy shot up into the sky. Flames burned half the sky red and even space itself was collapsing. The three-legged bird was bathed in divine fire like a phoenix. It danced in the air above the magma lake, its silhouette faintly discernible within the flames. Whoosh! Outside the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon died, an old man in green walked out of the void. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures flew out from his sleeves. As long as a supreme saint did not appear, the current Almighty was invincible. Everyone who was thrown out by the green-robed old man did not dare to even breathe loudly in front of him. This was a supreme being of the current era. With just a finger he could instantly kill these immortal kings and god kings. No one dared to be impudent in front of this supreme being. Even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin king had to be respectful and careful in front of the great powers of the present age. Swoosh! In another direction, a figure shrouded in purple chi appeared in the void. With a wave of his hand, a void was opened, and nearly 100 figures fell out of the void. Purple Emperor? Emperor Gajiang? Almost at the same time, even though they were separated by thousands of miles, the two great existences sensed each other's existence. These two great existences were both from the ancient desolate era and seemed to be familiar with each other. Rumble! At this moment, the place where the phoenix perished and the dragon died let out a thunderous sound. The ground shook, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. Murderous intent shot up into the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar that made even the great existences pale was heard from the peerless dragon vein. A huge dragon rushed out from the dragon died and circled the sky above the forbidden land. A phoenix's roar echoed through the sky. Endless divine fire rushed up from the place where the phoenix perished. A huge phoenix appeared in the sky as if it had been reborn from the fire. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. Even though they knew that these weren't real innate divine beasts that had descended, the aura that the dragon and phoenix exuded was just too powerful. Cultivators below the celestial realm were instantly killed by this aura. Some even exploded and died, their bodies and souls destroyed. The aura alone could kill cultivators below the immortal realm. This was too terrifying. Even some immortal souls were shaken and their Tao foundation almost collapsed. Everyone was shocked and retreated in a hurry. Only the two great existences, the celestial being realm celestial emperor and Shin king, could stay where they were. If it was so terrifying outside the forbidden land, even the celestial being realm celestial emperor and Shin king might not be able to withstand the terrifying aura of the dragon and phoenix inside the forbidden land. In the sky above the forbidden land, the dragon and phoenix danced. However, they did not emit a peaceful aura. Instead, they emitted an earth-shattering murderous intent. The dragon and phoenix that were born in the forbidden land died before they were born. After so many years, the murderous intent hadn't dissipated yet. It was imaginable how terrifying this forbidden land was. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The momentum of the world in the land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon had finally completely recovered. At this time, no one dared to enter the peerlessly dangerous land ahead, not even the mighty figures present. Only a saint of the extreme path would be able to break through the power of the heaven and earth that was formed in this forbidden place. Those who were trapped in the forbidden land had no chance of survival. The power of the heaven and earth had recovered and destroyed everything. Apart from the purple king serpent and the three-legged bird, no life could survive. Of course, Gu Fei and the others were still in the depths of the forbidden land. They were an exception because they had the extreme Dao Saint weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. If the extreme Dao Saint weapon could fully display the power of the extreme Dao, it would be equivalent to a saint of the extreme Dao. It could unleash the full power of a saint of the extreme Dao. Buzz. In the depths of the forbidden land, in the middle of the sea of fire, the mountain and river cauldron trembled. Primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and the others, blocking the true yang divine fire from all directions. At this time the true yang divine fire erupted. If the mountain and river cauldron hadn't been summoned back, Haitian's formation void wouldn't have been able to withstand the true yang divine fire. At the instant the true yang flames erupted forth, the formation plate in Haitian's hand crumbled apart. The countless formation inscriptions Haitian had set up at the location of the phoenix death instantly crumbled apart. In front of absolute power, no formation could withstand it. Even supreme divine inscriptions could be destroyed. Under the ground, in the middle of the sea of fire, a scarlet divine pearl emitted endless divine light. The phoenix divine power was vast and mighty. Within the phoenix marrow divine pearl, there seemed to be a phoenix that had awakened. If not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have long been refined into ashes by the true yang divine fire from the phoenix marrow divine pearl. Chapter 841. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron trembled. The primordial chaos chi surged, blocking the endless true yang fire. Gu Fei and the others in the void of the formation were not at ease at all. What should we do? Xiaoqing asked. The current situation was very bad. In the sea of fire formed by the true yang fire, nothing could exist except for the extreme saint tools. Even the void would collapse from the heat. Haitian wanted to carve runes in the sea of fire, but he failed. The true yang fire could really refine everything. It was one of the most powerful flames in the world. The birth of a phoenix, 1,000 miles of scarlet land. This was not an exaggeration. A trace of the true yang fire could evaporate the water of an entire lake. The true yang fire could burn the sky and boil the sea. Only the lunar true water of the world could extinguish it. Otherwise, it could only be refined by supreme divine powers. Of course, this kind of true fire would probably be difficult to refine even for the current era's almighty, unless a legendary saint of the extreme path came. Damn it. Another dozen pieces of spirit jades shattered in the sea of fire. Haitian couldn't help feeling depressed. The true yang fire could refine everything. Nothing could resist the burning of this true yang fire. If we can't do it, let's retreat, Gu Fei said. With the mountain and river cauldron in hand, they could still rush out of this place. Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others couldn't help feeling a little unwilling. At this time, if they retreated, all their previous efforts would be in vain. It could be said that they had spent an endless amount of effort to enter this place. Even a formation grandmaster like Haitian felt extremely strenuous. Looks like we have to use our trump card, Haitian said. What? Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This Haitian really hid his strength well. At this time he was willing to use his true strength. I'm going to lay down the extreme Dao divine rune. If we still can't take the phoenix marrow divine bead, then we can only retreat, Haitian said. Extreme Dao divine inscription? You actually have an extreme Dao divine rune. Gu Fei exclaimed in shock. One must know that the extreme Dao divine inscriptions were created by the extreme Dao saints after they comprehended the great Dao. Every extreme Dao saint comprehended different great Daos, so the extreme Dao divine inscriptions passed down by each extreme Dao saint were different. It was unknown which extreme Dao saint's extreme Dao divine rune this fellow had mastered. After saying that, Haitian sat down cross-legged and solemnly took out dozens of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was a divine jade condensed from the true Yang flame essence. It was an item of extreme Yang. In the outskirts of the land of the fallen phoenix, there was quite a bit of this type of divine jade. Haitian, Xiaoqing, and Balan had all collected a large amount of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. One must know that the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was also a rare divine material. Only in this kind of place where true Yang essence gathered could such a divine jade be condensed. Although it was a divine jade condensed from true Yang essence, it was also difficult for the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade to exist in the vicinity of the Phoenix Marrow Divine Bead. It would also be refined by the true yang flame into a gaseous state. Whether the fire phoenix divine jade that was branded with the extreme Tao divine rune could withstand the burning of the true yang flame and not be refined by the divine flame, even Haitian wasn't sure. Dozens of pieces of fire phoenix divine jade floated around Haitian's body. The yin and yang qi swirled around Haitian's body, intertwining with each other. There was a kind of great Tao aura surging around his body. Haitian was evolving the great Tao of yin and yang, but this Tao was far from being formed. It only had a trace of Tao charm, but even so, it was enough to make Gu Fei and the others' eyes light up. This guy, although he still hasn't been able to regenerate his flesh and blood, he has already shown his unlimited potential. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. This Haitian's origin was mysterious, he couldn't see through him. Gu Fei thought that Haitian was a fallen peerless expert of the god race. After his death, Haitian had developed his soul force and gained sentience, becoming an undead creature. But now it seemed that Haitian wasn't simple at all. Great Tao of yin and yang. Haitian shouldn't be that person from the legends, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of a person, but he immediately shook his head. How could this be? Gu Fei thought that if Haitian was that person, how could he end up like this? And how could he appear in the hell Tao of the ancient Buddhist lord? Swish. Haitian's hands began to dance as a mysterious trajectory appeared on his hands. The power of yin and yang intertwined to form a divine rune that Gu Fei and the others had never seen before. This divine rune exuded the aura of the great Tao as if it was evolving into a Tao. It was the manifestation of the great Tao, indescribably wonderful and elusive. This is the extreme Tao divine rune? Gu Fei's heart trembled. This Haitian actually mastered an extreme Tao divine rune. This was truly shocking. One must know that the extreme Tao divine rune was a manifestation of the great Tao saint's comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, every great Tao saint's comprehension of the great Tao was different. Therefore, the extreme Tao divine rune left behind by each great Tao saint was unique. Haitian actually mastered an extreme Tao divine rune. Could it be that he was related to one of the great Tao saints from the desolate era? The great Tao saints had already disappeared during the primordial era, becoming a legendary existence. Could it be that Haitian really had some sort of karma with one of the great Tao saints? Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly. But how could he know such a thing? At this moment, Erebus had already successfully imprinted an extreme divine rune formed from the interweaving of yin and yang energy onto a piece of fire phoenix jade in front of him. That piece of flaming phoenix divine jade didn't shatter. The extreme Tao divine rune was imprinted onto the jade, causing the jade to emit the aura of the great Tao. Seeing this scene, Haitian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this time he might be able to succeed. One must know that not everything could be imprinted with the extreme Tao divine rune. Extreme Tao divine runes were the manifestation of the great Tao. In this world, there weren't many items that could be used as a vessel for the great Tao. Although they were immortal materials, the flaming phoenix divine jade was one of them. With a wave of his hand, Haitian sent the piece of flaming phoenix divine jade imprinted with the extreme Tao divine rune out of the void of the formation and into the true yang fire outside. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. If the fire phoenix godly jade shattered, they would immediately retreat. There was nothing much to say about this. The piece of flaming phoenix divine jade imprinted with the extreme Tao divine rune floated in the true yang fire. The extreme Tao divine rune on the jade flickered as the aura of the great Tao revolved around it. Not only was the flaming phoenix divine jade not refined by the true yang fire, but it was also absorbing the surrounding true yang energy, causing the extreme Tao divine rune on the jade to become increasingly clearer. This. Chapter 842. The extreme Tao divine rune was imprinted on the fire phoenix divine jade, drawing upon the power of the great Tao and the surrounding true yang essence, causing the extreme Tao divine rune within the fire phoenix divine jade to become even more dazzling. It's done. Everyone was overjoyed. The extreme Tao divine rune was extremely difficult to erase. It was the mark of the great Tao and possessed unfathomable power. Even the purest true yang divine fire in the world would find it hard to refine it. Seeing this, Haitian's confidence soared. His hands danced in the air as the yin and yang energy interweaved to form extreme Tao divine runes, continuously striking them into the fire phoenix divine jades floating around him. The extreme Tao divine runes were deeply imprinted into the fiery divine jades. The aura of the great Tao swirled around them as more and more fire phoenix divine jades flew out from the void of the array below the mountain and river cauldron into the sea of fire outside. In just a short while, the yin and yang energy in Haitian's body had been consumed by more than half, and the yin and yang energy in his body began to weaken. Every extreme Dao divine rune required a large amount of yin and yang energy. He Tian only managed to inscribe a few dozen extreme Dao divine runes, and it was already difficult for him to continue. With his current cultivation base, inscribing a few dozen extreme Dao divine runes was already his limit. However, it was difficult for him to inscribe even a corner of the array with just a few dozen extreme Dao divine runes. What should we do? Shaoqing and Balan couldn't help but worry when they saw He Tian's current state. It was absolutely impossible for He Tian to inscribe an array with the extreme Dao divine runes alone. At this time, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged and activated the inner world in his dantian, drawing in an endless amount of life essence before injecting it into He Tian's skull. He Tian's soul fluctuations immediately grew stronger, refining the life essence and transforming it into his own energy to replenish his exhausted Yuan Qi. This allowed He Tian to continue inscribing extreme Dao divine runes. One had to admit that the great Dao divine runes inscribed by the extreme Dao saints were indeed the strongest divine runes in the world. The moment the divine runes appeared, the aura of the great Dao surged, instantly drawing upon the power of the heavens. The sea of fire outside gradually changed. Divine fire phoenix jades danced in the air, each with a flickering divine rune on it. Numerous extreme Dao divine runes interweaved, forming ancient and profound runes. A peerless divine formation was being formed. Rumble! The phoenix marrow divine bead in the middle of the sea of fire began to tremble, as if it had become somewhat restless. This peerless divine object that was born from the heavens and earth seemed to have a trace of intelligence. Pieces of fire phoenix divine jade engraved with divine runes of extreme Dao flew out from the void of the formation and danced in the air around the phoenix marrow divine pearl. The aura of the great Dao flowed in the air, and even the true yang essence of the great Dao was being drawn. Boundless true yang essence gathered towards the pieces of fire phoenix divine jade as a terrifying might of the heavens and earth began to condense. Several hours passed and He Tian still had no intention of stopping. Every extreme Dao divine rune consumed a huge amount of yin and yang essence qi. If it weren't for Gu Fei constantly injecting life essence into He Tian's body, He Tian would have long exhausted his yin and yang source power and died. A corner of the divine formation appeared around the phoenix marrow divine bead, enveloping it. The divine formation sealed the void and isolated the world, gradually cutting off the connection between the phoenix marrow divine bead and the outside world. Beneath the earth, there was an endless amount of true yang essence qi. The phoenix marrow divine bead could absorb the true yang essence qi of the entire phoenix marrow land for its own use. He Tian wanted to first cut off the connection between the phoenix marrow divine bead and the true yang earth vein, and then use the mountain and river cauldron to store the phoenix marrow divine bead. In this world, only the extreme Dao divine tool like the mountain and river cauldron could store the phoenix marrow divine bead. One must know that the true yang essence qi emitted from the phoenix marrow divine bead was enough to refine everything. Even the saint weapons of supreme experts would be turned into smoke if they were to fall into the endless sea of fire. The divine formation continued to be perfected. He Tian seemed to have really mastered an extreme Dao divine formation. The great Dao of yin and yang essence qi interweaved in the middle of the formation, as though a whole world was evolving. Rumble! The phoenix marrow divine bead began to shake violently, wanting to break through the divine formation. The entire void trembled as the true yang fire surged, burning the void between heaven and earth. However, the extreme Dao divine rune was difficult to erase. There was a supreme aura of the great Dao circulating around it. Unless a saint of the extreme Dao personally came, no one would be able to erase the extreme Dao divine rune. This was the strongest divine rune in the world, the embodiment of the pinnacle of the Dao. Although it was only a corner of the formation, it was already enough to trap the phoenix marrow divine bead. This divine bead that contained the phoenix marrow divine bead seemed to have gained sentience. It was even more mystical than the dragon origin divine bead that was nurtured by the peerless dragon vein. Moreover, phoenixes could be reborn from the ashes. This phoenix marrow divine bead actually didn't have the slightest bit of evil qi, which surprised everyone. Perhaps all the evil qi had already been devoured by the three-legged vicious bird. Done. He Tian drew the last extreme Dao divine rune. His entire body slumped to the ground. He was on the verge of collapsing. He laid down a corner of the extreme Dao divine rune. This wasn't a complete divine formation. It was just a corner of the extreme Dao divine rune, but even so, it was enough to trap the phoenix marrow divine bead. The phoenix marrow divine bead emitted endless true yang essence qi. Even the void was burning and collapsing, but it couldn't refine the pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade that had the Extreme Tao Divine Rune. At this time, the corner of the Extreme Tao Divine Array had already completely isolated the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl from the outside world, cutting off all connections. "Boss, it's all up to you now," He Tian said weakly. The soul fire in his skull had also become dim, emitting weak soul fluctuations. Gu Fei was already prepared. A golden light rushed out of his body. A bronze bell surrounded by golden light soared into the sky, emitting a vast and auspicious Buddhist power. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron shook and began to move towards the Extreme Tao Divine Rune. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell replaced the mountain and river cauldron and floated in the void of the formation. Rays of golden Buddhist light fell from the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, protecting the void of the formation. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell was the extreme Tao Buddhist tool refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Although it didn't have the primordial chaos chi, it could still disperse the layers of true yang fire and protect Gu Fei and the others. Endless Buddhist light sprinkled down. In the void, there seemed to be countless Buddhas chanting sutras. The world was peaceful, making people's hearts calm and their souls calm. If there was no extreme Tao Saint tool, even the current supreme experts would find it difficult to stay in the true yang earth vein for a while, let alone Gu Fei and the others. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains crushing through the void. It dispersed the layers of true yang divine fire and entered the extreme Tao divine rune. It flew above the phoenix marrow divine bead and turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron was facing down towards the phoenix marrow divine bead. Chapter 843. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. 18 streams of primordial chaos energy rushed out from the cauldron, like 18 dragons. They coiled around the phoenix marrow bead below, as if 18 dragons were fighting over a single bead. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void of the array formation, using his mind to control the mountain and river cauldron to collect the phoenix marrow bead with all his might. The 18 streams of primordial chaos energy wrapped around the phoenix marrow bead and pulled it upwards. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron also produced a great power that could swallow the world. The phoenix marrow bead shook violently, emitting an unprecedented energy fluctuation. Within the bead, there seemed to be a phoenix struggling. Endless divine fire ignited the void, burning everything into nothingness. However, it was difficult to refine the primordial chaos energy because it was the ancestral chi of the world, the source of all things. The phoenix marrow divine bead was pulled towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos energy. Everyone was extremely nervous and their palms were sweaty. The phoenix marrow divine bead was a peerless treasure nurtured by the world. At this moment, no one could remain calm. At this time, the world momentum of the phoenix perished dragon perished had completely recovered. The world's death trap was reactivated. No one dared to barge in again. Gu Fei and the others had plenty of time to collect the phoenix marrow bead. Within a 10,000-mile area, a baleful aura soared into the heavens. It emitted a world-destroying aura, causing the faces of all the great existences to pale. Everyone who was trapped in this danger zone had died. Perhaps only an extreme Tao saint would dare to barge into the revived world's death trap. Beneath the land of the phoenix perished, the true yang veins were completely boiling. The extreme Tao array had severed the connection between the veins and the phoenix marrow bead, causing the true yang essence energy to explode. The mountain and river cauldron was in the true yang veins, displaying the great power of the Chengkuan mountain and river formation. It suppressed the true yang veins. The 18 streams of primordial chaos energy wrapped around the phoenix marrow bead and gradually moved towards the cauldron. This was simply like pulling 100,000 ancient divine mountains. Even Gu Fei felt that it was difficult to bear. Fortunately, his divine power was endless so he could continue to activate the mountain and river cauldron. Xiaoqing, Balan and the others were extremely nervous. They wanted to help but they couldn't. Only Gu Fei could activate the mountain and river cauldron. No one else could activate it. As for that fellow He Tian, he was even more unable to help. Setting up a corner of the extreme Tao divine array had already caused him to feel weak. He was currently channeling the yin and yang mysterious technique to recover his vitality. The true yang essence energy of the great earth gathered, forming a true yang earth vein. This was an extreme yang land that could nurture a phoenix. In the depths of the great earth, there was a sea of flames, tens of thousands of zhang, and all of them were true yang divine flames that were pure to the extreme. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell floated in the void above the array formation. Tens of thousands of golden Buddhist chi descended, enveloping the array formation. In everyone's ears there seemed to be Buddhas chanting sutras and arhats chanting. The auspicious aura calmed their hearts. This extreme Tao Buddhist tool swept away the layers of true yang fire, but it couldn't completely isolate the heat outside, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel like they were in a steamer basket. Buddhist Qi couldn't compare to Primal Chaos Qi. Primal Chaos Qi was the origin of all things. Therefore, although they were both extreme Tao divine tools, the mountain and river cauldron was more powerful than the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. Among extreme Tao divine tools, there were also strong and weak ones. The ancient Buddhist Lord had refined several extreme Tao divine tools, but there was only one mountain and river cauldron in this world. Rumble! The phoenix marrow divine bead was pulled up by the 18 primal chaos Qi. Heaven and earth shook, and even a corner of the extreme Tao divine array trembled. This was a corner of the extreme Tao divine array laid down using extreme Tao divine runes. Although it was only a corner, it displayed great power that could resist the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Even the primal chaos Qi couldn't erase the extreme Tao divine runes on the fire phoenix divine jade in a short time. No one disturbed Gu Fei. More than 10 hours passed, and the mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook violently. The mouth of the cauldron swallowed the world and finally swallowed the phoenix marrow divine bead. The inside of the mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. As long as there was enough power to activate it, even a part of the world could be sucked into the cauldron. Earlier, Gu Fei had already sucked a mountain full of 9 heaven star iron into the cauldron. It was as if a red sun had been swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. In the depths of the earth true yang vein, the temperature that could smelt divine iron immediately dropped. Seeing that Gu Fei had successfully put the phoenix marrow divine bead into the mountain and river cauldron, Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were ecstatic. They had finally obtained the 2 peerless treasures that had been bred in the dragon grave and phoenix death land. Swish! Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron immediately flew back and entered Gu Fei's dantian. At the same time, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell descended, covering Gu Fei and the others, as well as the void of the teleportation formation within the bell. Inside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, He Tian activated the corner of the extreme divine formation that had trapped the phoenix marrow divine bead. Pieces of fire phoenix divine jade turned into extreme divine patterns and rushed back. The extreme divine patterns danced outside the Sanskrit Buddhist bell and reassembled. In an instant, a complete teleportation formation appeared in the void. Go! He Tian did not hesitate. With a loud shout, he activated the teleportation formation formed by the extreme divine patterns. The extreme divine patterns immediately emitted a dazzling divine light, and the aura of the great path spread out. Swish! The void shook, then twisted and then collapsed. Countless extreme divine patterns merged together, and Gu Fei and the others disappeared in the void along with the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The teleportation array formed by the extreme Tao divine runes could move the void underground and teleport people away. In a small valley 100 miles away from the land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon, a teleportation formation hidden under the ground emitted rays of divine light and emerged from the ground. Then the space within the formation twisted, and ancient and profound divine runes rushed out from the void. Amidst the divine runes, an ancient bell that emitted auspicious Buddhist power fell out from the twisted space. Boom! The ancient bell smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Even the teleportation formation on the ground was destroyed. In the next moment, the ancient bell flew up again. Underneath the ancient bell were 4 people. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell rapidly shrank and finally turned into a ray of golden light that rushed into Gu Fei's dantian. At this time, the fire phoenix divine jade that had been imprinted with the extreme divine patterns collapsed, turning into dust that dissipated into the void. The extreme divine patterns inside also collapsed and disappeared. Let's go! They had just teleported out of the forbidden land when He Tian shouted again. He threw out a teleportation formation and rushed up. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan followed closely behind He Tian and also rushed up to the teleportation formation. Swish! He Tian activated the teleportation formation and directly teleported into the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a purple figure appeared in the sky above the small valley. Buddhist power? Those baldies from the western regions also entered the untainted ancient world? The purple figure murmured to himself. He was hidden in the purple cloud, not revealing his face. Chapter 844. Emperor God of the Jiang clan? Primeval Violet Emperor. The 2 great cultivators who had appeared in the valley immediately sensed each other's presence. Then, the 2 of them disappeared into thin air without meeting each other. The Emperor God in green was from the Jiang clan of the Ancients. The Almighty surrounded by the purple aura was from the primeval Immortal sect. The Jiang clan of the Ancients and the primeval Immortal sect were forces that had existed since the primeval age. In the present world, only forces like these would have Almighties watching over them. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that there would be lone Almighties who lived in seclusion in the mountains. The present Almighties rarely fought each other because if two Almighties fought, the consequences would be dire. The earth would sink, the sky would crumble, and the world would be destroyed. Therefore, even if there were Almighties who had to fight, they would usually fight in the outer space. Whoosh! High up in the sky, thousands of miles away, the void suddenly collapsed, and a formation platform surrounded by runes rushed out of the void. There were 4 figures standing on the formation platform. That was close. Gu Fei and the others shuddered in fear. If they hadn't made a prompt decision to immediately teleport away from the small valley outside the land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon, they would have been caught red-handed by the current era's supreme beings. This Mahakala actually did things flawlessly. He had already deduced everything that could happen. After putting away the formation platform, the group found themselves in a mountain range. There was a towering tree that was hundreds of meters tall. The old vine could climb from one peak to another. Everywhere they looked was a primeval scene. It was a barren land that had yet to be cultivated. Primeval beasts roamed in the forest, emitting terrifying roars. Primeval beasts were extremely powerful. Even a cub was comparable to a demigod among human cultivators. The primeval age was a great era filled with experts. During that era, one could still find traces of saints of the supreme Tao. However, that era had passed and the primeval age no longer existed. This is... Little Qing and the rest looked around and couldn't help but frown. The great desolate ancient world was different from the outside world. In the past millions of years, not even the ancient desolate ancient world had been fully explored. An unknown place contained unknown dangers. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the depths of the mountain forest. A towering baleful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain forest, causing the mountains to tremble and frightening the other beasts to scramble to flee. Oh! A few exotic beasts with crimson scales all over their bodies that resembled large birds but had no feathers soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance in a panic. The manifestation, which was the size of a small mountain and covered in long fur, ran through the forest. The towering trees were knocked down by these savage beasts, and the forest was in chaos. There were giant serpents that were hundreds of meters long like flood dragons, golden divine wolves with 2 ferocious heads, silver centipedes that were dozens of meters long, and so on and so forth. Countless prehistoric beasts scuttled out from the mountains and fled. What happened? Everyone was shocked. With such a commotion, it was likely that a desolate beast king had been alerted. Brr. Another horrifying roar resounded. The heavens and earth shook and the mountains trembled. Many desolate beast kings fainted from the shock. The roar shook the heavens and earth. Even Gu Fei felt his blood churning. The expressions of Shaoqing and the others changed drastically. In the depths of the mountain forest, baleful aura surged into the sky. A desolate beast king was about to charge out. This kind of beast king was incomparably powerful. It walked the path of a desolate beast king, comparable to a celestial being. Go. He Tian did not even think. He directly tossed out the formation platform and rushed up. A desolate beast king intimidated all beasts. Its ferocious might overflowed into the sky. It was not something they could deal with. Whoosh. The teleportation formation activated and the void distorted. The formation platform brought Gu Fei and the others into the void, moving away. Boom. At this critical moment, a huge beast claw directly swiped down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. Several mountains below instantly crumbled and dust flew everywhere. If Gu Fei and the others had not escaped in time, they would have been killed by this beast claw. Brr. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the mountain forest. Even a few birds in the sky were roared down. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was extremely terrifying. The might of a desolate beast king caused the heavens and earth to lose color. In the depths of the mountain, when the desolate beast king showed its might, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded in the desolate ancient world, causing the entire desolate ancient world to tremble. The desolate beast king in the depths of the mountain stopped roaring and quieted down. This is a power that can shake the heavens and the realms. Has a saint of the extreme Tao appeared? At this moment, everyone in the great wasteland ancient world trembled, no one able to remain calm. Even the expressions of the great powers of the present world changed, feeling horrified. This was a power that could shatter the heavens and earth, and shake the heavens and the earth. If this power exploded, it was enough to destroy the desolate ancient world. One had to know that this desolate ancient world was not the real desolate ancient world. At this moment, the entire ancient desolate world was silent. Every corner of the world was silent. Be it the territories controlled by the ancient desolate factions or the unexplored territories, they were all silent. Even the desolate beast king in the depths of the desolate ancient world, which was a headache for the great existences, did not dare to make a move. This aura was not strong, but it shocked all the living beings in the desolate ancient world. Be it the human cultivators or the powerful beasts, they all had to bow their heads. Only the legendary extreme Tao saints could emit such an aura. Shwa. Somewhere in the desolate ancient world, the void suddenly distorted. A platform appeared from the void. Gu Fei and the others teleported thousands of miles away and appeared in the sky above a boundless desert. This was a red desert. The sand looked like it was dyed red with blood. It was extremely strange. This desert seemed to be covered by an unknown power, causing people to feel uneasy. This aura? Is that guy here? Gu Fei and the others had just teleported out from the void when they sensed the powerful aura that was comparable to an extreme Tao saint. Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Although there was an indescribable power in the desert, it couldn't block this aura. This aura spread to every corner of the ancient desolation world, disregarding any power that could block it. Chapter 845. At the location of the ancient heaven gate, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. A middle-aged man wearing a purple dragon robe and a dragon crown stood in front of the ancient heaven gate like a supreme dragon emperor. He held an ancient seal that was covered in cracks. As for the ancient heaven gate in front of the middle-aged man, there was a sliver of crack. Traces of celestial spiritual energy seeped out from the crack of the stone gate. There seemed to be another world behind the stone gate. The gate of heaven was smashed open. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone had already landed on the ground. Even the almighties of the present age were no exception. This was because the aura emitted by the person who resembled the ancient dragon emperor was truly shocking to the extreme. The head of the Jiang family, the head of the archaic Tao Gate, the head of the Yuanshi celestial sect, the female sage of the Yaotai ancient holy land, the head of the Zhou family, the head of the Li family, the head of the Zhao family, and the other top figures were all speechless for a long time. The ancient heaven gate that the four current powerful figures could not open even after using all their means was cracked open by the person who came with a sacred artifact of the extreme path. The purple emperor of the Yuanshi celestial sect, the emperor god of the Jiang family of the ancients, the head of the archaic Tao Gate, and the female sage of the Yaotai ancient holy land were all shocked. Wow! You bastards, you don't have the ability, yet you still want to open the gate of heaven. What a joke. The man in the purple robe laughed loudly, not giving any face to the four current powerful figures. Tai Huang seal, who are you? Some current powerful figures recognized the ancient seal that was full of cracks in the man's hand. It was the Tai Huang seal, a sacred artifact of the extreme path. You idiots, I thought you just didn't have the ability, but it turns out that you don't have any experience. How sad. The man in the purple robe said disdainfully. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they heard the man say such words. The current powerful figures were said to be idiots who didn't have the ability and experience. This was too crazy. One should know that if the supreme sage didn't appear, the current powerful figures would be invincible. No one in the world would dare to say such words in front of the current powerful figures. But today such a person had appeared out of nowhere. You, the Tao Lord of the primeval Tao Gate, revealed a look of anger. This fellow was simply too arrogant. He actually didn't put all the ancient desolate powers in his eyes at all. Even though you have the Grand Sovereign Seal, you can't underestimate our strength, the female sage of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground said. What? I said that you all are idiots. You all still won't accept it? The purple-robed individual was incomparably domineering, not giving them any leeway. It was because he had the Grand Emperor imprint in hand. Hearing this, the four powerhouses were displeased. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. One should know that this person had a saint weapon of the Great Path. Even if the four of them worked together, they would not be able to withstand a single attack from the Tai Sovereign Seal. No one said anything else. Even the mighty figures of the present age dared not speak up in front of this person. They were both supreme existences, but the other party had the Grand Emperor's seal. This was an extreme sacred weapon forged by the Grand Emperor of the demon race, and it could shake the heavens. As for the mighty figure who had the Grand Emperor's seal, he was also a mighty figure of the demon race. A mighty figure of the demon race wielding a supreme sacred weapon of the demon race. In this world, perhaps only those who also wielded an extreme sacred weapon could compete with him. If you have nothing else to say, then scram to the side. Your grandpa wants to smash this stone door and see what's behind it. The purple-robed individual scolded. This person wore a dragon crown and a purple dragon robe. He looked like the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, but he spoke like a ruffian. This contrast was incomparably strange. Bam! The Grand Emperor's seal flew up from the old tortoise's hand and smashed into the stone door in front of him. The entire world shook as the blurry fairyland above the stone door disappeared. The bloody purgatory below also disappeared. The ancient stone door opened a little more under the impact of the saint weapon of the Great Path. Something's wrong. The old tortoise suddenly frowned. He sensed a strange aura seeping out from the opening of the stone door. He had a bad feeling about it. At the old tortoise's level of cultivation, he could already sense unknown dangers. However, the ancient heaven gate was also a great attraction for the old tortoise. The heavenly domain was the place where the strong should go. It was the center of the heavens and the earth. Perhaps all the secrets of the world could be found there. The four supreme existences from the Antiquity faction also sensed the strange aura outside the stone door. They were a little nervous. No one knew what was behind the ancient heaven gate before the stone door opened. Who cares what's behind the door? With the Grand Emperor's seal in hand, even if a true demon rushes out from behind the door, I will smash it to pieces. The old tortoise did not stop and continued to activate the Grand Emperor's seal. Buzz. The Grand Emperor's seal vibrated and emitted a trace of the divine might of the Great Path. This trace of divine might shook the entire untainted ancient world. The entire untainted ancient world fell silent once again. Everyone present, except for the four supreme existences, knelt on the ground and trembled. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shin King were no exception. The four supreme existences' expressions changed and they had to retreat. The divine might of the Great Path was too terrifying. Even the supreme existences had to retreat. Boom! The Grand Emperor's seal that displayed a trace of divine might of the Great Path smashed onto the stone door. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The earth was sinking and cracking. This was the only way to describe the scene. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. More than a dozen immortals who had retreated 100 miles away were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist by the surging energy wave. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Countless cultivators below the immortal realm died on the spot. He's crazy. Does he really think he is invincible just because he has an extreme saint weapon of the Great Path? Damn it. When we get out of here, we must demand an explanation from the demon race. The sect leaders of the ancient desolation factions were furious. Those who were chosen to enter the untainted ancient world were the most outstanding figures. Yet almost all of them died here. These people were the future of the ancient desolation factions. The sect leaders cursed the old tortoise countless times in their hearts. After this earth-shattering attack, the ancient stone door finally revealed a crack that was just big enough for one person to pass through. Boom! The moment the stone door opened, the immortal chi and murderous aura surged out from behind the stone door. In a blur, a tall figure appeared behind the stone door. How could this be? Everyone was shocked. They never expected that there would be a person standing behind the stone door. A person filled with murderous aura, as terrifying as an ancient god of death. Chapter 846. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that they would see such a scene. An illusory figure silently stood behind the ancient heaven gate. He seemed real yet illusory, emitting a soaring baleful aura and battle intent. At that moment, apart from the old tortoise who had the Tai Huang seal in his hand, everyone felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. Even the four mighty beings were no exception. Supreme Saint, the only person who could make the Almighties tremble was the invincible Supreme Saint. Could it be that there was a Supreme Saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Everyone's expressions changed. The aura emitted by the faint and unsubstantial figure behind the ancient gate of heaven was just too terrifying, intimidating everyone. The entire untainted ancient world fell into silence once again. A trace of aura shook the heavens and earth. A Supreme Saint was so powerful. A drop of blood, a strand of hair could slay immortals, destroy gods and pierce through the world. Boom! The Tai Huang seal hovering above the old tortoise trembled. An endless amount of demonic energy surged. This Supreme Saint weapon seemed to have received an impact and automatically displayed the power of the Supreme Saint, confronting the figure behind the ancient gate of heaven. Two extreme Tao auras swept across the untainted ancient world. Countless living beings in the untainted ancient world trembled in fear. Be it the peerless beasts or the Almighties, All of them were shocked by the two extreme Dao auras and their souls were shaken. Bang! The Tai Huang seal vibrated on its own. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards the ancient gate of heaven. The figure behind the stone gate disappeared. The extreme Dao aura emanating from the ancient heaven gate also dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Rumble? Under the power of the Tai Huang seal, the old tortoise's gate of heaven slowly opened. The two stone gates were like two ancient mountains moving, causing the entire world to tremble. What's going on? The old tortoise was shocked. He was already prepared to run away, but the terrifying figure behind the ancient gate of heaven disappeared just like that. Could it be that there was a supreme saint standing behind the ancient gate of heaven? Ever since the Great Desolate Era, the world had changed and the Great Desolate Era was broken. The Great Desolate Era had become a legendary existence. Could it be that there were still Great Desolate Era saints in the world behind the stone door? Was the legendary heaven realm really behind the ancient heaven gate? No one knew. However, as the stone gate slowly opened, some mysteries were about to be revealed. Behind the stone gate, immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light flickering. It was as if there really was a world there. Under everyone's gazes, the ancient heaven gate finally opened completely. Everyone realized that there wasn't a world behind the stone gate, but a passage. Immortal energy swirled about, divine light flickering about. Was this a path into the heavens? Swoosh. The old man used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself. He was the first to rush into the ancient heaven gate and disappear into the passageway. With the Tai Huang seal protecting him, he had nothing to fear. No one would be able to hurt him unless a supreme saint made a move. The terrifying aura that shook the heavens disappeared. The entire ancient desolation world was still silent. No one spoke. Everyone was extremely excited. The ancient heaven gate had opened and the path to heaven was right in front of them. No one could remain calm. Heavenly realm, what are you waiting for? Charge. Ascending to the heavens in one step. I didn't think I would have such a heavenly fate. After coming back to their senses, the area around the ancient heaven gate immediately boiled over. Some people were shouting crazily, some were howling at the sky, and some even had tears streaming down their faces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of figures rushed over from afar and rushed into the ancient heaven gate one after another. However, at this moment an accident happened. Everyone who rushed into the ancient heaven gate turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everything happened too quickly. Those people didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they died. The immortals who rushed over were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Dozens of immortals turned into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Blood splattered all over the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate was spewing immortal energy. It was clearly a door that led to a place of immortal energy. How could there be danger? Moreover, didn't the powerful figure of the demon race enter the ancient heaven gate just now and nothing happened? Why could the powerful figure of the demon race enter, but the dozens of immortals were destroyed? Formless killing intent. Could it be that the terrifying existence behind the ancient heaven gate didn't go far? The four powerful figures were also shocked. They sensed a trace of the same fluctuation in the ancient heaven gate. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the ancient heaven gate, a void high up in the sky suddenly shook. Transparent ripples spread out like waves of water. Swoosh. A white jade formation platform passed through the transparent ripples and rushed out of the void. On the formation platform stood four figures. Gu Fei and the others had finally arrived. They seemed to be trapped in the boundless scarlet blood desert. It was an evil desert that was shrouded in an indescribable power. According to Mahakala's deductions, this scarlet blood desert was most likely created by an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Although the aura of the extreme Dao Saint artifact had been around for countless years and was extremely weak, it still hadn't completely dissipated. Fortunately, He Tian knew a lot of unorthodox techniques. At the crucial moment, they actually rushed out of the scarlet blood desert. Gu Fei and the others used the teleportation formation platform to teleport thousands of miles away and rushed over. Since that guy was here and the Grand Sovereign Seal was in his hands, the ancient heaven gate was probably going to be opened. Gu Fei and the others didn't want to miss this opportunity. Everyone who entered the ancient desolate world had the goal of meeting fate and ascending to the heavens in a single step. Now that this opportunity was right in front of everyone, no one dared to rush into the ancient heaven gate. That guy has the extreme Dao Saint weapon. He isn't afraid of the formless killing intent. We also have the saint weapon of a powerful figure. I wonder if it can withstand that formless killing intent. Won't we know after we try? While the four supreme beings were conversing, the The sect leaders of the ancient desolate factions were all following the lead of these four supreme beings. Everything was being decided by these four supreme beings. Gu Fei and the others sensed the aura of the Almighties and did not want to get too close to them. It must be known that they were extremely wealthy, and any item they took out would be enough to make the Almighties break their heads. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by the powerful figures. Gu Fei, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were hidden in the clouds in the sky. They quietly watched the ancient heaven gate. They weren't in a hurry. Chapter 847. The four Almighties estimated that when the ancient heaven gate opened, the terrifying figure that appeared behind the gate was probably condensed from the formless killing intent inside the gate. It was unbelievable that a formless killing intent didn't dissipate inside the gate. One should know that even the killing intent released by the Almighties couldn't last long, let alone existing for a long time. This trace of killing intent was probably released by the legendary Extreme Saint. It was incomparably terrifying and would never disappear as long as the target wasn't killed. Could it be that a certain Extreme Saint left behind the killing intent to protect the ancient heaven gate? The formless killing intent could kill even gods and devils. Perhaps only the old turtle who wielded the Extreme Saint artifact would dare to barge into the ancient heaven gate and come out unscathed. Peng, 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 peng. A tall figure walked in the sky. It was an immortal emperor who was 9 feet tall and was wearing a divine armor. He walked like a celestial being. Every step he took caused the entire void to tremble. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the celestial emperor in the sky. Everyone's attention was focused on him. A golden pagoda floated above the immortal emperor's head. Endless divine power poured down from the golden pagoda and enveloped the immortal emperor. A terrifying aura surged out from the golden pagoda, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel uncomfortable. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. The aura from the golden pagoda was too powerful. It was comparable to the Almighties of the current era. Almighty Saint Weapon. He Tian said. With such a formation, is there any danger inside the ancient heaven gate? Shaoqing said. They didn't see the scene where the dozens of immortals died in the ancient heaven gate. They didn't come in time and missed many things. As the immortal emperor approached the ancient heaven gate step by step, everyone became nervous and stared at the figure that bathed in the divine light of the golden pagoda. Swoosh. The immortal emperor finally stepped into the ancient heaven gate. The golden divine pagoda trembled and emitted resplendent divine light. The immortal emperor used all his strength to activate the saint weapon. The golden divine splendor enveloped him like golden ripples. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden pagoda, making one's heart palpitate. Are you all right? Great. This method seems to work. Everyone became excited. Even the 4 great experts secretly sighed in relief. The invisible killing intent did not kill the immortal king who was protected by the saint weapon. Haha. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the ancient heaven gate. Everyone was shocked. Then a large hand grabbed out from the ancient heaven gate. The huge hand grabbed the gold immortal pagoda suspended above the immortal emperor's head, forcibly took it away, and disappeared at the end of the passage. I want this thing, ha! Old Tortoise's voice came from the passage behind the ancient heaven gate. Brr. The immortal emperor was scared out of his wits. He roared and rushed out of the ancient heaven gate with all his might. The gold immortal pagoda was taken away. The immortal emperor's heart almost stopped beating when he thought of the dozens of immortals who barged into the ancient heaven gate. However, he only took one step before he silently turned into a bloody mist. The immortal emperor's blood splattered, and the ancient heaven gate was filled with a bloody mist. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was furious and almost went berserk. The gold immortal pagoda was his saint weapon, but it was snatched away right in front of him. How could he not be angry? It's the great expert of the demon clan. He's too much. I'm not done with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate roared. His eyes were red. He realized that his connection with the saint weapon had been completely severed. It was impossible for him to take back the gold immortal pagoda. Swoosh. While the Taoist master of the archaic Tao gate was gnashing his teeth, the female sage of the Jadestage sacred land stepped on the 7-colored lotus platform and rushed into the sky towards the ancient heaven gate. Since it was proven that the great experts could pass, there was no longer anything to worry about. The 7-colored lotus platform shone with 7-colored divine light. It was like a heavenly lotus in full bloom. The divine power of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura it emitted made everyone tremble. The current great experts wielded the great expert saint weapon, and their battle prowess would multiply. Every great expert had their own saint weapon. The Purple Emperor of Primordial Beginning and the Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family also rushed into the sky towards the archaic Tao Gate. The three great expert saint weapons appeared before everyone's eyes. The Purple Emperor of Primordial Beginning's saint weapon was a purple saber, the Celestial Emperor's saber. The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family's saint weapon was a pearl, a chaotic divine pearl that shone with 9-colored divine light. Only the Taoist master of the archaic Tao Gate was depressed. His saint weapon had been snatched away by the old turtle. Taoist Jiang, let me go with you. The Taoist master of the archaic Tao Gate shamelessly flew towards the Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family. He did not want to take the risk. Who knew if the formless killing intent in the ancient heaven gate could even kill a great expert? The Celestial Emperor of the Jiang family did not say anything. The 9-colored chaotic divine pearl shone with divine light and enveloped the two of them. The four great experts of the current era came before the ancient heaven gate. They were not in a hurry to enter. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the sky and circulated their magic power and mystiques, wanting to refine the trace of killing intent in the ancient heaven gate. After so many years, the trace of killing intent was actually very weak. However, it was still the killing intent of an extreme Tao sage. Even if it was on the verge of dissipating, it could still kill an immortal emperor of the celestial realm. Although the four great experts of the current era could rely on the protection of their saint weapons to barge into the ancient heaven gate, what about their disciples and grand disciples behind them? The four great experts of the current era all had a super faction behind them. Rumble, immortal power and divine power surged. The four great experts of the current era joined forces, causing the entire ancient heaven gate to shake. Everyone immediately retreated into the distance. Boundless power of heaven and earth was drawn over, turning into immortal power and divine power. The power of immortal spirit interweaved and the aura of the great Tao appeared. The resplendent brilliance drowned the ancient heaven gate. The ancient heaven gate could not even be smashed by the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the Tai Huang seal. The four great experts of the current era were not worried about refining the ancient heaven gate into ashes, so they attacked without hesitation. There seemed to be a chaotic world evolving where the ancient heaven gate was. The energy waves it emitted shook the entire ancient desolate world. Brr. Roar. Brr. In the depths of the ancient desolate world, there was a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. There was a beast king roaring, and all the beasts of the ancient desolate world felt uneasy. Chapter 848. The killing intent released by the Supreme Saint was terrifying to the extreme. Although the figure just stood silently in front of the ancient heaven gate, it almost caused the power of the four present eras almighties to collapse. Rumble. The four present eras almighties attacked with all their might, sealing the void and isolating the heaven and earth. They used supreme arts and divine abilities to refine the figure in front of the ancient heaven gate. The entire ancient desolate world was shaken. Countless desolate beasts roared and howled. Everyone, including the leaders of the ancient desolation factions, retreated 1,000 miles away, but their souls were still shaken. In front of the almighties they were like ants, unable to even muster the will to resist. Especially the aura emitted by the illusory figure, it made all the living beings in the ancient desolation tremble. It was just a killing intent, but it was enough to intimidate the living beings in this part of the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be when a true Supreme Saint appeared. The four present eras almighties combined with the almighty Saint Tool, displaying great divine might. This kind of pressure made even immortal gods and immortal kings, who surpassed immortal gods, fall to the ground. Only the celestial being Immortal Emperor and Shen King could barely stand, but their faces paled as they resisted with all their might. Under the aura of the almighties and the killing intent, everyone was trembling, but Gu Fei and the others were unaffected. The aura of the present era's almighties was isolated by the heaven and earth force in Gu Fei's body, but the killing intent of the Supreme Saint ignored the barrier of the void, making Gu Fei and the others feel uncomfortable. Who left behind this killing intent? He Tian murmured. The soul fire in his skull flickered, no one knew what he was thinking. Don't tell me you know the Supreme Saint? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, Supreme Saint? If I was born in the Great Desolate Era I might know them. He Tian said. Only he himself knew the secrets of his body. During the Great Desolate Era, there was definitely a world-shaking change. Even the invincible Supreme Tao Saints disappeared. No one knew what happened at that time because it was too long ago. Those desolate antiquity factions that had existed for countless years might know something. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. Everyone looked forward nervously. At this time, the four great cultivators of the current era began to carve divine patterns of the Great Path, drawing upon the power of the heavens and completely refining that murderous intent. Boundless heaven and earth chi began to gather from all directions. The four great experts wanted to use the power of the ancient desolation world to obliterate the killing intent. The illusory figure condensed from the killing intent did not seem to have a mind of its own. It did not move at all, allowing the four great experts to perform all kinds of great techniques. Boom. When the four great experts finished carving the divine patterns of the Great Path, the entire world shook. This part of the world seemed like it was going to collapse, and the power of destruction filled the world. Everyone was stunned by this scene. It was as if an incomparably huge millstone of the heavens and earth had begun to revolve. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth caused everyone to be terrified. Just a murderous intent caused the four great experts to set up such a killing formation. As long as we obliterate this murderous intent, we can step onto the path to heaven. How long do we have to wait? Many people already knew what had happened. No one would have thought that the legendary extreme Tao killing intent would appear in the ancient heaven gate. Fortunately, countless years had passed. Even the extreme Tao killing intent was gradually weakened by the ruthless passage of time. If the ancient heaven gate was opened in the great desolate era, rivers of blood would flow and all living beings would be mercilessly killed by this murderous intent. Let's wait patiently. After saying that, Erebus sat down cross-legged in the sky. Sure enough, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the four great experts used all their means. Even though they used the power of the great desolate ancient world, it was still difficult to refine the illusory figure outside the ancient heaven gate. In the end, Gu Fei simply opened his inner world and entered it. He sat on a spiritual peak, absorbed the spiritual energy of the world and began to cultivate. He Tian, Shaoqing and Balan also followed Gu Fei into Gu Fei's divine land. They left dazzling divine crystals outside the inner world, which could transmit images and even sounds of the outside world into Gu Fei's inner world. The dazzling divine crystals had been refined by He Tian with the power of yin and yang. No matter how far away they were, no matter where they were, the two divine crystals would sense each other. Although He Tian had entered Gu Fei's inner world, he hugged a dazzling divine crystal all day long, constantly paying attention to the situation outside. He never relaxed. Little Qing and Baron, on the other hand, found their own places and went to cultivate. To them, the heavenly realm was just a name. It didn't mean anything. This was because Shaoqing and the others didn't understand what kind of place the heaven realm was, let alone have any karma with the legendary heaven realm. Unlike those ancient powers, their roots were in the heaven realm, so they naturally wanted to find a way to return to the heaven realm. Damn it, that killing intent is so weak that it's about to dissipate. Why is it so difficult to refine? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, time passed. The four great experts had refined the void into nothingness, but the figure still stood in front of the ancient heaven gate as if it had existed since time immemorial. However, the murderous aura that soared into the sky and the battle intent that made all living beings tremble had gradually weakened. It can't be that madman's killing intent, right? Outside a bamboo forest by a lake, He Tian stared at the void in front of him. There was a sparkling crystal there. The surface of the crystal was as smooth as a mirror, and scenes quickly flashed across the crystal. He Tian seemed to know something. He stared at the crystal for a while before putting it away and leaving. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Suddenly, an incomparably shocking sound rang out from where the ancient heaven gate was. Then the figure standing outside the ancient heaven gate finally disappeared. The four great experts used heaven and earth as a furnace, and the earth, water, fire and wind elements evolved into a chaotic world. It took them half a year to finally obliterate the killing intent. A strand of extreme Tao killing intent that was about to dissipate actually required 4 supreme beings of the present age to work together to refine it for half a year. This was too shocking. The 4 mighty figures of the current era removed the heaven refining formation and charged straight into the ancient heaven gate. We can finally enter the heaven realm. Everyone cheered. Countless immortals and gods came from all directions, fighting to be the first to fly into the ancient heaven gate. No one wanted to miss such a peerless opportunity. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in one step.